Ling, Yang is leaving soon, and someone has to take over her work. The leader set his teacup down on the desk, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. We discussed it in a meeting. Zhou will take over Yang's work. As for Zhou's original logistics management duties, they'll be handed over to you from now on. I froze for a moment. You want me to go into logistics? Don't make it sound so bad. This is training. The leader patted me on the shoulder. You've dealt with logistics before, so I'm sure you'll be fine. Work hard. Once the company hires someone new, we'll transfer you back. I looked at him without saying anything. Transfer me back? Who was he trying to fool? None of the company's departments were short-staffed. Sending me to logistics was nothing more than kicking me out of the core department. Once I was there, who would still remember me? But what could I do? Slam the table and quit? Jobs were so hard to find these days. I had no background and no connections. If I quit, even next month's rent would become a problem. Fine, I'll follow the arrangement. I forced out that sentence, then turned and left. That night, I sat alone at a roadside barbecue stall. I poured one glass of liquor after another down my throat. Calling it training? Aren't they just bullying me because I don't have anyone backing me up? I slammed the glass onto the table, feeling more aggrieved the more I thought about it. I was an orphan. I grew up in an orphanage. At 19, I got into a prestigious university, and after graduation, I squeezed my way into a listed company. I never slacked off. I never loafed around. I took on the work other people didn't want. I worked the overtime other people refused. For an entire year, I desperately tried to prove myself. And the result? With one sentence about training, they exiled me to logistics. How ridiculous. I downed another glass. Just then, chaos suddenly erupted around me. Run! A car! A car's coming this way. It can't stop. Dazed, I lifted my head. Two blinding beams of light crashed into my vision. No, those weren't lights. It was a car. I sprang to my feet, but it was already too late. Bang! A tremendous force slammed into me. The sound of bones breaking rang out with horrifying clarity. My whole body flew through the air. Before I hit the ground, only one thought remained in my mind. My life had really been far too unlucky. The next day, the local news reported an accident. At 10:20 p.m. the previous night, a sedan had lost control due to brake failure and crashed into a roadside barbecue stall. A young man had died on the spot, and that young man was me. Hiss. Pain. My entire body hurt. I suddenly regained consciousness, but I couldn't open my eyes, nor could I move. I'm not dead. Is this a hospital? Gritting my teeth, I tried to call for help, but only a faint sound came from my mouth. The next second, wind blew across my face. There was also the sound of flowing water beside my ears. Splash. Splash. My heart tightened. Where would wind come from in a hospital? Where would there be a stream? I desperately forced my eyelids open. The first thing I saw was not a hospital bed, nor a doctor, but an unfamiliar sky. I was lying in a valley. Beside me was a stream, and beneath me were broken stones. What's going on? With great difficulty, I turned my neck. Did the person who hit me dump me in a ravine because they were afraid of taking responsibility? The moment I finished speaking, my head suddenly exploded with pain. Boom. Countless unfamiliar memories forced their way into my mind. I convulsed from the pain, almost crushing my teeth from how hard I clenched them. After an unknown amount of time, the pain finally eased. I gasped for breath. My expression completely changed. I transmigrated. This place was not Earth. It was the Yuanling continent, a world where people cultivated primordial energy, and the strong were revered above all else. The weak were bullied. The strong made the rules. Legendary peak martial artists could even soar through the sky, burrow through the earth, move mountains, and overturn seas. The owner of this body was also named Ling Yun. He was 15 this year, a villager of Ling family village, and his cultivation was only at the second level of the body tempering realm. However, this kid's family background was not bad. His grandfather, Ling Qingshan, was the village chief of Ling family village and had reached the perfected 9th level of the body tempering realm. His father, Ling Hongyang, was the captain of the village guard team and was at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. His grandmother, Tang Qin, was at the 6th level of the body tempering realm. His mother, Meng Yuro, was at the 5th level of the body tempering realm. The cultivation realms in this world were divided into body tempering, innate, and grandmaster. Each realm was further divided into 9 levels. As for what existed above Grandmaster, the original owner didn't know. After all, he was only a young man from a mountain village. In his understanding, an innate realm expert was already an unreachable big shot. The nearest city to Ling family village was Blackstone City, and its city lord was an innate martial artist who controlled a territory spanning 50 li. And the original owner's death was all because of Black Shadow Stronghold. Black Shadow Stronghold was the largest bandit force in the surrounding area. Its chief, Hei Kuei, had originally been at the perfected 9th level of the body tempering realm. The second and third leaders were also both at the 9th level of the body tempering realm. There were also 800 or 900 bandits in the stronghold, with more than 20 of them at the 8th level of body tempering. They burned, killed, looted, and had even slaughtered entire villages before. Ling family village was not weak, so Black Shadow Stronghold had previously been unwilling to clash with them head-on. Still, they would come over to harass the village every now and then. 2 days ago, while his parents were away, the original owner secretly went fishing by the river. As a result, he ran into 2 scouts from Black Shadow Stronghold. He hid in the grass and overheard a fatal piece of news. Hei Kuei had already broken through to the innate realm. 1 month later, Black Shadow Stronghold would attack Ling family village. After hearing this, the original owner immediately ran back toward the village. But he accidentally kicked a stone and exposed his position. The 2 scouts chased him all the way and forced him to the edge of a cliff. He lost his footing and fell. Then I arrived. 1 month later, the village will be wiped out. I stared at the sky, my breathing sinking slightly. If I didn't do something, the original owner's parents, grandfather, and the entire village would all die. But right now, I couldn't even stand up. How was I supposed to save them? With my life? Ding! A mechanical voice suddenly sounded beside my ear. Detected that the host has awakened. Would you like to bind the super domination system? I froze. The next second, my heart began pounding wildly. A system? I knew this trope. During my university years, I had read plenty of fantasy novels. Transmigration, system, beginner gift pack, the full package. Without even thinking, I immediately said, bind, ding, system binding initiated. 1%, 50%, 99%, binding successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the super domination system. This system will assist the host in dominating the other world and unifying the chaotic era. I almost burst out laughing. Dominate the other world? Just the name alone sounded fierce enough. However, I quickly calmed down. System, let's not talk about domination yet. I can't even move right now. Is there any way to save my life? Ding. Since the host is currently in a heavily injured state, a beginner gift pack will be issued. My spirits lifted. There's such a good thing. Open it. System notifications sounded one after another. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 Supreme Creation Pill. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Cultivation Technique, Hong Ming Creation Scripture. It has been automatically learned. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Divine Artifact, Coiling Dragon Sword. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 bottle of innate breakthrough pills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 bottles of perfect body tempering pills. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1,000 sets of black iron armor. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the infantry battle formation, black armor formation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 200 system points. I was numb from listening. 1,000 sets of armor, and a divine artifact and a supreme cultivation technique? System, you call this a beginner gift pack? Yes, host. The system answered as if it were perfectly justified. I took a deep breath. This system was reliable. Can the Supreme Creation Pill save me? Yes. The host only needs to silently recite the item's name to take it out from the system space. Supreme Creation Pill. I silently recited the name in my heart. The next moment, a round pill appeared out of thin air in my right palm. A rich medicinal fragrance rushed into my nose. With great difficulty, I raised my hand and stuffed the pill into my mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered. At first, there was warmth. Streams of heat surged into my limbs and bones. My broken bones rapidly healed, and my torn flesh also began to mend. Comfortable. I had just let out a breath of relief when intense pain suddenly erupted. Ah! It felt as if countless blades were cutting back and forth inside my body. My bones, flesh, and meridians were all torn apart, then rebuilt. The pain made my vision go black, and I passed out once more. Drip. A drop of water landed on my forehead. I instinctively raised my hand to wipe it away, but halfway through the motion, my entire body suddenly froze. Wait, my hand could move. I abruptly opened my eyes and leapt up from the ground. It didn't hurt anymore. Not only did it not hurt, I even felt as if my entire body was filled with power. System, I am here. Check my status. A light screen that only I could see appeared. Host, Ling Yun. Aptitude, Creation Immortal Body. Lifespan, 85 years. Cultivation, 5th level of the Body Tempering Realm. Identity, Villager of Ling Family Village. Cultivation Technique, Hongmeng Creation Scripture. Equipment, Coiling Dragon Sword, War God Armor. Both are currently sealed. Martial Skills, none. Pets, none. Points, 200. I stared at the words 5th level of the Body Tempering Realm and froze for several seconds. The original owner had cultivated for years and had only reached the 2nd level of body tempering. I swallowed one pill and directly shot up to the 5th level. Ding. Reminder to the host. There is still a large amount of medicinal power in your body. Please immediately circulate the Hongmeng Creation Scripture, or the medicinal power will gradually dissipate. Then what are we waiting for? Waste was shameful. I sat down cross-legged and immediately began circulating the technique. The moment the technique started, the primordial energy of heaven and earth around me seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand and began surging crazily into my body. Boom. 6th level of body tempering. Not long after, another muffled sound rang out. 7th level of body tempering. I did not stop. The remaining medicinal power erupted completely, charging at the final barrier. Break, I shouted in a low voice. An explosive sound came from inside my body. 8th level of body tempering. I suddenly opened my eyes and punched the rock beside me. Bang! The rock split open on the spot, and fragments scattered everywhere. Looking at my fist, I couldn't help but laugh. So this is the 8th level of body tempering? Strong enough. In such a short time, I had rushed from the 2nd level of body tempering to the 8th. If this speed spread out, the entire Blackstone City would probably explode with shock. After the excitement faded, I smelled something foul. What stinks so badly? I looked down, and my expression instantly darkened. My body was covered in black filth. It was sticky and pungent. Without another word, I jumped into the stream and washed myself clean. But my original clothes were completely unwearable, so I could only tear off a few large leaves to cover the important parts first. After cleaning myself up, I directly asked the system, "Tell me about your functions." This system includes functions such as sign-in, shop, lottery, and missions. The host may sign in once per day and randomly obtain items such as pills, cultivation techniques, equipment, formations, and more. System points can be used for the lottery or purchases in the shop. A single lottery draw costs 100 points. 10 consecutive draws cost 900 points. Points can be obtained by completing missions, killing enemies, and other methods. I immediately opened the system shop. All kinds of treasures packed the screen densely, dazzling my eyes. Very soon, I saw the Supreme Creation Pill. Supreme Grade Treasure Pill. After consumption, it could forge an unparalleled divine constitution, the creation immortal body, and grant heaven-defying healing ability. As long as one still had a breath left, one could instantly recover. I sucked in a breath of cold air. No wonder it was so powerful. But after seeing the price, I fell silent. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. 1 quadrillion points. I silently glanced at my 200 points. Great. I couldn't even afford the spare change. Forget it. Lottery. Since 200 points couldn't buy much anyway, I might as well gamble. I tapped the single draw. A huge wheel began spinning rapidly. Give me something good. Don't screw me over. The wheel slowed more and more before finally stopping on a cultivation technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the high-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique, Mystic Origin Art. My eyes lit up. The cultivation techniques in this world were divided into 5 ranks: human, yellow, mystic, earth, and heaven. Each rank was further divided into low, middle, and high grades. Ling family village's ancestral cultivation technique, the red-yellow scripture, was only a middle-grade yellow rank technique, yet it was already considered decent around Blackstone City. With a casual draw, I had obtained a high-grade heaven rank technique. Then what rank is the Hongming creation scripture? The Hongming creation scripture was nurtured by heaven and earth. It stands above the existing cultivation technique rankings and is limited to the host's cultivation only. I gave a thumbs up. Fine. You really don't follow reason. I still had 100 points left. Continue drawing. The wheel spun again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one storage ring. I took out the ring. The space inside was 100 zhong square. Perfect. In the future, when I took things out from the system space, I could use the storage ring as cover so people wouldn't get suspicious. Ding. The host still has one sign-in opportunity today. Would you like to sign in? Sign in. Only a fool wouldn't. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Supreme Divine Armor, War God Armor. I stood there stunned for 2 seconds, then jumped straight up from the ground. Another Supreme Grade item? If anyone dares say my luck is bad today, I'll fight them. I quickly checked all the rewards. Coiling Dragon Sword, a divine artifact, currently sealed. At this stage, its power was equivalent to a high-grade yellow rank weapon. Each time I broke through a major realm, one layer of its seal could be lifted. War God Armor was also sealed. At present, it could withstand attacks from a first-level innate realm martial artist. One bottle of innate breakthrough pills could help perfected 9th-level body-tempering martial artists break through to the innate realm. 100 bottles of perfect body-tempering pills could quickly raise the strength of body-tempering realm martial artists. 1,000 sets of black iron armor had extremely strong defensive power. The black armor formation, an infantry battle formation, possessed 2 abilities. Rock Solid doubles the overall defense of the battle formation. Charge doubles the overall attack of the battle formation. The more I looked, the heavier my breathing became. Black Shadow Stronghold had 800 or 900 people. I had 1,000 sets of black iron armor. Heikue had broken through to the innate realm. I had innate breakthrough pills. Add the black armor formation and 100 bottles of perfect body tempering pills on top of that. Black Shadow Stronghold. I sneered. In 1 month, it's still uncertain who will wipe out whom. I took out the Coiling Dragon Sword and War God Armor, cut my finger, and completed the blood recognition process. The Coiling Dragon Sword turned into a streak of light and entered my dantian. The War God Armor covered my whole body, then sank beneath my skin. As long as I willed it, they would immediately appear. Now, the crisis was temporarily resolved. There was only one thing left to do. Go home. The original owner had already been missing for 2 days. His family must have been frantic. I followed the stream outward. Half an hour later, I found a small village. After asking the villagers for directions, I shamelessly asked for a set of old clothes and some food before hurrying toward Ling Family Village. By the time I arrived near Ling Family Village, the sky was almost dark. I did not rush into the village. Since Black Shadow Stronghold had sent people to monitor the area, the outside of the village might not be safe. I first circled around the village to inspect the surroundings. After confirming there were no scouts nearby, I finally went to the fields east of the village. Grandpa Tian, the old man working in the field, suddenly lifted his head. Xiao Yang, who was beside him, saw me and even dropped his hoe. Brother Yun, you're not dead. The corner of my mouth twitched. Can't you wish me something better? Grandpa Tian hurried over and grabbed my arm. Xiao Yun, is it really you? Where have you been these past 2 days? Your parents are going crazy with worry. The whole village has been looking for you. My heart tightened. Are my parents all right? How could they be? Your mother barely ate for 2 days. Your father took the guard team everywhere looking for you. I immediately looked at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang, go back first and report the news. Okay. He turned and ran. Wait. I stopped him. Don't spread it around. Only tell my parents, my grandfather, and a few uncles from the guard team. Say that I'm fine, but tell them to keep pretending they haven't found me. Grandpa Tian's expression changed. Xiao Yun, what happened? Black Shadow Stronghold has planted scouts outside the village. I lowered my voice. They most likely know about my disappearance. If I return openly, they'll realize their plan has been exposed. Grandpa Tion sucked in a breath of cold air. What did you find out? Something very important. I stared at him. We'll talk after we return to the village. Only after the sky had gone completely dark did I follow Grandpa Tion into the village. From far away, I saw two people standing at the entrance of my home. One was tall and sturdy. The other was thin, with red and swollen eyes. They were my parents in this life. The moment I saw them, my steps paused. In my previous life, I had never known who my parents were. When I was sick, no one took care of me. During holidays, I had nowhere to return to. The words Dad and Mom that others spoke so casually had always been nothing more than two unfamiliar titles to me. But now, someone was waiting for me to come home. It felt as if something slammed hard into my chest. I could no longer hold back and ran toward them. Dad, Mom, they saw me too. My mother, Meng Yuro, instantly burst into tears. I was just about to throw myself into her arms, but I forcibly stopped in my tracks, because I noticed that she was holding a wooden stick in her hand. My father also had one in his hand. Both of them looked at me with loving expressions. A chill ran down my back. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I slowly shuffled over. Dad, Mom, I'm back. It's good that you're back. My father revealed a gentle smile. Come inside. Your mother made your favorite braised pork ribs. I looked at the stick in his hand. Dad, what are you holding that for? There was some noise from the chicken coop just now, my mother said, wiping away her tears. Maybe a weasel got in. Oh, half believing her, I walked toward the house. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. They didn't move. I breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I was overthinking it. The next second, a stick smacked my backside. Smack. Ow. I instantly shot Tuzhong away. Mom, you're serious? You little brat. My mother's eyes were red as she raised the wooden stick and chased after me. You still know how to come back? Do you know the whole village stopped working in the fields just to look for you? Mom, I was wrong. If you were wrong, why are you still running? If I don't run, you'll really beat me to death. I sprinted madly around the table. My mother chased behind me while unleashing a string of furious scoldings. Her momentum was overwhelming, and every sentence was clearly meant to make me remember this lesson. My father stood at the doorway, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. From the look of it, he had originally wanted to make a move too, but my mother had already done it for him. Ahem. A cough suddenly came from outside the door. Only then did my mother stop. I looked up and saw an old man standing at the entrance. Grandpa. I immediately rushed over and hid behind him. The person who had arrived was the village chief of Ling family village, my grandfather, Ling Qingshan. He patted my head, his eyes visibly relaxing. It's good that you're back. Yuner just came back. Don't hit him for now. My eldest uncle, Ling Hongping, who was standing beside him, also spoke. Father is right. The child returning safely is more important than anything else. Only then did my father walk inside. Yuner, go apologize to your mother. These past 2 days, she didn't eat well or sleep well. She cried until her eyes almost gave out. My heart ached. I walked up to my mother and lowered my head. Mom, I'm sorry. I was immature and made you worry. I won't sneak out and run around again. My mother stared at me, and the wooden stick in her hand fell to the ground. The next moment, she pulled me tightly into her arms. You little rascal. You scared me to death. She hugged me so tightly I could barely breathe, but I did not struggle. This feeling was something I had never experienced in my previous life. So this was what it felt like to be worried about by family. Hot food was brought to the table. As soon as I sat down, my bowl was piled high with meat. Mom, that's enough. You haven't been home for 2 days. You definitely haven't eaten properly. Dad, stop adding more. The bowl is going to tip over. Eat more. Grandpa, you too? You're at the age where your body is growing. Stop talking nonsense. I looked at the food piled like a little mountain in front of me, and my nose stung slightly. In my previous life, I had no home. In this life, I did. Whoever dared destroy this home, I would make them pay the price. After dinner, Grandpa put down his chopsticks, his expression turning serious. Yuner, tell us. What exactly happened these past 2 days? I did not hide the matter of Black Shadow Stronghold. I ran into 2 scouts from Black Shadow Stronghold by the river. They said He Kuei has already broken through to the innate realm. Once he consolidates his cultivation, he will attack Ling family village in 1 month. The room instantly fell silent. Bang! My father slammed his fist onto the table. Black Shadow Stronghold. A crack appeared on the tabletop from his blow. My mother grabbed me at once. Did they hurt you? Mom, I'm fine. They chased me to the edge of a cliff, and I accidentally fell. But my master saved me. Master? Everyone looked at me. I couldn't reveal the system, not even to my family. It wasn't that I didn't trust them, but that this secret was too great. The more people knew, the more danger there would be. I had already prepared an explanation. After I fell off the cliff, I met an old senior with a white beard. He saved me and said that I was fated with him, so he accepted me as his disciple. My mother hurriedly asked, "Where is that senior? Why didn't you invite him home? He saved your life. We must properly repay him." Master likes to wander the world. Without blushing or missing a beat, I continued making things up. He passed down a cultivation technique to me, gave me some things, and then flew away. Grandpa abruptly stood up. My father and eldest uncle's expressions changed at the same time. The three of them looked at each other, their breathing growing heavy. I deliberately asked, "What's wrong?" Grandpa suppressed his excitement. "Yinner, are you certain he flew away?" "I'm certain." I nodded seriously. Just like that, he flew into the sky. Very soon, I couldn't see him anymore. Grandpa suddenly laughed loudly. Good. To be able to fly through the air, he must at least be a Grandmaster realm expert. Yinner, for you to become the disciple of a Grandmaster is your fortune, and also the fortune of our Ling family village. I felt a little guilty. Looks like I had exaggerated too much. But since the words were already spoken, I could only continue the lie. Grandpa stared at me intently. Before that senior left, did he give you any instructions? Master told me to cultivate diligently. He said that every once in a while, he would come back to check my progress. After hearing this, Grandpa became even more excited. Yinner, you must not slack off. To receive the recognition of such an expert is a blessing you must have cultivated for several lifetimes. I nodded. Grandpa, I understand. After the brief excitement, everyone's expressions sank again. Eldest uncle spoke first. Even if Yunner has become the disciple of a grandmaster, distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. 1 month from now, Hei Kuei is going to attack the village. My father clenched his fists. Wu Kuei was already at the perfected 9th level of the body tempering realm. Now that he has broken through to the innate realm, his strength is incomparable to before. Moreover, Black Shadow Stronghold still has 2 9th level body tempering experts, as well as more than 28th level body tempering martial artists. Once 800 or 900 bandits come pressing down on us all at once, we won't be able to hold them off. Grandpa fell silent for a moment, then sighed. If I could break through to the innate realm, perhaps I could still hold Hei Kuei back. Unfortunately, I have been stuck at the perfected 9th level of body tempering for many years and have never been able to touch the threshold of breakthrough. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive. My mother asked softly, "Can we only flee with the villagers?" Eldest uncle shook his head. 800 or 900 people. Where could we run? If Black Shadow Stronghold chases us down, what about the elderly and children? My father gritted his teeth. Then we'll fight them to the death. We'll kill as many as we can. No. I stood up directly. Everyone looked at me at the same time. Meeting their gazes, I spoke word by word. There's no need to flee, and no need to gamble the lives of the whole village in a desperate fight. Grandpa frowned. Yinner, what are you trying to say? I raised my hand. A round pill appeared out of thin air in my palm. An intense medicinal fragrance instantly filled the entire room. Grandpa stared fixedly at the pill and abruptly stood up. This is... I held the pill and smiled. I have a way to help Grandpa break through to the innate realm. I have a way. I suddenly stood up. Everyone in the room turned to look at me. Grandpa Ling Qingshan stared at me. Yinner, what way? Look at this first. I took out a pill bottle from my sleeve and placed it directly on the table. Grandpa picked it up and shook it. Pills. I didn't explain. I only smiled at him. Grandpa pulled out the stopper. In the next instant, the fragrance of medicine spread out. His expression changed drastically, and even his breathing grew a little heavier. Father immediately stepped forward. Father, what's wrong? My bottleneck loosened. Grandpa stared fixedly at the pill bottle, then looked at me. I only smelled it, yet my 9th level bottleneck actually reacted. Yinner, what kind of pill is this? I stopped keeping him in suspense. Innate breakthrough pill. What? The room instantly exploded. I held up one finger. One pill can help a martial artist at the perfected ninth level of body tempering break through to the innate realm. Eldest Uncle Ling Hongping sucked in a breath of cold air. How many pills are in this bottle? 10. No one spoke. They looked at that tiny pill bottle as if they were looking at a mountain of gold. A pill like this, forget Ling family village, even the entire Blackstone city might not be able to produce one. Father lowered his voice and asked, Yunner, where did you get this? Master gave it to me. I raised my hand and revealed the storage ring on my finger. Before he left, he also gave me quite a few things. They're all in here. Only then did everyone reveal looks of realization. Someone who casually handed out a storage ring and 10 innate breakthrough pills had already become an unimaginable peerless expert in their eyes. Grandpa held the pill bottle for a long time. In the end, however, he handed it back to me. Take it back. Grandpa, these are the cultivation resources your master left for you. We cannot use them. If he asks about them in the future, how will you explain? I did not take it. Master said that once he gave these things to me, they belonged to me. I can use them however I want. But, no buts. I pushed the pill bottle back to him. Grandpa, take all 10 pills. How we deal with Black Shadow Stronghold from here on out will depend on them. When they heard the words, Black Shadow Stronghold, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. Father pressed, You already have a plan? Yes. I raised one finger. 1 month. 1 month from now, I want Ling Family Village to have 11 innate realm martial artists. Boom. Those words struck the room like thunder. 11. Yunner, you're not joking, are you? Eldest uncle was the first to calm down. Frowning, he asked, Only your grandfather has reached the perfected 9th level of the body tempering realm in the village. Even with 10 innate breakthrough pills, you can't conjure 10 innate experts out of thin air. I smiled. What if I also have body tempering pills? Father abruptly stood up. Body tempering pills that can directly raise a body tempering realm martial artist cultivation? Exactly. And they're perfect grade. I waved my hand. Thud, thud, thud. Bottle after bottle of pills appeared out of thin air and landed on the table, quickly piling into a small mountain. A full 100 bottles. Father stared at the tabletop, his voice trembling. Perfect grade, no pill poison, and no side effects. Correct. I pointed at the pills and stated the plan directly. First, select the 9 strongest people in the village and supply them with body tempering pills with everything we have. Once they reach the perfected 9th level of the body tempering realm, they'll go to Grandpa to receive an innate breakthrough pill. With Grandpa included, within 1 month, we'll strive to create 10 innate realm martial artists. Eldest uncle immediately asked, What about the remaining pills? We establish a guard army. I looked at Father. Choose young and strong villagers for secret training. Give all remaining body tempering pills to them and raise our overall strength as quickly as possible. The training location will be the underground secret chamber beneath the ancestral hall. Also, the news of my return to the village must be sealed off. Keep sending people outside to look for me, so Black Shadow Stronghold believes I still haven't returned. Father's eyes lit up, showing weakness to the enemy. Exactly. I slammed my fist onto the table. Don't they want to wipe out Ling Family Village? Then let them come. When they charge in, we'll shut the door and beat the dogs. Not a single one of them will be allowed to leave. Good. Grandpa clapped heavily and stood up at once. This plan is good. He looked at my father and mother, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Hongyang, Euro, you two gave birth to a good son. Father was grinning so widely his mouth almost couldn't close. Mother also looked at me, her eyes filled with pride. But eldest uncle counted on his fingers twice. Wait, that's not right. What's wrong? 10 innate breakthrough pills can only create 10 innate martial artists. You said 11 just now. Where does the other one come from? Me. The moment my voice fell, I no longer hid my cultivation. My blood and chi erupted instantly. A powerful aura swept through the entire room, causing the pill bottles on the table to tremble lightly. 8th level of body tempering. Father cried out in shock. Mother grabbed my arm and looked me up and down. Yunner, when you left the village, weren't you only at the 2nd level of body tempering? Master saved me and also granted me a fortune. I had already prepared the explanation. He fed me a pill and passed down a special cultivation technique to me. That technique has no realm bottlenecks. So within 1 month, I can also attempt to break through to the innate realm. No bottlenecks. Everyone was shocked again. But this was not the end. In addition, the cultivation technique Master taught me cannot be passed on to others. I took a secret manual from the storage ring and slapped it onto the table. But he also gave me another cultivation technique and said I could deal with it however I liked. Grandpa picked up the manual and saw the 3 words written on its cover. Mystic Origin Art. A high-grade heaven-rank cultivation technique. The room fell completely silent. Grandpa's hands trembled. Father's Adam's apple bobbed, and it took him a long while to squeeze out a sentence. Heaven rank. That's right. I nodded. The City Lord Manor's Stone Soul scripture is only a high-grade yellow rank technique. Our Ling family village's red-yellow scripture is merely a middle-grade yellow rank technique. Starting today, all core clan members will switch to cultivating the Mystic Origin Art. No one answered. It wasn't that they didn't want to speak. They were simply too shocked to say anything. Innate breakthrough pills. Perfect grade body tempering pills. A storage ring. A high-grade heaven rank cultivation technique. If any one of these things spread out, it would be enough to make the forces of Blackstone City kill until their eyes turned red. And I had taken all of them out at once. I yawned. The items and the plan are all in your hands now. I've been traveling for a long time, so I'm going to wash up and sleep first. Father froze. You're just leaving like that? What else? I glanced at the pills and cultivation technique on the table. Black Shadow Stronghold is about to come knocking. We don't have time to sit here in a daze. After saying that, I turned and returned to my room. Tonight, no one in Ling family village was destined to sleep well. Except me. Only later did I find out that after I left, Grandpa's expression immediately turned cold. If anyone dares leak even a single word of what happened tonight, I will cripple him with my own hands. Everyone nodded on the spot. They all understood the principle that possessing treasure brought disaster. Once these things were exposed, Black Shadow Stronghold would instead become the smallest problem. Grandpa then wrote down a list of names and handed it to Father. Hongyang, secretly bring these people here. Use only the underground passage. Do not alert anyone. The people on the list were Ling Hu, Ling Kong, Ling Ji, Ling Dai, Ling Bao, Ling Song, and Ling Fei. All 7 of them were at the 8th level of body tempering. Add to that my grandfather, who was at the perfected 9th level of body tempering, my father, who was at the 9th level of body tempering, and my eldest uncle, who was at the 8th level of body tempering, and that made exactly 10 people. Grandfather would personally oversee everything. All 10 of them switched to cultivating the Xin Yuan art, and they were supplied with body tempering pills without limit. There was only one goal. Within 1 month, everyone had to reach the innate realm. At the same time, Father was responsible for expanding the guard force. The original guard team of just over 400 people was quickly replenished to 500. Each person received 1 body tempering pill and began secretly cultivating the Xin Yuan art. Eldest uncle, meanwhile, continued leading people outside the village to search for the missing me. Hidden sentries were also dispatched. On the surface, the entire Ling family village was filled with anxiety. But in secret, it was like a ferocious beast sharpening its fangs. Every household in the village also signed a confidentiality agreement. Whoever dared leak military secrets would be removed from the clan genealogy, and their entire family would be expelled from Ling family village, never to return. I only heard about all this from Mother after waking up the next day. I stretched lazily and felt completely refreshed. Finally slept enough. The sun had long since risen high. I had just put on my clothes when Mother pushed the door open and came in. Yinner, you're awake? I'm awake. Breakfast is on the table. Hurry and wash up. Got it, Mother. After washing up, I sat down to eat. Mother, where's Father? Where else? Busy because of all those things you stirred up yesterday. As Mother tidied the room, she said irritably, he didn't come back until midnight, and before dawn, he went to the ancestral hall's underground vault again. Looks like the plan had already begun in full. While eating, I suddenly remembered something even more important. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 500 black iron heavy spears. I almost choked on the rice in my mouth. 500? I immediately checked the description. Although these black iron heavy spears had not quite reached the profound grade, they were only a hair's breadth away. In Blackstone City, they would definitely be considered fine equipment. And inside my storage ring, there were also the 1,000 sets of black iron armor I had received yesterday. We had the people. We had the cultivation technique. We had the pills. And now, even the equipment was complete. If Black Shadow Village still dared to come, I would definitely give them a huge surprise. I finished breakfast in a few bites. Mother, I'm going to the ancestral hall. Be careful. Don't worry. I entered the underground tunnels from home. The tunnels of Ling family village extended in all directions. Every household had an entrance, and they all ultimately led to the ancestral hall's underground vault. If outsiders broke in, 9 times out of 10, they would get lost. If wartime truly came, all the mechanisms in the tunnels would also be activated. I rushed through the tunnels and soon arrived at the entrance to the underground vault. 2 guards stood at the door. When one of them saw me, he immediately smiled. Little Yun, is your body all right? Uncle Zhong, Uncle Ming, I'm perfectly fine. I raised my hand and waved twice, proving that I was full of energy. Is my father inside? He is. Brother Hanyang came early this morning and is training the guard force with your uncle Hu. All right, I'll go in and take a look. Entering the underground vault, I immediately saw 500 Ling family disciples standing neatly in formation. Ling Hu stood on a high platform and was giving a speech. You all know exactly what Black Shadow Village is. They kill people, rob grain, and burn villages. Once Ling family village is breached, your parents, wives, and children, none of them will survive. Do you want to kneel and wait for death, or pick up your weapons and fight them with your lives? 500 people roared in unison. Fight with our lives. Their voices shook the underground vault until it trembled. Father stood to the side. When he saw me, he immediately walked over. Yunner, why are you here? To deliver equipment. What equipment? I raised my hand and waved. Clatter. 1,000 sets of black iron armor landed neatly on the ground. Immediately after, 500 black iron heavy spears appeared as well. The sound of metal colliding instantly echoed throughout the underground vault. Father froze in place. Ling Hu, who had just finished his speech, also walked over. When he lowered his head and saw the equipment clearly, his eyes nearly popped out. Black iron. They're all forged from black iron. Ling Hu had once served as a city guard in Blackstone City, so he naturally knew how precious this equipment was. Ordinary city guards only wore iron armor. In all of Blackstone City, it was said that only the commander of the city guards owned a set of black iron armor, and that had been personally bestowed by the city lord after he rendered great service. But now, there were a full 1,000 sets in front of me. Father and Ling Hu pounced on them directly. The two of them stroked the armor and long spears, their faces flushed with excitement, looking as if they wished they could hug them to sleep on the spot. Not far away, the expressions of the 500 guards all became strange. The corner of my mouth twitched. Father, Uncle Hu. Neither of them reacted. I had no choice but to raise my voice. Can you two restrain yourselves a little? 500 pairs of eyes are watching. Only then did Father come back to his senses and hurriedly straighten up. Ling Hu also coughed dryly twice, forcibly putting on a serious expression. We were merely inspecting the equipment. Yes, inspecting. I was too lazy to expose them. Father patted the black iron armor. With this equipment, the guard force's strength can increase by at least double. That's still not enough. I took out another manual. This is the black armor formation, a military formation. Father took it and had only read a few pages before his expression changed. Have the guard force train with the Xian Yuan art and the black iron equipment. I looked at him. 1 month from now, I want them to have true combat strength. Father nodded solemnly. Leave it to me. After finishing the matter, I originally intended to leave, but then I suddenly remembered that I was still lacking in offensive martial skill. Although I was now at the 8th level of body tempering, I only knew how to hit people with brute force. If I truly encountered an expert, I would definitely suffer a loss. Father, does the village have any martial skills suitable for me? Your master didn't teach you? He left in a hurry and only passed down cultivation techniques. Father thought for a moment. Wait here. He walked into a nearby secret chamber and soon brought out a yellowed manual. Tiger Rush Fist, a high-grade mortal rank martial skill. This is the highest grade martial skill in the village. It emphasizes fierceness and directness, which suits you perfectly. As soon as I received the manual, The system prompt rang out. Ding. Improvable martial skill Tiger Rush Fist detected. Consume 100 points to improve it. My eyes lit up. The system could actually improve martial skills? But when I saw my own points, I immediately lost my temper. I didn't have a single point. Put it on credit for now. I put away the manual and turned to leave the underground vault. After returning home and eating lunch, I went straight to the woods behind the ancestral hall. Tiger Rush Fist was not complicated. It gathered all the strength in the body into the edge of the fist and struck with the force of a tiger pouncing on prey. The key point was only one word: fierce. I assumed my stance and punched the tree trunk in front of me. Bang! The bark exploded and wood chips flew everywhere. The strength was enough, but the fist force had not condensed. Again. Bang. Still not enough. Bang. 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 I punched again and again without stopping. After half a day, more than a dozen trees around me had all suffered. Finally, when I threw another punch, a faint layer of fist force attached itself to my fist. Boom. The tree trunk in front of me was directly dented inward. I withdrew my fist, but I was not satisfied. Too thin. Just hitting trees was useless. A true martial skill still had to be honed through life and death combat. As it happened, tomorrow was the day the hunting team entered the mountains. I wanted to go with them to the Black Forest Mountains. That night, after returning home, I directly told my parents my idea. As soon as Mother heard it, she refused on the spot. No, Mother, I'm already at the 8th level of body tempering. Even the 8th level won't do. She grabbed my hand, her tone growing more anxious. You only just came back yesterday, and now you want to go to the Black Forest Mountains again? That place is full of demonic beasts. What if something happens to you again? Uncle who will be leading the team. Nothing will happen. No means no. Mother had clearly remembered my previous disappearance, and her eyes had turned red. I could only soften my tone. Mother, I promise you, I'll only move around the outskirts. If we encounter danger, I'll be the first to run. I absolutely won't show off. If Uncle who tells me to go east, I definitely won't go west. I made promises for a long while, but she still would not relent. Father finally spoke. Let him go. Mother suddenly glared at him. Ling Hongyang, what did you say? Father's scalp tightened, but he still braced himself and said, Yunner has already grown up. We can protect him for a while, but we can't protect him forever. He's at the 8th level of body tempering, and Huzi will be watching over him. As long as he doesn't go deep into the mountains, there shouldn't be any major problems. Mother stayed silent for a long time before gripping my hand tightly. You must stay close to your Uncle Hu. Okay. You must not run around alone. Okay. If you encounter danger, come back immediately. I'll listen to everything Mother says. Only then did she reluctantly agree. Early the next morning, I left Ling family village with the hunting team. On the road, I completed my sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the mid-grade Earth rank movement martial skill light, Cloud Step. A movement martial skill. It had come at just the right time. I immediately chose to learn it. A massive amount of information flooded into my mind. My body felt as though it had practiced countless times before, and I instantly mastered Light Cloud Step. I could not help asking, System, why can Light Cloud Step be learned directly, but Tiger Rush Fist cannot? Cultivation techniques and martial skills produced by the system can be directly mastered by the host. Cultivation techniques and martial skills obtained from the outside world require the host to cultivate them independently or consume points to learn them. So that was how it worked. Little Yun. Ling Hu's voice suddenly interrupted me. After entering the Black Forest Mountains, stay close to me and don't run around. I know, Uncle Hu. Ling Hu was still worried and added another sentence. Even if we only move around the outskirts, we may still encounter powerful demonic beasts. Your cultivation is still low. If a fight really breaks out, don't rush forward. I held back a laugh and nodded. He clearly still did not know that I was already at the 8th level of body tempering. The way several nearby hunting team members looked at me also carried dissatisfaction. Someone muttered quietly, bringing a child into the mountains. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Say less. The captain has his own arrangements. If we really encounter demonic beasts, who's going to protect him? Although their voices were very low, I still heard them. I did not explain. Whether I was a burden or not would naturally be known once I made a move. Not long after entering the Black Forest Mountains, the grass ahead suddenly exploded open. A demonic beast with sharp tusks charged out. Sharp tusk boar. Ling Hu drew his blade and shouted. Mid-stage first rank. Avoid the tusks and attack from the side. Several team members immediately scattered. The sharp tusk boar lowered its head and charged fiercely. Two team members failed to dodge in time and were grazed by its tusks. Ling Hu seized the chance and chopped his blade onto its back. The others swarmed forward. Before long, the sharp tusk boar collapsed with a rumble. Treat the wounded. Bring the corpse. Ling Hu quickly arranged manpower, and after the team rested briefly, we continued forward. But what happened next was very wrong. After walking for a long time, we unexpectedly did not encounter another demonic beast. Ling Hu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. In the past, by the time we reached here, we would have encountered at least 7 or 8 demonic beasts. One team member lowered his voice. Why are they all gone today? They're not gone. Ling Hu tightened his grip on his blade. It's more like they were scared away by something. As soon as he finished speaking, a tiger roar came from ahead. Roar! The violent roar assaulted our eardrums. Several team members with lower cultivation instantly turned pale. I looked up. Not far ahead, there was a cave. The sound had come precisely from inside the cave. Ling Hu's expression changed. Retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. The team had just begun to move when a massive figure charged out of the cave. It was a fierce tiger as large as a carriage. Its entire body was covered in rock-like patterns. Its fangs were exposed, and its eyes were filled with ferocity. Ling Hu's voice sank. Stone-patterned tiger. Peak late-stage first rank. Everyone immediately fell into chaos. Don't panic. Ling Hu gripped his blade with both hands and charged forward directly. You retreat. I'll hold it back. The stone-patterned tiger swiped down with one claw. Ling Hu dodged sideways and slashed back at its shoulder. Sparks flew. That slash had only cut open a shallow wound. The captain can't hold it back alone. Fight it. The other team members did not flee. Instead, all of them charged forward. Ling Hu was so angry that he cursed on the spot. His voice was filled with urgency as he shouted for them to get away, but no one retreated. More than a dozen weapons slashed at the stone-patterned tiger at the same time. The stone-patterned tiger was completely enraged. It suddenly turned, sweeping out its thick tail. Bang! 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 Several team members were directly sent flying. Immediately after, it pounced into the crowd, its sharp claws striking down repeatedly. Screams rang out one after another. In just a short while, half of the hunting team had fallen to the ground. Ling Hu desperately tried to restrain it, but he was still being suppressed by the stone-patterned tiger. Uncle Hu, be careful! I had just shouted a warning when the stone-patterned tiger seized the instant Ling Hu was distracted and struck his chest with a claw. Blood burst out. Ling Hu flew backward and slammed heavily into a tree trunk. Captain! Ling Hu struggled to stand. The stone-patterned tiger had already pounced in front of him and opened its bloody maw. Ling Hu looked at the approaching fangs, despair flashing in his eyes. At that very moment, I moved. Light cloud step erupted. My body instantly swept several zhang forward, directly blocking Ling Hu. Clench fist. Gather strength. Strike. Get lost. Tiger rush fist blasted out head-on. Bang. My fist smashed hard into the stone-patterned tiger's head. The enormous tiger body flew sideways several meters, snapped shrubs apart, and crashed heavily into the mud. The entire scene suddenly fell silent. Ling Hu looked up at me, completely stunned. I no longer concealed my cultivation. My chi and blood erupted. The aura of the 8th level of body tempering was fully released. Ling Hu widened his eyes. 8th level of body tempering. Weren't you at the 2nd level of body tempering, kid? That was before. I stared at the stone-patterned tiger as it climbed back up and moved my fist slightly. Uncle Hu, leave the rest to me. Can you do it? Take back the words can't do it. The stone-patterned tiger roared and pounced at me. I shifted my feet, and my body slid sideways like a light cloud. The tiger claw swept past my chest. I took the opportunity to close in and punched its ribs. Bang! The stone-patterned tiger turned in pain, its bloody maw biting straight at my head. I tapped the ground with my toes and instantly retreated. It pounced on empty air. Again, I charged forward on my own initiative. The stone-patterned tiger was strong, and it was also fast, but it could not touch me. Light cloud step allowed me to always move along the edge of its attacks. It pounced, I dodged. It bit. I retreated. The moment it revealed an opening, my fist landed on its body. Bang, bang, bang. The wounds on the stone-patterned tiger's body grew more and more numerous. It roared madly in frustration, but there was nothing it could do to me. The surrounding hunting team members were all dumbfounded. Those who had previously regarded me as a burden now stood with mouths agape, even forgetting the pain of their wounds. The stone-patterned tiger went completely berserk. Its hind legs kicked off fiercely, and it pounced straight at me from the front. I did not dodge. All the strength in my body instantly gathered into my right fist. This time, the fist force no longer scattered. A dense layer of power wrapped around my fist. Facing it head-on, I punched out. Tiger rush fist. Fist and claw collided. Crack. The stone-patterned tiger's front claw snapped on the spot. My fist did not lose momentum and smashed hard into its forehead. Boom. Flesh and blood exploded. The stone-patterned tiger's enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. After twitching a few times, it no longer moved. The forest was completely silent. I looked down at the dense layer of fist force over my fist and smiled. It was done. The tiger rush fist that father had taken 1 month to master. I had completely mastered it in less than 2 days. This was the creation immortal body. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing the stone-patterned tiger. You have obtained 50 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the first kill achievement. You have obtained 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully mastering Tiger Rush Fist. You have obtained 100 points. 250 points were credited. Not only was it enough to improve Tiger Rush Fist, I would still have 150 points left. I was checking the system when someone suddenly slapped my shoulder heavily. Not bad, kid. Ling, who dragged his injured body over to my side, his eyes full of shock. As expected of brother Hongyang's son, I quickly supported him. Uncle Hu, how are your injuries? Nothing serious. Ling, who waved his hand. The pain made the corners of his mouth twitch, yet he still forced himself to hold on. I'll be fine after resting a few days. The other team members also gathered around. The few people who had been dissatisfied with me earlier now did not dare look me in the eye at all. One of them said with a flushed face, "Little Yun, we misjudged you earlier. If not for you, all of us would have died here today. We will remember this life-saving grace." I waved my hand. We're all from the same village. Why say things like that? Save the wounded first. Everyone quickly treated their wounds. Most people only had light injuries. Only 2 were seriously injured, but fortunately, their lives were not in danger. After Ling, who finished checking everyone's condition, he suddenly looked toward the cave the stone-patterned tiger had come from. Little Yun, something isn't right. What is it? Stone-patterned tigers usually live deep in the mountains and rarely appear on the outskirts. He pointed at that cave. For it to stay here, I'm afraid something must have attracted it over. I immediately understood. Let's go in and take a look. Those who can walk follow. The heavily wounded stay outside. Everyone prepared torches and carefully entered the cave. As soon as we walked in, a thick stench of blood rushed toward us. Firelight illuminated the surroundings. A dozen or so demonic beast corpses lay scattered across the ground. They were all first-rank demonic beasts. The wounds on their bodies had clearly come from the claws and fangs of the stone-patterned tiger. Ling, who said in a deep voice, "No wonder we couldn't see any other demonic beasts nearby. They were all killed by it." We continued deeper. Very soon, I saw a strange plant growing among the rocks. At the top of the plant hung a green fruit about the size of an egg. I was just about to ask what it was when Ling, who beside me, suddenly widened his eyes. "Essence increasing fruit. Essence increasing fruit." Ling, whose shout immediately brought everyone over. I stared at the red fruit in the crack between the rocks. "Uncle Hu, you recognize it?" "I saw one before in Blackstone City." Ling, who crouched down and examined it twice, his voice changing. "If someone in the body-tempering realm consumes it, they can directly increase their cultivation by 1 level." Everyone instantly crowded closer. 1 fruit can raise 1 level. How much money would this thing be worth? Don't worry about money first. Ling, who stood up and looked straight at me. "The essence-increasing fruit belongs to Little Yun." I was stunned. "Uncle Hu, that's not appropriate. Everyone discovered this together. And with that stone-patterned tiger earlier, you all exhausted and wounded it first before I could kill it." Little Yun, don't refuse. Ling Yu walked over while holding his wound and raised his hand to pat my shoulder. Without you, I'd already be in the tiger's stomach today. If you don't take this fruit, I'll be the first to disagree. That's right, give it to Little Yun. If anyone has an objection, step forward. I'll spar with him first. Everyone spoke one after another, and not a single person objected. Looking at them, warmth rose in my heart, and I stopped being overly polite. All right, I'll remember this favor. I picked the essence-increasing fruit. Ling Hu immediately said, the medicinal power is strongest right after it's picked. Refine it here in the cave. We'll guard outside. Okay. Everyone withdrew from the cave. I sat cross-legged and stuffed the essence-increasing fruit into my mouth. The flesh melted as soon as it entered my mouth. A scorching medicinal power rushed down my throat and surged into my body, exploding instantly. Boom. Yuan Qi rushed through my limbs and bones. I immediately circulated the primordial creation scripture. Refine. The medicinal power was forcibly swept into my meridians by the cultivation technique, washing through my body again and again. Before long, the barrier inside my body suddenly cracked open. An aura erupted from me, sending dust flying across the ground. I opened my eyes and clenched my fist. 9th level of body tempering. This trip was worth it. I rose and walked out of the cave. Ling Hu and the others were sitting at the entrance eating dried meat. When they saw me come out, all of them stood up. Ling Hu came forward. Did it work? I nodded. 9th level of body tempering. Good kid. Ling Hu slapped my shoulder, grinning from ear to ear. You've even surpassed your Uncle Hu now. Congratulations, Little Yun. Our village has another 9th level body tempering cultivator. Everyone gathered around one after another. I took the dried meat and water pouch Ling Hu handed me and stuffed the food straight into my mouth. Ling Hu laughed. Just fill your stomach for now. We can't start a fire in the mountains. When we get back to the village, I'll treat you to something good. My eyes lit up. Uncle Hu, you said that yourself. I've been thinking about that flame chicken at your house for a long time. The smile on Ling Hu's face froze on the spot. You little brat. So you've been eyeing my little flame all along. Can't bear to part with it? What's there to be reluctant about? Ling Hu gritted his teeth, looking as though he had made an enormous decision. As long as you dare come, I'll have your Aunt Hu stew it. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. After resting briefly, Ling Hu waved his hand. Get to work. Drag out all the demonic beast corpses in the cave. Don't leave behind a single valuable material. We immediately got moving. Beast hides, tusks, sharp claws, beast bones. Everything that could be taken was taken. Counting the stone-patterned tiger and sharp-tusked boar, this harvest was a full 3 times greater than last time. Everyone's face was filled with smiles. The greater the harvest, the more money everyone could receive. Ling Hu looked at the bags filled with materials and decisively ordered, "We're not going any deeper. Return to the village." We immediately began heading back. On the road back, demonic beasts occasionally sprang out. But I, now at the 9th level of body tempering, was completely different. The moment one demonic beast leapt out of the grass, I dodged sideways and punched its neck until it snapped. Another tried to ambush me from behind a tree. I grabbed its head with a backhanded motion and slammed it straight into the ground. Ding! Demonic beast killed. Points obtained. Ding! Demonic beast killed. Points obtained. By the time we left the Black Forest Mountains, my points had risen to 325. At dusk, the hunting team returned to Ling family village. Carrying the sharp-tusked boar hind leg that Ling Hu had given me, I had just entered home when Mother, Mengyuro, hurried over. Stand still. Let Mother take a look. She pulled me around in 2 circles and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that I was not injured. It's good that you're back. Wash your hands and eat. Not long after, Father returned as well. He had clearly already heard about what happened in the mountains from Ling Hu. As soon as he entered, he heavily patted my shoulder. You killed the stone-patterned tiger, saved the hunting team, and even broke through to the 9th level of body tempering. Good kid. You really made your father proud. Father, lighter. I rubbed my shoulder. The stone-patterned tiger didn't injure me, but you almost did. Mother glared at Father. Did you hear that? You never know how to control your strength. Father quickly withdrew his hand. Our family sat down to eat, and the house was filled with laughter. But at that time, I did not know that more than 10 li away, Black Shadow Village had already set its sights on Ling Family Village. Only later did I learn that night, inside Black Shadow Village's assembly hall, a scout was kneeling on the ground. The second chief, Lin Chi, was dressed like a scholar. His face was fair and clean, but his eyes were as cold and sinister as a snake's. The third chief, Panda, had a face full of beard and a burly build, and his temper was notoriously violent. Lin Chi tapped the tabletop. You're saying Ling Family Village has been searching for Ling Hongyang's son these past few days? The scout lowered his head and answered, Yes. I heard that the child disappeared 4 days ago, and almost the entire guard team of Ling Family Village has been mobilized. 4 days ago, Panda abruptly sat up straight, then burst into loud laughter. So it was that little brat. Lin Chi looked at him. You know about this? Of course I do. 4 days ago, I sent 2 men to scout Ling Family Village. When they came back, they said they were discovered by a child, so they forced him off a cliff. Panda laughed with his face full of delight. I didn't expect that brat to actually be Ling Hongyang's son. Ling Hongyang used to ruin my affairs all the time. Now it's his turn to taste what it feels like to lose a son. Lin Chi, however, did not laugh. Where's the body? What? I asked you, did you see the body? Panda waved his hand. That cliff is bottomless. I personally want to take a look. Let alone a child with no cultivation. Even if I fell down there, I couldn't possibly survive. Only then did Lin Chi slowly nod. Best if that's the case. Big brother is in seclusion. The plan cannot have any mistakes. He looked at the scout kneeling below. Recall everyone monitoring Ling Family Village. The scout was stunned. Second chief, we're not continuing the investigation? Ling Family Village is frantically searching for someone right now. If we run into them at this time, they'll only discover Black Shadow Village. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Chi's eyes. Let them live a few more days. Once Big Brother comes out of seclusion, Ling Family Village, none will be spared. Yes. The scout immediately withdrew. Panda lowered his voice. Second brother, Big Brother just broke through to the innate realm, yet he's so eager to attack Ling Family Village. Is there some secret hidden in that village? Lin Chi's expression instantly darkened. Third brother, don't ask what you shouldn't. Panda opened his mouth, but in the end, he closed it. After he left, Lin Chi walked out of the assembly hall and gazed in the direction of Ling Family Village for a long time without moving. Over the next few days, aside from eating and visiting grandmother at grandfather's house, I spent all my remaining time in the ancestral hall's underground vault. Father had specially cleared out a secret chamber for me. But this morning, I did not go directly to cultivate. Instead, I first bathed, washed my hair, changed into new clothes, then slipped into the tunnel and arrived at the ancestral hall. When Mother looked at me, her eyes seemed to be asking, had something happened to this child? There was no helping it. My luck in the recent sign-ins had really not been very good. More than 100 bottles of perfect-grade body tempering pills, plus hemostatic pills and origin replenishing pills. Of course, they were not bad items, but compared with the Earth-rank martial skill from before, they lacked a bit of surprise. I handed most of the pills to Father and only kept some for personal use. Last night, I thought about it all night and finally found the problem. It had to be that my sign-in posture was wrong. So, I decided to try some mysticism. I lit 3 sticks of incense and knelt before the ancestral tablets. Ancestors above, your descendant Ling Yun is signing in today. My demands aren't high. Just give me a top-tier reward. After saying that, I shouted inwardly, System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the high-grade heaven rank martial skill, heaven approaching sword art. I abruptly stood up. It really came out. High-grade heaven rank. This bath had not been taken in vain, and the incense had not been burned in vain either. Without hesitation, I said, learn it. A vast number of sword techniques instantly surged into my mind, as if I had already trained bitterly for many years. The coiling dragon sword in my dantian finally had a use. In an excellent mood, I hummed a little tune and walked into the underground vault. A soft laugh suddenly came from nearby. Yo, little Yun, did you pick up money? I turned and saw that it was my eldest uncle, Ling Hongping. Eldest uncle? Why did you come to the underground vault? Isn't father usually in charge here? You forgot. Eldest uncle smiled. Your father has already reached the perfected 9th level of body tempering. Starting today, He's going into seclusion to break through to the innate realm. The guard force has been handed to Ling Hu, while I'm responsible for distributing the pills. I slapped my forehead. Father had only mentioned it last night, yet I had been so focused on signing in that I had forgotten about it. I was just about to take my leave when a burst of loud laughter suddenly came from the depths of the underground vault. Ha! Immediately after, the door of one secret chamber burst open with a rumble. Grandfather, Ling Qingshan, strode out. His aura was countless times stronger than before he entered seclusion. There were even a few strands of black among his full head of white hair, making him look more than 10 years younger. Eldest uncle quickly went forward. Father, did you break through? I broke through. Grandfather raised his hand, and a ball of white yuan qi condensed directly in his palm. External release of yuan qi. This was the sign of the innate realm. He clenched his 5 fingers, and the yuan qi instantly scattered. The powerful aura pressed down on the surrounding air until it seemed to solidify. The perfect grade innate breakthrough pill is truly tyrannical, Grandfather said with a smile. It not only helped me step into the innate realm, but also left behind quite a bit of medicinal power. Coupled with a heaven rank cultivation technique, my realm has already stabilized. It won't be long before I can attack the second level of the innate realm. Eldest uncle and I spoke at the same time. Congratulations, Grandfather. Grandfather withdrew his aura, walked over, and rubbed my head. All of this was brought by Yuner. Then he looked left and right. Where is Hongyang? Eldest uncle answered. Second brother has already reached the perfected 9th level of body tempering. He began seclusion today to break through to the innate realm. A sharp light flashed in Grandfather's eyes. Good. Once Hongyang breaks through, Ling family village will have 2 innate realm cultivators. Having just emerged from seclusion, he immediately asked about the village's situation. Eldest uncle did not waste words and reported directly. At present, the village has 1 innate realm cultivator. That is you, Father. Second brother is attacking the innate realm. There are a total of 4 people at the 9th level of body tempering. Myself, Ling Hu, Ling Kong, and Little Yun. The other 8th level body tempering cultivators are also using pills to break through with all their strength. Grandfather suddenly looked at me. Yuner is already at the 9th level of body tempering? I nodded. I broke through a few days ago. Good. Grandfather patted my shoulder, his face full of relief. Eldest uncle continued. The guard force has already been expanded to 500 people. Their average cultivation is close to the 5th level of body tempering. Their equipment and military formation have also all been replaced. If all 500 fight together, even a first-level innate realm cultivator attacking head-on won't gain any advantage. The smile on Grandfather's face grew even deeper. What about Black Shadow Village? Every day, I arrange for people to leave the village and pretend that we're still searching for Little Yun. At the same time, I have sent hidden sentries to monitor the surroundings of the village. However, in the past few days, we have not discovered any scouts from Black Shadow Village. Eldest uncle paused and sneered. They probably fear that we might grow suspicious, so they withdrew all their scouts. Grandfather nodded. Well done. The enemy thinks we are completely unprepared. This is precisely our opportunity. They continued discussing the village's arrangements, and I did not interrupt. Black Shadow Village thought I was dead. They also did not know that the current Ling family village was no longer the same small village that others could manipulate at will. As for who would destroy whom, that was really not certain. After chatting with Grandfather and eldest uncle, I immediately returned to my own secret chamber. Once the door closed, I raised my right hand. Coiling dragon sword. Golden light flashed, and a long sword appeared in my hand. The sword was 2 feet and 8 inches long. Its entire body was golden, and its edge shimmered with cold light. A golden dragon coiled around the hilt, its head facing the blade, giving off an imposing aura. I gripped the hilt and could not help praising it. Good sword. The next moment, I directly activated the heaven-approaching sword art. As my footsteps moved, my whole body instantly swept out. Near. Far. Near again. My figure flickered rapidly inside the secret chamber, yet the sword light remained concealed without releasing. Until the final step landed. Slash. Golden sword light suddenly erupted. Hiss. The stone wall was cut open by a single sword strike, leaving behind a sword mark 5 feet long and about 3 inches deep. I sheathed the sword and looked at that mark, unable to stop the corners of my mouth from rising. So this is a heaven rank martial skill? One word: ruthless. After testing the sword technique, I took out Tiger Rush Fist again. This martial skill had originally only been mortal rank, and the system had previously prompted that it could be improved by consuming 100 points. I now had 325 points, so of course I could not be stingy. System: Improve Tiger Rush Fist. Ding. Improvement successful. Tiger Rush Fist has been upgraded to a low-grade profound rank martial skill. 100 points deducted. Remaining points: 225. I immediately checked it. After the improvement, the power of Tiger Rush Fist had increased by a full 10 times. Just as I was preparing to practice it again, the system's voice sounded once more. The host may consume 25 points to directly master the improved version of Tiger Rush Fist. Learn it. Learn. It was only 25 points. The time saved was far more valuable than the points. Ding. Learning successful. Remaining points: 200. A great amount of combat experience merged into my body. I clenched my 5 fingers into a fist and suddenly punched forward. Roar. Yuan Qi condensed into the shadow of a tiger and crashed forward with a low roar. Before it even touched the stone wall, the fist wind had already shaken down a large amount of debris. The sword technique focused on killing. The fist technique focused on attacking. With these two martial skills in hand, my combat strength soared once again. After dealing with the martial skills, I swallowed a perfect grade body tempering pill and sat cross-legged, circulating the primordial creation scripture. The medicinal power was quickly refined. I could clearly feel that I was not far from the perfected 9th level of body tempering. Give me a few more days, and I would be able to attack the innate realm. At dusk, I ended my cultivation and returned home. As soon as I entered, Mother threw a clean set of clothes into my arms. Hurry and change. We're going to your grandfather's house for dinner. Why the sudden family meal? Your grandfather broke through to the innate realm. This is a joyous occasion. Your eldest uncle's family will be there too. Father was still in seclusion, so I followed Mother to grandfather's house. As soon as I entered the courtyard, I saw a tall young man standing by the entrance. When he saw me, he immediately raised his hand in greeting. Little Yun. I recognized him and rushed over directly. Cousin. The person before me was none other than eldest uncle's son, Ling Feng. We had not seen each other for 2 years. Ling Feng placed one hand on my shoulder and sized me up from head to toe. 2 years apart, and you've grown taller and stronger. Then he squeezed my arm hard. Grandfather said you're already at the 9th level of body tempering, but I didn't believe it. Now it seems you really have thrown me behind. I've been wandering outside for 2 years, yet I'm only at the 8th level of body tempering. I smiled. Just good luck. The 9th level of body tempering is also good luck? Ling Feng glared at me. You brat, now you're pretending in front of me. At this moment, Mother walked into the courtyard. Feng, you're back? Ling Feng immediately released me. Second aunt, I just arrived this afternoon. It's good that you're back. Mother smiled. You brothers can chat slowly. I'll go help your mother prepare the meal. After Mother entered the house, I immediately asked, Cousin, where exactly did you go these past 2 years? What missed me? Cut it out. Hurry and tell me. Ling Feng smiled and no longer kept me in suspense. 2 years ago, after he broke through to the 6th level of body tempering, he left Ling family village alone. His first stop was Blackstone City. He had originally wanted to join the city guards, but the city guards had just finished recruiting, and the next recruitment would not happen for another year. Ling Feng did not want to waste time, so he bought a map and changed course for Qinglin City. After arriving in Qinglin City, I joined the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. Mercenary Corps? We work for money. Ling Feng explained it very directly. Hunting demonic beasts, escorting goods, protecting merchant caravans. As long as the price is right, we basically accept the job. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps ranks 3rd in Qinglin City. There are 3 innate realm cultivators in the Corps. The Corps commander is even at the 3rd level of the innate realm. These past 2 years, I followed them on quite a few missions and eventually became a small squad captain. Some time ago, we completed a major mission, and the commander gave us a month of vacation, so I came back. When Ling Feng reached this point, his expression darkened somewhat. I didn't expect that as soon as I returned, I would hear that Black Shadow Village was preparing to attack Ling family village. He patted my shoulder heavily. Little Yun, this time, it's all thanks to you. Without the pills, equipment, and cultivation techniques you brought back, the village probably really wouldn't have been able to withstand this. Cousin, we're family. Why say such things? I took out 2 bottles of perfect-grade body-tempering pills from my storage ring and directly handed them to him. Take them. Ling Feng's expression changed. Body-tempering pills? No, this thing is too precious. Keep them for yourself. I did not waste words with him and directly stuffed them into his arms. I'm about to reach the perfected 9th level of body tempering, so I temporarily have no use for them. You're my brother. Why be polite with me? But if you refuse again, I'm taking them back. Ling Feng immediately gripped the pill bottles tightly. That won't do. We looked at each other and laughed at the same time. After accepting the pills, he took out a book from his robes and handed it to me. I can't take your things for nothing either. This book, Chronicles of the Yuanling Continent, is something I bought in Qinglin City. It records quite a few matters about the continent. You should find it useful. I took the book, and my eyes immediately lit up. What I lacked most right now was understanding of this world. Thank you, cousin. Between brothers, spare me the nonsense. Just then, eldest aunt's voice came from inside the house. Dinner is ready. We immediately entered the house. After dinner, I said goodbye to everyone and hurried home with Chronicles of the Yuanling Continent. As soon as I closed the door to my room, I immediately opened the book. 2 hours later, I closed the final page and remained silent for a long time. This world was far larger than I had imagined. According to the book's estimate, the Yuanling continent was more than 100 times larger than Earth. A Yunluo mountain range ran across the continent, dividing it into north and south. The land south of the mountains belonged to the human race, while the north was occupied by the demon race and devil race. 100,000 years ago, the human race had still been blood food raised by the demon and devil races. Later, human experts led countless martial artists in rebellion. That war lasted a full 100 years. Countless members of all 3 races died and were injured, and only then were their territories divided with the Yunluo mountain range as the boundary. The southern continent was further divided into 5 regions: east, west, south, north, and central. The eastern region was ruled by the Dragon God Palace. The southern region was ruled by the War God Temple. The western region belonged to the 7-Star Pavilion. The northern region belonged to the Fire God Sect. As for the central region, it was controlled by the Martial Artist Alliance. Ling Family Village was located in the southeastern part of the southern region. Because it was cut off by the Black Forest Mountains, this area was known to the outside world as the Desolate Land. There were only 11 cities here, and not even a true country existed. The cultivation realms were also far more than just body tempering and innate. Body tempering, innate, Grandmaster, Martial Spirit, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Sovereign, Martial Venerable, Martial Saint, Martial God. Each realm was divided into 9 levels. An innate cultivator could live 200 years. A Grandmaster could live 500 years. A Martial Spirit could live up to 1,000 years. The legendary Martial God could even share the same lifespan as heaven and earth. Unfortunately, ever since that great war ended 100,000 years ago, no martial god had been born on the Yuanling continent. The strongest publicly known human expert today, the leader of the Martial Artist Alliance, was only in the Martial Saint realm. After reading all of this, for the first time, I truly realized how small I was. Ling Family Village was very small before Blackstone City. Blackstone City was even smaller before those countries. And those countries, when placed upon the entire Yuanling continent, might not even count as specks of dust. I gripped Chronicles of the Yuanling continent tightly, my breathing gradually growing heavier. The outside world was this vast. There were this many experts. And what did the current me count as? Host, are you afraid? The system's voice suddenly sounded. I did not answer. The system continued. This system is called the Super Hegemony System. As long as the host continues to grow stronger and expand his forces, so-called overlord sects will be nothing more than stepping stones in the future. I abruptly raised my head. That's right. I was indeed very weak now. Ling Family Village was indeed very small. But I had the system. I had the primordial creation scripture. I had the coiling dragon sword. And I also had a group of relatives willing to entrust their lives to me. Since strength ruled this world, Then I would fight my way upward. If Black Shadow Village dared come, I would first destroy Black Shadow Village. If the 11 cities dared block me, then I would sweep through the 11 cities. As for those so-called countries, sects, and overlord forces, if they insisted on standing above my head, then I would overturn them one by one. I stood up and looked out the window. One day, I will lead Ling family village out of the Black Forest Mountains. One day, the name of the Ling family will resound throughout the entire Yuanling continent. The system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! It has been detected that the host has regained his heart of hegemony. Reward, 1,000 points. Ding! Main quest issued. Mission objective, dominate the Yuanling continent. Mission reward, undying and indestructible golden body. I was stunned for an instant, then smiled. As expected, you understand me best. I pushed open the window, and the night wind rushed against my face. In the distance, the Black Forest Mountains looked like a sleeping giant beast, and I knew that it could not stop me. No one could stop me. After learning just how vast the outside world was, I could no longer sit still. On the third day after returning, I locked myself in the secret chamber and forcibly broke through to the perfected 9th level of body tempering. Early this morning, I sealed the secret chamber once again. This time, I was going to break through to the innate realm. The primordial creation scripture circulated wildly, and chi and blood washed through my body again and again. For others, breaking through to the innate realm might require enduring several months, or they might even be stuck at the bottleneck for life. I did not have that problem. In less than 2 hours, a muffled sound came from within my body. Boom! True chi connected through my entire body. I opened my eyes and threw a punch. The stone wall in front of me cracked on the spot. First level of the innate realm, achieved. The system prompt followed immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host, for advancing to the innate realm. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Ding! The Coiling Dragon Sword and War God Armor have had their first layer of seals released. I immediately opened my attribute panel. Host, Ling Yuan. Aptitude, Creation Immortal Body. Lifespan, 200 years. Realm, first level of the innate realm. Identity, Villager of Ling Family Village. Equipment, Coiling Dragon Sword, War God Armor. Cultivation Technique, Primordial Creation Scripture. Martial Skills, Tiger Rush Fist, Light Cloud Step, Heaven Approaching Sword Art. Pet, none. Points, 1,200. I continued checking the equipment. The Coiling Dragon Sword was still in a sealed state, but it now possessed the power of a low-grade profound rank weapon. As long as I broke through each major realm, it could release another seal. The War God Armor was even more direct. As it was now, it was sufficient to block the attack of a first-level Grandmaster martial artist. I stared at the description and read it twice, unable to hold back a smile. A profound rank weapon. A divine armor that could block a Grandmaster's attack. This breakthrough was a huge profit. I almost forgot. There's still 1 lottery draw. I originally had 1,200 points and had long wanted to do a 10 pull. But Ling Family Village could encounter danger at any time, so the points had to be kept as life-saving reserves. Now that the system had given me 1 for free, there was no reason not to draw. System, start the lottery. The wheel immediately began spinning. I stared at the rapidly flashing grids, muttering non-stop. Divine Technique, Secret Treasure, Divine Beast. Anything will do. The wheel spun slower and slower. Finally, the pointer stopped. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward. Cultivation increased by 3 levels. What? I had just stood up when a terrifying power poured into my body. Boom. Second level of the innate realm. Boom. Third level of the innate realm. Boom. Fourth level of the innate realm. My aura surged continuously until it finally stabilized at the 4th level of the innate realm. Even more absurdly, my cultivation did not feel unstable at all. It was as though I had painstakingly cultivated it myself for several years. I was stunned for quite a while. It can directly give cultivation too? The system's voice carried undisguised smugness. It seems the host still underestimates this system. There is nothing this system cannot do, only things the host cannot imagine. Once the host continues becoming stronger, more functions will naturally unlock. I only hope that when the time comes, the host will not faint from fright. The corner of my mouth twitched. Now you're even mocking me? The system ignored me. I was also too lazy to argue and hummed a tune as I pushed open the stone door of the secret chamber. As soon as I walked out, I saw a figure flickering back and forth across the open space. It was my cousin, Ling Feng. His toes kept tapping the ground, his figure shifting left and right. What he was practicing was precisely Light Cloud Step. During our conversation 2 days ago, I learned that he had always lacked a movement martial skill, so I had the system copy a version of Light Cloud Step and gave it to him. After receiving it, cousin treated it like a treasure. These past few days, aside from eating and sleeping, he had practically been practicing non-stop. When he saw me come out, he immediately stopped. Broke through. I suppressed the aura of the 4th level of the innate realm and only revealed the 1st level. It's done. Cousin's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to punch my shoulder. Not bad, little Yun. In the future, if your big brother gets bullied, you'll have to help me get back my dignity. I smiled. Who dares bully you? Give me the name. I'll go right now. That's what I like to hear. We looked at each other and burst into laughter at the same time. After parting with cousin, I made a round through the underground vault. The guard force was training. At Uncle Ling, whose command, 500 guards simultaneously raised their spears and stepped forward. Their black iron armor clashed, and their heavy spears thrust out in unison, their movements so orderly it was frightening. Boom. 500 people landed their steps at the same time, and the entire underground vault seemed to shake. Beside them were another 500 Ling family disciples. They were the reserve army newly recruited by grandfather. This had to start from my recent sign-ins. For several days in a row, the system had given nothing but body-tempering pills. Bottle after bottle. Altogether, there were more than 1,000 bottles. I could only tell grandfather that the non-existent master had come by, and that these pills were also left behind by his venerable self. Grandfather did not suspect anything. He immediately selected 500 young disciples from the village. Ling family village had more than 6,000 people, so recruiting another 500 was entirely sustainable. With these body-tempering pills, the reserve army's cultivation changed day by day. As for eldest Uncle Ling Hongping, Uncle Ling Hu, and the others, after grandfather emerged from seclusion, all of them began seclusion to attack the innate realm. Now, all the village's major and minor affairs rested on grandfather alone. I searched around the underground vault, but did not see grandfather. I greeted cousin, then turned and returned home. As soon as I entered, I abruptly stopped. I almost forgot to sign in. These past few days, no matter what mysticism I tried, all I signed in for were body-tempering pills, so I was too lazy to bother anymore. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 bottles of essence condensing pills. I paused. Essence condensing pills. I immediately checked the description. Essence condensing pills were specifically used to increase the cultivation of innate realm martial artists. Body tempering pills were only effective for the body tempering realm. After a martial artist stepped into the innate realm, if they wanted to continue improving quickly, they had to use essence condensing pills. Looking at those 100 bottles of pills, my eyes instantly brightened. Sure enough, the system's rewards would improve along with my realm. This meant I could not only make myself stronger, but also pull the entire Ling family village upward with me. Only at that time, I did not yet know that a killing net aimed at Ling family village had already begun to close. Only later did I learn that while I was breaking through to the innate realm, the chief of Black Shadow Village, He Kuei, also finished his seclusion. When He Kuei walked out of the secret chamber, the aura of the 1st level of the innate realm directly shook the bandits guarding the door until their faces turned pale. But he threw his head back and laughed loudly. I've finally stabilized it. As soon as the laughter stopped, his face turned cold. Go. Call the 2nd chief and 3rd chief over. Before long, Lin Chi and Panda arrived in the hall. As soon as Panda entered, his face was full of excitement. Big brother, you've come out of seclusion? He Kuei sat down in the main seat. The 1st level of the innate realm has already been stabilized. He turned to look at Lin Chi. During my seclusion, did anything happen? Lin Chi immediately repeated the news sent back by the scouts. The 2 men we sent out killed Ling Qingshan's grandson. Ling family village still doesn't know the truth and is searching everywhere. I have already withdrawn the scouts near Ling family village to avoid alerting them. Heikuei nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Panda, however, could no longer hold back. Big brother, you've already broken through to the innate realm. What are we still waiting for? Let's kill our way over now. As long as we destroy Ling family village, who else nearby would dare oppose us? What's the rush? Heikuei raised his hand and interrupted him. Let Ling family village live a few more days. Panda widened his eyes. Why? Heikuei laughed. Because there is another important figure who also wants Ling family village to disappear. Lin Chi's expression changed slightly. An important figure? That's right. Heikuei lowered his voice. The reason I was able to break through to the innate realm so quickly was entirely because of the heavenly treasure bestowed by that important figure. It is inconvenient for him to act personally, so he wants to borrow our blade. In another half-month, he will send people over. When the time comes, we will act together. Panda finally understood. So Big Brother already had arrangements. Heikuei lifted his wine bowl, his eyes filled with killing intent. What I want is not a narrow victory. I want not a single living soul left in Ling family village. Time flew, and 1 month passed. During this month, Ling family village changed almost every single day. Relying on the innate breakthrough pills and essence condensing pills I obtained from signing in, the village already had 21 innate realm martial artists. Grandfather, Ling Qingshan, was at the second level of the innate realm. My father, Ling Hongyang, had also broken through to the second level of the innate realm not long ago. The others were all at the first level of the innate realm. Even cousin Ling Feng had successfully stepped into the innate realm. As for me, I had quietly broken through to the fifth level of the innate realm. Only the system knew. Everyone else thought I was still at the first level of the innate realm. The improvement of the guard force was even more exaggerated. 500 people, all at the 9th level of body tempering. They wore heavy black iron armor and wielded black iron heavy spears. Combined with the black armor military formation, when they charged head-on, they were like a moving wall of steel. Grandfather did not believe it and personally tested them once. As a result, as soon as the military formation was activated, Grandfather, at the second level of the innate realm, was knocked flying on the spot. After Grandfather climbed up from the ground, he was not angry. Instead, he grinned from ear to ear. Good. Well struck. With this guard force here, let's see who dares bully Ling family village. The 500 reserve troops did not stay idle either. Their overall cultivation had already reached the 7th level of body tempering, and the black armor military formation had begun to show its power. That day, after eating breakfast, I went to the underground vault as usual. As soon as I entered, I sensed something was wrong. It was too quiet. Set after set of black iron heavy armor was being carried out from the warehouse. The guards sat together, lowering their heads as they wiped their weapons. No one joked or laughed. Everyone's face was filled with suppressed killing intent. I quickly walked toward the center of the underground vault. Grandfather, father, eldest uncle, and all the innate realm martial artists in the village were there. When cousin saw me, he immediately waved. Little Yin, come here. I walked to his side and asked directly, has Black Shadow Village attacked? Not yet, but soon. Cousin lowered his voice. The scouts sent back news that people from Flying Eagle Village and Heavenly Net Village are gathering at Black Shadow Village. My eyes darkened. Flying Eagle Village and Heavenly Net Village were the two bandit forces in this area, second only to Black Shadow Village. Both village chiefs possessed cultivation at the 9th level of body tempering, and together, they had nearly 1,000 men under them. With the 3 village joining forces, there was no need to guess their target. It was Ling family village. My father slapped the table. What is there left to discuss? We have more than 20 innate realm cultivators now. Let's directly kill our way up to Black Shadow Village. If they dare resist, kill them all. Eldest uncle immediately shook his head. No. Black Shadow Village clearly knows Ling family village's strength, yet they still dare join forces with the other 2 village to attack us. They must have something to rely on. The mountain village terrain is complex, and we are unfamiliar with it. If we attack rashly, we may very well fall into an ambush. My father frowned. Then are we supposed to just wait for them in the village? We wait. Grandfather finally spoke. This is our territory. The terrain, tunnels, and mechanisms are all in our hands. If they dare come, we dare bury them. Everyone immediately gathered around the map. The discussion continued for half an hour, and the plan was finally settled. The first step: all villagers would withdraw into the ancestral hall's underground vault. All tunnel entrances would be closed, and all mechanisms would be activated. Cousin and I would lead 100 reserve troops to guard the underground vault. If the outside battle was lost, we would lead the villagers and supplies through the rear secret passage into the Black Forest Mountains. Cousin was the first to refuse. "No, you're all fighting for your lives outside, and you want me to hide below?" "Grandfather, I'm also innate realm." I followed and stood up. "I don't agree either. I can fight. If it really comes down to fighting for our lives, I definitely won't retreat before anyone else." "All of you shut up." Grandfather slammed his palm onto the table. The tabletop cracked on the spot. Everyone fell silent. Grandfather stared at Cousin and me, his gaze sterner than ever before. "Do you think hiding in the underground vault is easy? If the people outside die in battle, you two will be Ling family village's final hope. Protect the villagers and lead them to survive. That is your mission." Cousin still wanted to speak. Grandfather shouted directly, "This is an order." I clenched my fists, but in the end, I still sat back down. The forces outside were divided into 3 parts. Grandfather and my father would lead 5 innate realm cultivators, along with 400 reserve troops not wearing heavy armor, to draw the enemy from the front. Eldest uncle would lead 8 innate realm cultivators and 400 guards to lie in ambush in the forests on both sides of the village in advance. Once the enemy entered the encirclement, they would immediately charge out from both sides. Uncle Ling, who would lead 2 innate realm cultivators and 100 guards to lie in ambush in the stone forest 1 li away. If the frontal battlefield was victorious, they would be responsible for cutting off the enemy's retreat. If the frontal battlefield was lost, they would hurry back to the underground vault and escort the villagers in retreat. Once the plan was finalized, all of Ling family village immediately began moving. The guard force and reserve army were given 2 hours of leave. This was their last chance to return home before the great battle. Some held their children without saying a word. Some knelt before their parents and kowtowed heavily. Others had barely entered their homes when their wives slapped them across the chest. The women scolded them with red eyes, but halfway through, they began to cry and could only hug them tightly. 2 hours later, everyone returned to their teams on time. Not a single person fled. The valuable supplies in the warehouse were quickly packed into crates. Eldest uncle led people from house to house to notify the villagers. "Only bring the most important things. When you hear the bell, immediately enter the underground vault. No one is allowed to run around." I followed Father to the guard force. Father was responsible for stabilizing morale, but as soon as we entered, we discovered there was no need. One guard planted his heavy spear against the ground. "If Black Shadow Village wants to destroy Ling family village, they'll have to step over my corpse first." Another person stood up directly and roared while pounding his chest. "If one comes, I'll kill one. If many come, I'll kill many. Our families are all in the underground vault. We have nothing to fear. In this battle, we fight them to the end." Someone was so emotional that he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of rough curses. Although no one cared exactly what he cursed, that aura of wanting to immediately rush out and chop people down instantly ignited everyone. Fight to the end. Protect Ling family village. Kill. 500 people roared at the same time. Standing among the crowd, I felt as if a ball of fire was pressing against my chest. I only said one sentence in my heart. "Rest assured, as long as I am alive, Ling family village will not be destroyed." At the same time, Black Shadow Village had already set out a banquet. Later, I learned from the mouths of captives that night, Heikue personally hosted the village chiefs of Flying Eagle Village and Heavenly Net Village. The chief of Flying Eagle Village was red-faced from drinking, but he was still probing. "Brother Heikue, are you really willing to give half of Ling family village's wealth to us?" The chief of Heavenly Net Village also put down his wine bowl. Both of them knew that Ling family village was not a soft persimmon. In the past, even if they were given more courage, they would not have dared touch it. But Heikue had personally come to visit. Not only had he displayed the strength of the first level of the innate realm, he had also promised that after destroying Ling family village, the 3 groups would divide the spoils equally. Faced with such temptation, They took the bait. Heikuei raised his wine bowl and laughed with great delight. I, Heikuei, always keep my word. If I say we split it evenly, then we split it evenly. The Heavenly Net village chief immediately laughed. I can take a little less wealth. But the women of Ling family village have to let me choose first. A sinister look flashed through Heikuei's eyes, but he still wore a smile. Fine. When the time comes, you choose first. The three clinked bowls and laughed endlessly. But in his heart, Heikuei had long sentenced the two of them to death. He wanted Flying Eagle Village, Heavenly Net Village, and Ling family village to fight until all sides were badly wounded. Once all three parties were crippled, he would step in and finish everything. From then on, there would only be one voice left in this region. The voice of Heikuei. After the banquet ended, Lin Shi quickly walked into the hall and whispered a few words beside Heikuei's ear. Heikuei abruptly stood up. They've arrived. They've arrived. Quickly, invite them in. Heikuei changed his clothes and personally hurried to the outside of a certain room. He did not push the door open directly. Instead, he lowered his head and knocked. Heikuei requests an audience. A hoarse voice came from inside the room. Enter. Heikuei pushed open the door. Inside the room sat a black-robed old man. With just one glance, he made Heikuei bend down and kneel on the ground. Greetings, Elder Ma. Elder Ma looked at him coldly. How are the arrangements? Everything has been arranged. The people from Flying Eagle Village and Heavenly Net Village have already gathered. We are only waiting for Elder's order. After hearing Heikuei's plan, Elder Ma finally nodded. You did well. As long as this matter succeeds, those above will not treat you poorly. Heikuei's breathing tightened. Thank you, Elder. Heikuei is willing to go through fire and water for Elder. No need for such empty words. Elder Ma directly interrupted him. Attack Ling family village tomorrow. This time, I brought 20 martial artists at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. I will also personally be present. Heikuei, do not disappoint me. Heikuei was overjoyed and immediately accepted the order before leaving. Not long after he left, a mysterious person whose entire body was shrouded in black robes entered the room. That person stayed inside for a full stick of incense before leaving. And on Ling family village's side, preparations for the decisive battle had already been completed. That afternoon, the villagers began entering the ancestral hall's underground vault in batches. Quite a few people found grandfather and refused to leave no matter what. Village chief, I'm not hiding. I can still hold a blade. My family has lived in Ling family village for 3 generations. If I really have to die, I'll die at the village entrance. There were also elderly people who came over with walking sticks. Qingshan, when I was young, I killed bandits too. Give me a blade. I can still fight one of them. Grandfather's eyes reddened, but he did not agree. Do you want the young people outside to be distracted? All of you go in. Protect the children and take care of the wounded. That is also part of the battle. The villagers still wanted to argue, but in the end, they were persuaded into the underground vault. Night fell. Eldest uncle led 8 innate cultivators and 400 black armor guards into the forests on both sides without a sound. Uncle Ling, who also led his men toward the stone forest. Everyone carried 3 days' worth of dry rations. No one knew when Black Shadow Village would come, but everyone was already prepared to fight a deadly battle for 3 days. After settling grandmother, mother, and eldest aunt, I returned to grandfather's side. Cousin was already there. Father had just received news from the hidden sentries. No scouts from Black Shadow Village have been discovered nearby. Grandfather narrowed his eyes. Not a single one. None. Father sneered. They probably think victory is certain and are too lazy to even scout. Grandfather asked again, what about Black Shadow Village? This afternoon, Heikuei recalled every leader, big and small, back to the stronghold. Father tapped heavily on the map. I suspect they will set out tomorrow. Grandfather nodded. Hongping and Huzi are already in position. The villagers have all withdrawn into the underground vault too. Then he looked at me and cousin. Have the arrangements inside been made? Cousin answered. Everything has been arranged. I nodded as well. Grandmother and the others have already gone in. Good. Grandfather stared at us and said word by word. You two will go in now as well. If we cannot hold them back outside, I will send someone to notify you. Once you receive the message, do not hesitate. Immediately lead everyone into the Black Forest Mountains. I could not help taking a step forward. Grandfather, Cousin grabbed me and shook his head at me. Clearly, he had already argued before and had been scolded for it. I looked toward father. Father likewise showed no intention of yielding. Go in. We're here outside. I knew that saying anything more would be useless, so I turned and followed cousin toward the depths of the underground vault. But I had already made my decision. If a real battle broke out, I would never hide below. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding. Temporary mission issued. Mission requirement. Defend Ling family village and defeat all invading enemies. Mission reward. 10,000 points and 3 gift pack lottery draws. My footsteps instantly stopped. 10,000 points. 3 gift pack lottery draws. This reward was more generous than all the previous missions combined. But the higher the reward, the stronger the enemy would be. Cousin turned back to look at me. What's wrong? I pressed my hand against the coiling dragon's sword at my waist and continued walking forward. Nothing. I was just thinking about how many bandits will die tomorrow. Cousin stared at me. Little Yun, don't act recklessly. I did not answer. The stone door slowly closed behind us. With a rumble, it completely cut off the underground vault from the outside world. I raised my head and looked at the dim passage, my eyes filled only with coldness. Black Shadow Village, Flying Eagle Village, and Heavenly Net Village. And even that so-called important figure hiding behind them. Since they dared to come, they should not leave. At daybreak, the people from Black Shadow Village arrived. Only later did I learn that grandfather, Ling Qingshan, had just finished inspecting the village at that time. All the villagers had already hidden inside the underground vault. All tunnel mechanisms had been activated, and the 400 reserve troops were ready to move at any moment. He had only just reached the entrance of his house when a scout rushed over, drenched in sweat. Village Chief. Black Shadow Village has moved out. Grandfather grabbed and steadied him. How many? Who is leading them? Around 1,500. He Kuei, Lin Chi, and the 2 chiefs of Flying Eagle Village and Heavenly Net Village. They're all here. Grandfather's face darkened. They've finally come. My father, Ling Hongyang, and several innate cultivators quickly arrived. Father, what do we do? We proceed according to the original plan. Grandfather turned to the scout. How long until they arrive? At most 1 hour. Pass down the order. 400 reserve troops are to gather at the village entrance, all wearing ordinary clothes. Also notify eldest uncle and Uncle Hu to continue hiding. Without seeing the signal, no one is allowed to move. Yes. 1 hour later, the people from Black Shadow Village appeared outside the village. More than 1,500 people, a vast, dark mass. But they did not look like they were here for war at all. Their formation was disorderly. They moved in groups of 3 to 5, and some were even laughing and chatting along the way. Clearly, they thought Ling family village was already theirs to devour. He Kuei walked to the front of the formation. When he saw grandfather waiting at the village entrance with 400 people, his eyes changed slightly. You reacted rather quickly. However, he soon smiled again. He had already broken through to the innate realm. Behind him were over 20 cultivators at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. More importantly, Elder Ma from the City Lord's Manor was also in the group. In his eyes, Ling family village would definitely be destroyed today. Grandfather stepped forward. Chief He, what do you intend by bringing so many people to my Ling family village? He Kuei smiled without warmth. We all make a living in this area. Naturally, we should visit one another more often. If you had come alone, I would have entertained you with good wine and meat. Grandfather swept his gaze over the bandits behind him. But you brought over 1,000 people here. That doesn't look like a visit. It looks more like you're delivering yourselves to death. The smile on He Kuei's face vanished instantly. Old Ling, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. He suddenly erupted with his aura. First level of the innate realm. Everyone, put down your weapons. Otherwise, once the village is breached, not even the chickens and dogs will be spared. Grandfather's expression changed greatly, and he retreated several steps. You actually broke through to the innate realm? He Kuei laughed loudly. You only know now? Too late. He charged out in one step, heading straight for grandfather's chest. At that moment, he truly thought he had won. But when he charged in front of grandfather, grandfather suddenly smiled. That was not fear. It was mockery. That's it. Grandfather punched out. Bang! Hei Kuei's stomach suddenly caved in, and his entire body flew backward before smashing heavily onto the ground. He coughed up blood on the spot. Everyone from Black Shadow Village was dumbfounded. Lin Chi hurriedly supported Hei Kuei, his voice changing. Big brother. Hei Kuei raised his head and stared fixedly at grandfather. Impossible. How are you at the second level of the innate realm? Grandfather did not answer. He directly raised his hand. Light the fire. A pile of wet grass was ignited, and thick smoke rushed into the sky. This was the signal we had arranged in advance. One column of smoke meant eldest Uncle Ling Hongping would attack. 2 columns of smoke meant Uncle Ling, who would cut off the retreat. 3 columns of smoke rising at the same time meant the village entrance had been defeated, and Uncle who had to preserve his strength and lead his men to regroup with me. At this moment, the first column of smoke had already risen. In the next instant, battle cries erupted from both hillsides at the same time. Kill! Eldest Uncle led the guard force in a downhill charge. Black heavy armor made of black iron face masks, with only a pair of eyes exposed. Hundreds of people charged together like a moving iron wall, smashing fiercely into the middle of the bandits. Screams erupted instantly. Chief, we've fallen into an ambush. Run! Don't block the way. Black Shadow Village's formation collapsed on the spot. Some knelt and begged for mercy. Some turned and fled for their lives. Others, in order to seize a path, directly shoved their own people to the ground. Grandfather ignored them. He walked step by step toward Hei Kuei. When Lin Chi saw this scene, his face turned deathly pale. Hei Kuei grabbed him. Second brother, help me leave. Lin Chi directly shook off his hand. Big brother, I'm sorry. After saying that, he turned and ran. Hei Kuei completely panicked. Even his most trusted brother had fled. Who else could he rely on? Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and shouted at the top of his lungs. Elder Ma, save me. A black figure instantly rushed out. Before grandfather could even clearly see the newcomer, he was struck in the chest by a palm. Bang! Grandfather flew backward and coughed up a mouthful of blood after landing. Father! My father's eyes turned red, and he rushed forward together with several innate cultivators. You dare injure my father? Pay with your life. The black-robed old man merely sneered, seeking death. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, the difference became clear. The black-robed old man dodged, struck with his palm, and swept across them in one smooth motion. In just a few breaths, father and the others had all fallen to the ground. Someone tried to climb up, only to be kicked down again by him. The black-robed old man stood with his hands behind his back, his aura fully erupting. 6th level of the innate realm. He swept his gaze over grandfather and the others, then looked at the guards wearing black iron heavy armor, his eyes filled with greed. A little village actually has this many innate cultivators, along with batches of black iron armor. Speak. What is your secret? Father wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Dream on. He took out a healing pill I had previously given him and swallowed it directly. The moment the pill entered his mouth, his injuries quickly stabilized. The black-robed old man's eyes lit up. A perfect quality healing pill. He smiled. Interesting. It seems the things you're hiding are even greater than I imagined. Father charged at him again, but in less than 2 moves, he was blasted back once more. The black-robed old man walked up to him and casually picked up a blade. Still stubborn, are you? Then I'll first take one of your legs. The blade rose, and at that time, I was still in the underground vault. The sounds of killing from the village entrance reached inside. My right eyelid kept twitching, and the unease in my heart grew stronger and stronger. I abruptly stood up. Cousin, I have to go out. Ling Feng grabbed me. Are you crazy? Grandfather told us to guard this place and wait for notice. Something's wrong outside. Even if something's wrong, there's grandfather, eldest uncle, and Uncle Hu. They're all innate cultivators, and there's the guard force too. What can you do if you go out? I looked at him and no longer concealed it. Cousin, actually, I'm already at the 5th level of the innate realm. Boom. My aura erupted from my body. Ling Feng froze on the spot. 5th level of the innate realm? You didn't ask, so I didn't say. That's something we need to ask? I'll explain when I come back. I shook off his hand. Now, open the mechanism. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Fine, I'll let you out. But remember, don't show off. Come back alive. Don't worry. As soon as the tunnel mechanism opened, I immediately rushed out of the ancestral hall. The sounds of killing at the village entrance shook the sky. I used Light Cloud Step and sprinted all the way. As soon as I arrived at the battlefield, I saw that black-robed old man raising his blade, about to cut off my father's leg. My mind instantly exploded. Old bastard, stop. I circulated Light Cloud Step with all my strength and charged out like an arrow leaving the bowstring. The black-robed old man glanced at me. Seeing that I was only a youth, he did not take me seriously at all. The blade in his hand continued chopping down. When father saw me, his expression became even uglier. Yunner, leave quickly. Leave? He was about to cut off my father's leg. Where was I supposed to go? Tiger Rush Fist. I punched the black-robed old man. Bang! Caught off guard, he was blasted back several steps by me, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He stared fixedly at me. 5th level of the innate realm. Grandfather and father were also stunned. Yunner, you. Father, wait until I slaughter him. I raised my hand and grasped. The coiling dragon sword flew out from my dantian and landed in my palm. The blade trembled and rang. The black-robed old man stared at the coiling dragon sword, and the shock in his eyes quickly turned into greed. Good sword. Boy, hand over the sword, and I can leave your corpse intact. I stood in front of father, my sword tip pointed straight at his throat. You injured my grandfather and then tried to cripple my father's leg. Today, no one can save you. The black-robed old man roared angrily and charged forward with his blade. Arrogant. He was at the 6th level of the innate realm, 1 level higher than me. So what? Heaven approaching sword art. Yuan Chi poured into the coiling dragon sword. Sword light flashed. Too fast. So fast that the black-robed old man was still maintaining his charging posture when a line of blood appeared across his throat. He stopped in front of me and raised his hand to touch his neck. His hand came away covered in blood. What sword art is this? Thud. He dropped to his knees, then completely lost all breath. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a 6th level innate realm enemy. You have obtained 300 points. The entire battlefield seemed to fall silent for an instant. Grandfather was stunned. Father was stunned as well. Hei Kuei collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled only with despair. His greatest backer had been killed by my sword. I immediately looked at grandfather. Grandfather, don't just stand there. Light the second fire and have Uncle Hu seal off their retreat. Good. The second column of thick smoke soon rose. A moment later, orderly footsteps came from the rear of the bandits. Uncle Hu led 100 guards and charged out. Don't let a single one escape. Attack from the front and rear. Black Shadow Village completely collapsed. In less than half an hour, the battle ended. Eldest uncle and Uncle Hu soon hurried to our side. When they saw grandfather and father injured, eldest uncle's face instantly changed. What happened? Grandfather pointed at the black-robed old man on the ground. The other side was hiding a 6th level innate cultivator. Uncle Hu sucked in a cold breath. 6th level of the innate realm? Then how did he die? Everyone looked at me together. I coughed lightly. I killed him. You? I'm already at the 5th level of the innate realm. Uncle Hu stared at me for a long while, then glared in anger. You brat, hiding your strength again. You did it last time in the Black Forest Mountains, and you're doing it again this time. What? Are you guarding against even us? Everyone nodded one after another. I scratched my head. Uncle Hu, I'm not guarding against you. I just like keeping a low profile. Uncle Hu pointed at the 6th level innate cultivator on the ground. You killed him with one sword, and you call that low profile? Grandfather interrupted him. Enough. If not for Yunner today, the few of us would probably all have died. After saying that, he looked toward the guard force. Clean the battlefield, count casualties, and deal with the captives. Before long, 3 people were escorted over. Lin Chi, the chief of Flying Eagle Village, the chief of Heavenly Net Village. As for Hei Kuei, seeing that the situation was hopeless, he had severed his own heart meridians. The 2 chiefs of Flying Eagle Village and Heavenly Net Village knelt on the ground, desperately begging for mercy. Village chiefling, we were forced by Hei Kuei. Spare us. As long as you let us go, we'll do anything. Grandfather did not even spare them another glance. Drag them away and behead them. The guards immediately stepped forward. Lin Chi, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. I have important intelligence. Grandfather raised his hand. Wait. Lin Chi raised his head. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will tell you a secret that concerns Ling family village's survival. Speak first. No. Lin Chi refused to relent. You must personally promise me. Grandfather glanced at him. Fine. I promise you. I will not kill you. Lin Chi visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The master behind Black Shadow Village is the city lord of Blackstone City. Everyone's expression changed. Lin Chi continued, I'm not an ordinary bandit either. I'm an informant arranged by the city lord to stay beside He Kuei, responsible for monitoring him. Why has the city lord targeted Ling family village? I asked. Because of a Yuan stone mine. Lin Chi told us that a scout from Black Shadow Village had once fallen into a cave near the village and brought out a piece of, or containing Yuan Qi. That was a Yuan stone. Because of that, the city lord's manor determined that a Yuan stone vein was hidden beneath Ling family village. To seize the mine, they first took out heavenly treasures to help He Kuei break through to the innate realm, then promised to help him destroy Ling family village. But He Kuei did not know that he himself was also an abandoned pawn. The city lord's manor had already sent out 1,000 city guards. Once Black Shadow Village captured Ling family village, the city guards would use bandit suppression as an excuse to kill the bandits and villagers together. Finally, they would occupy Ling family village under the pretext of military training and secretly mine the Yuan stone vein. From beginning to end, they never intended to leave anyone alive. Grandfather stared at Lin Chi. Why should I believe you? Elder Ma has Blackstone City's elder token on him. Grandfather immediately ordered people to search the corpse. Very soon, a bronze token was brought over. The front was engraved with the words, Elder. The back was engraved with Blackstone City. The evidence was undeniable. I finally understood why the system had never prompted that the mission was complete after the battle ended. The true enemy had not arrived yet. Father immediately pressed. How strong are the city guards? Where are they now? The one leading them is the second-level innate Chiliarch Shirbao. Most of the ordinary soldiers are around the 6th level of body tempering. Lin Chi laughed softly, the smile very cold. They should have already arrived at Black Shadow Village by now. The people left behind at the stronghold have probably all been killed. When he mentioned those former brothers, there was not the slightest sadness on his face. This kind of person could not be kept alive. I've said everything I know. Lin Chi looked at Grandfather. Can you let me go now? Grandfather nodded. Release him. After Lin Chi regained his freedom, he cupped his fists toward Grandfather, then turned and sped away. Grandfather indeed did not kill him. But after he had run far away, Grandfather glanced at Uncle Hu. Uncle Hu understood and immediately chased after him. A moment later, Uncle Hu returned alone and nodded to us. Whoever promised not to kill him had not made a move. That was fair. The casualties on the battlefield were quickly counted as well. The enemy had over 600 dead and over 600 captured. Ling family village had no deaths, 1 serious injury, and more than 20 light injuries. But now was not the time to celebrate. 1,000 city guards were on their way. A direct fight isn't worthwhile. I looked at the map, and my finger landed on One Line Gorge, 2 li away from Ling family village. We'll ambush them here. Grandfather looked at me. Continue. One Line Gorge is a route they must take. The mountains on both sides are tall and densely forested, suitable for an ambush. And the city guards think Black Shadow Village has already taken us down. They won't expect that Black Shadow Village has already been defeated. I raised my head. An arrogant army is bound to lose. There's a good chance they won't even send scouts. We'll change into black iron armor, bring enough crossbows and boulders, and seal both the front and rear. Since these 1,000 men have come, they shouldn't go back. Grandfather did not hesitate. Do as Yunner says. In less than 1 hour, we had already entered One Line Gorge. The guard force and reserve army all changed into black iron armor. One portion hid on the slopes, while another portion blocked the front and rear of the gorge. Sure enough, the city guards did not send scouts. They wore white armor. Their formation was orderly, and their steps were uniform, but they did not have the slightest vigilance. In the middle of the formation, Shirbao was still casually chatting with his subordinates. How much longer until we reach Ling family village? Reporting to General, once we pass through this gorge, we'll be there. Shirbao waved his hand impatiently. We're finally almost there. This wretched place doesn't even have a decent tavern. Very soon, all 1,000 city guards entered the gorge. I raised my hand. Once the last person entered the ambush circle, I suddenly swung it down. Attack! Rumble! Huge rocks rolled down from the slopes on both sides. Caught off guard, the city guards' formation was instantly smashed into disorder. There's an ambush. Raise shields. Stabilize the formation. Unfortunately, it was too late. Orderly footsteps sounded from both the front and back of the gorge at the same time. The black-armored guard force stepped out, pressing closer step by step. Sherbao's face changed greatly. Which army is that? I am Blackstone City Chiliarch Sherbao, acting under the city lord's orders. Is there some misunderstanding here? No one answered. Only the sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. Step, step, step. Each one seemed to land on the hearts of the city guards. Sherbao became angry from embarrassment. There are only a few hundred of them. What are you afraid of? All troops, heed my command. Break out toward the rear. I drew the coiling dragon sword. Guard force, reserve army. Change formation. The black armor soldiers raised their shields at the same time, and heavy spears thrust out from the gaps between the shields. Charge. Both sides pressed inward at the same time. The white-armored city guards were trapped in the middle, unable to even unfold their formation. Screams rose one wave after another. In less than the time it took to burn one stick of incense, only a little over 100 of the 1,000 city guards were still standing. Seeing that the situation was bad, Sherbao erupted with the aura of the second level of the innate realm, intending to force his way out. But the guard force's heavy shields were linked together. He charged several times, only to be forcibly pushed back each time. Move aside. I charged out from the formation. When Sherbao saw that I was only a youth, he roared angrily and swung his blade. Get lost. I did not waste words. I stepped close and slashed down. The blade broke. The man died. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a second-level innate realm enemy. You have obtained 100 points. After Sherbao's corpse fell, the remaining city guards completely lost their will to fight. We surrender. We surrender. Weapons fell to the ground one after another. In this battle, Ling family village once again won a great victory. We annihilated more than 800 city guards, captured over 100, and seized a great amount of weapons and armor. But we also paid a price. 5 people died in battle, 11 were seriously wounded, and 45 were lightly wounded. When we returned to the villagers had already come out of the underground vault. Seeing us return with captives and spoils, the entire village instantly erupted. We won. We defended it. Ling family village won. The cheers rose wave after wave. But as I looked at the bodies being carried back, I could not smile no matter what. We had won. But some people would never return home. When I returned home, Mother, Meng Yuro, immediately rushed over and checked my body from head to toe. Yinner, are you injured? Mother, I'm fine. Only after confirming that I was not hurt did she hug me and let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, the system prompt finally sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission to defend Ling family village. Reward, 10,000 points and 3 gift pack lottery draws. Ding. Since the host completed the mission perfectly, an additional gift pack lottery draw is rewarded. For gift pack lottery draws, the heaviness that had just risen in my heart was immediately diluted somewhat. However, I did not rush to draw the lottery. Instead, I first went to grandfather's house. At this time, the village's important figures had all gathered. Eldest uncle was reporting the final casualties. Confirmed, 5 dead in battle, 11 seriously wounded, and 45 lightly wounded. Grandfather remained silent for a moment before speaking. For those who died in battle, each family will be compensated with 500 taels of silver. If there are children in the family, the village will raise them until adulthood. If there are elderly family members, the village will support them until the end of their lives. Those seriously and lightly wounded are to be sent to the clinic immediately. All medical expenses will be borne by the village. I stepped forward and placed more than a dozen bottles of healing pills on the table. Grandfather, send these to the clinic. Healing pills and hemostatic pills should be able to save the lives of the seriously wounded. Grandfather suddenly looked at me. With so many pills given away, what about yourself? I still have more. Grandfather patted my shoulder heavily. Yuner, if not for you this time, Ling family village would already be gone. You saved people and also took out pills. Having you in Ling family village is our great fortune. Everyone looked at me differently now. There was gratitude, and there was also admiration. I shook my head. Grandfather, I am also a member of Ling family village. There is nothing more to say about protecting my own home. Grandfather said good 3 times in a row. After that, he had uncle who sent 200 reserve troops to guard the captives. I looked around but did not see father. Grandfather, where is father? He led people to Black Shadow Village. Grandfather said, the city guards went there, and we're not sure if there are any fish that slipped through the net. He has to thoroughly clean out the stronghold. I nodded. Only then did I relax. Just then, a villager rushed in, flustered. Village chief, something terrible has happened. Grandfather abruptly stood up. What happened now? A large group of people has come outside the village. How many? I can't see the end of them. The villager panted heavily. Each one of them looks extremely fierce, and the killing aura on them is very heavy. Their formation is also especially orderly. Eldest uncle immediately gripped his blade hilt. Could Blackstone City have sent troops again? Probably not. The villager shook his head. They aren't wearing armor, but they really do look like soldiers. As soon as I heard this, I understood. The 8,000 soldiers rewarded by the system had arrived. Don't be nervous. I stepped forward. They're my people. The room instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at me together. Uncle whose eyelid twitched. Your people. To be precise, they're people sent by my master. I had long since prepared the explanation. Previously, I told my master about Ling family village's crisis. He agreed to send me a batch of guards. I just didn't expect them to arrive only now. Grandfather's expression shook. How many people? 8,000. How many? 8,000. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Eldest uncle could not help asking. Yuner, just what force does your master come from? 8,000 elites, and he sends them just like that. My heart tightened. This question was truly not easy to answer. I could not very well tell them that I had a system and that these people had been drawn from a lottery. After thinking briefly, I lowered my voice. Master does not permit me to reveal his origins. He only said that once I have achieved success in cultivation, I should go to the central region to find him. The central region? Everyone was shocked again. That was a place countless martial artists yearned for in their dreams, and also a world they had only ever heard about in rumors. Grandfather slowly nodded. No wonder. To be able to casually produce 8,000 elites, your master is definitely not an ordinary person. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally managed to bluff my way through. After that, I left the village together with eldest uncle. 8,000 soldiers stood neatly outside the village. They had no armor and no weapons, but not a single person moved around disorderly. Most importantly, every one of them was at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. 8,000 people, all at the same realm. Eldest uncle only looked once before his breathing became hurried. Yuner, these people, they can't all be at the 9th level of body tempering, right? I shook my head. They're not. Eldest uncle was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when I added. They're at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. Eldest uncle's steps halted, and he nearly failed to stand steadily. I walked in front of the 8,000 soldiers. Everyone simultaneously knelt on one knee. Greetings, my lord. Their voices thundered, shaking the entire village into silence. I raised my hand. Rise. Thank you, my lord. 8,000 people stood at the same time, their movements as orderly as one person. I directly gave the order. Set up camp outside the village first. Without my order, no one may enter the village or disturb the villagers. Those who disobey will be dealt with by military law. As commanded, after arranging them, I returned to my room. Once the door was closed, I could no longer hold back. System, open the gift pack lottery page. The lottery interface immediately appeared before my eyes. Equipment packs, pill packs, war mount packs, legion packs. All kinds of light clusters filled the entire interface. My eyes lit up at the sight. What's the difference between this gift pack lottery and the usual one? The gift pack pool only contains various types of gift packs. Inside the packs, the host may obtain pills, equipment, war mounts, legions, and other items. This is an early experience. The official opening requires the host to meet the corresponding conditions. Understood. I rubbed my hands together. Draw once first. The light spun rapidly and finally landed on a huge pill gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained pill gift pack, large. Open it immediately. Ding. Gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 10,000 bottles of body tempering pills. 10,000 bottles of innate breakthrough pills. 10,000 bottles of essence condensing pills. I stared at the rewards and did not speak for a long time. 10,000 bottles. And 10,000 bottles of each type. How is this a gift pack? This was clearly trying to crush people to death with pills. Draw the remaining 3, all at once. System prompts sounded in succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Legion Gift Pack Medium. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Equipment Gift Pack, large. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained War Mount Gift Pack, small. I did not want to wait for even a moment. Open them all. Ding. Legion Gift Pack opened successfully. You have obtained 8,000 soldiers at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. So the soldiers outside were the reward from this gift pack. The system had sent the people over in advance. Immediately after, the second prompt sounded. Ding. Equipment Gift Pack opened successfully. You have obtained 3,000 sets of black iron heavy armor, 3,000 sets of black iron light armor, 1,000 black iron blades, 1,000 black iron shields, 2,500 black iron heavy spears, 3,000 army breaking crossbows. I immediately checked the army breaking crossbow. Army breaking crossbow, a high-grade profound rank weapon. It did not require physical bolts and could directly convert a martial artist Yuan Qi into attacks. The stronger the user, the greater the destructive power. Good stuff. If 3,000 of these things fired a volley at the same time, who would dare take it head-on? Finally, there was the War Mount Pack. Ding. War Mount Gift Pack opened successfully. You have obtained 3,000 upgradable war mounts, black-scaled heavenly horses, along with 3,000 matching equipment sets. Black-scaled heavenly horse, heaven rank, war mount. Its strength would increase along with its master. Once it grew to the 3rd rank, it could even grow wings and fly directly. 3,000 flying war mounts. 3,000 army-breaking crossbows. 8,000 soldiers at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. Plus mountains of pills and equipment. Looking at the rewards inside the system space, I had only one thought left. This time, I had really struck it rich. Oh right, I haven't signed in today. I immediately clicked sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the military formation, Fire Feather Formation. I immediately checked it. Fire Feather Formation, an archer military formation. Formation skill, meteoric explosion. After arrows were fired, they would carry an explosive effect. I stared at the description and could not help laughing. 3,000 army-breaking crossbows, plus the Fire Feather Formation. If Blackstone City still dared to come, I would let them know what true despair was. At dusk, a burst of cheers suddenly sounded from the village entrance. I looked up. Father, Ling Hongyang, had returned with the guard force. Wagon after wagon left deep ruts in the ground. Boxes were piled extremely high. Weapons, grain, beast hides. They nearly filled the entire convoy. Grandfather hurried forward. Hongyang, how is the situation? Father dismounted, the killing aura on his face not yet fully dispersed. Black Shadow Village has been taken. What about casualties? Almost none. Grandfather was stunned. What happened? Father grinned. When we arrived near Black Shadow Village, the scouts discovered 100 Blackstone City soldiers inside. Eldest Uncle Ling Hongping immediately pressed. They had no defenses? Not even a sentry. Father's tone was full of mockery. They probably never dreamed that we would dare kill our way over. I had the guard force surround the stronghold from all sides, then attack at the same time. He raised his hand and clenched it hard. Not one escaped. I listened and nodded repeatedly. Well done. But grandfather was not in a hurry to be happy. What about the bandits of Black Shadow Village? All dead. Father's smile faded somewhat. We found quite a few corpses in a corner of the stronghold. The 3rd chief, Panda, was among them too. I narrowed my eyes. Lin Chi had not lied. Panda had indeed died at the hands of the city guards. Father sighed. Black Shadow Village ran rampant around here for so many years. Who would have thought they wouldn't even leave behind a single survivor in the end? Ling, who snorted coldly. They committed all sorts of evil. They deserve to die. Dead is dead, but their things can't be wasted. Father pointed toward the convoy behind him, and his expression immediately lifted. More than 20 chests of gold and silver, 2 large chests of spirit herbs and demonic beast materials, and countless weapons. That much. Everyone was shocked. Father nodded, then took out a wrapped bundle from his robes. And this still isn't the most important thing. Grandfather accepted the bundle and opened it. Inside were letters and account books. This is the secret correspondence between He Kuei and Shun Ba, the city lord of Blackstone City, as well as their transaction records over the years. Father lowered his voice. These things are enough to prove that Black Shadow Village was a dog raised by Shin Ba. Grandfather immediately put the bundle away. Seal it for now. Without my order, no one is allowed to touch it. Understood. That night, several tables of food were set up at home. The main figures of the village all came. As soon as dinner was finished, Grandfather had people clear away the bowls and chopsticks. Let's discuss proper matters. Everyone instantly fell silent. Grandfather looked at Ling Hu. You once served as a soldier in Blackstone City. You speak first. Ling Hu stood up directly. Shin Ba, the city lord of Blackstone City, is at the 8th level of the innate realm. The atmosphere in the room immediately sank. Ling Hu continued. He originally had 3 guest elders under him, said to all be at the 6th level of the innate realm. Elder Ma, who was killed by Little Yun, should have been one of them. I tapped the table. In other words, 2 remain. Correct. Ling Hu nodded. The city guard army has 6,000 men in total. Most ordinary soldiers are at the 6th level of body tempering. Kiliarchs are usually at the 1st or 2nd level of the innate realm, while the Grand Commander, Xin Qian, is at the 5th level of the innate realm. Grandfather said in a deep voice. In terms of military forces, we have the 8,000 elites sent by Yunner's master, so we no longer fear Blackstone City. At this point, he swept his gaze over everyone. But in terms of high-end combat strength, we only have Yunner. Eldest uncle followed up immediately. I walked around the village today. Many villagers are worried, afraid that Blackstone City will attack us again. I frowned. People could be weak, but morale could not collapse. Otherwise, before the enemy even arrived, we would fall into chaos ourselves. Grandfather, I think Blackstone City won't act for the time being. Cousin Ling Feng suddenly spoke. Why? Grandfather asked. First, we suddenly gained nearly 10,000 elites. They cannot figure out our true strength. Second, Elder Ma died here. Shinba will definitely be wary. Third, there is more than one force near Blackstone City eyeing him. If he really fights us until both sides suffer heavy losses, the other cities definitely won't let the opportunity pass. Grandfather slowly nodded. That makes sense. I also spoke. I agree with cousin's judgment. Everyone looked at me. It would be best if Blackstone City doesn't attack. As long as we have a little more time, even if they really do come, we can break every tooth in their mouths. After saying that, I removed the storage ring from my hand and handed it to Grandfather. Right? Aside from sending 8,000 soldiers, my master also gave 3,000 warm mounts, along with a batch of pills and equipment. Grandfather accepted the ring. Inside here, send your consciousness in, and you'll see. Grandfather did as told. The next moment, he abruptly stood up. So many. Everyone was startled. Grandfather stared fixedly at me. Yunner, are all of these for us? Yes. I leaned against the back of my chair, deliberately saying it lightly. In my master's eyes, these things are just trash. I'm his only disciple. He only gave this much, and I even think it's too little. Grandfather raised his hand as if to knock me on the head. You stinking brat, your tone sure is big. I dodged with a smile. The tense atmosphere in the room eased somewhat as well. Then I put away my smile. Grandfather, I have another idea. Speak. Ling Family Village can no longer be just a village. Everyone was stunned. I looked at them and said word by word. I want to turn the entire Ling Family Village into a true family clan. Establish a family clan. Eldest uncle's eyes lit up. You mean, have all the villagers become members of the family clan? That's right. I stood up. In the past, everyone merely lived in the same village. When danger came, what they thought about was protecting their own household. But after establishing a family clan, we will be one whole. Everyone cultivates together, fights together, and becomes stronger together. If anyone dares touch one member of the Ling family, our entire Ling family will kill our way over. Ling, who slammed the table. That's good. Eldest uncle also quickly reacted. We can also establish a contribution system. Whoever renders service to the family clan can obtain more pills and cultivation techniques. Exactly. I continued. Pills, martial skills, and weapons cannot be taken for free. Complete family missions to earn contribution points. Then use those points to exchange for resources. This way, it is fair, and it will also make everyone take the initiative to contribute to the family. The more the people in the room listened, the brighter their eyes became. Grandfather did not hesitate and made the decision directly. Hongping, here. Immediately notify every household. Have the heads of each family come to the ancestral hall's underground vault for a meeting. We're deciding it tonight. Tonight, Grandfather said heavily. Blackstone City may act at any moment. We don't have time to slowly drag things out. In less than half an hour, the ancestral hall's underground vault was packed with people. Some were worried. After establishing the family clan, will all of us have to go to the battlefield? Others directly retorted. If Blackstone City really kills its way over, does not joining the family clan mean you won't die? Exactly. If Yunner hadn't led people in risking their lives, would we still be able to sit here right now? I raised my hand and suppressed the argument. Joining the Ling family does not mean forcing everyone onto the battlefield. Those who can fight will fight. Those who can refine medicine will refine medicine. Those who can farm will farm. Those who can do business will do business. Everyone can contribute to the family clan. And the family clan will not mistreat anyone who has rendered service. Someone in the crowd immediately asked, then can we cultivate in the future too? Yes. Can ordinary people also receive pills? As long as your contributions are sufficient, yes. Can children also learn martial skills? I nodded. As long as the children of the Ling family meet the conditions, they can enter the scripture pavilion. As soon as these words fell, the entire venue erupted. I agree. I agree to establish the family clan. From now on, we are all members of the Ling family. Everyone discussed for a full 2 hours before finally settling the framework of the family clan. The family clan would be called the Ling family. Grandfather Ling Qingshan would serve as the patriarch. He originally wanted to hand the position to me. You saved the Ling family, and the resources were also brought back by you. This patriarch position should be yours. I immediately refused. Grandfather, how old am I? Strength has nothing to do with age. But everyone sitting here is my elder. Making me manage accounts, people, and miscellaneous matters every day would be worse than letting me go out and cut down enemies. Grandfather glared at me. You just think it's troublesome. As long as you know. Everyone could not help laughing. Grandfather was so angry his beard trembled. In the end, he slapped the table. You can refuse the patriarch position, but you must become the supreme elder. Supreme elder? You will have the authority to veto the patriarch's decisions and can directly mobilize the family army. I had just opened my mouth when Grandfather pointed at me. If you don't agree, I won't acknowledge you as my grandson. The corner of my mouth twitched. This threat was too ruthless. Fine, I agree. Everyone immediately nodded. Yunner should be the one. Without Yunner, there would be no Ling family today. The position of Supreme Elder belongs to him. I could only accept this position. After that, eldest uncle Ling Hongping became the financial elder, managing the family clan's money, as well as the registration and distribution of pills, weapons, and various resources. Father, Ling Hongyang, became the war hall elder, coordinating all combat forces. Ling Fei had made great contributions in the village defense battle and became the elder of the scripture pavilion. All the cultivation techniques and martial skills currently owned by the family would be placed into the scripture pavilion. In the future, anyone who wanted to cultivate them would exchange contribution points for access. Ling Kong became the elder of the teaching hall, responsible for guiding clan members in cultivation. Next came the military restructuring. Grandfather looked at Ling Hu. We now have 8,000 elites, but that still isn't enough. Ling Hu immediately understood. Recruit another 2,000 clan members to make a full 10,000. Correct. Grandfather stood up, his voice spreading throughout the underground vault. Starting today, The guard force is officially renamed the Ling Family Personal Guards. Ling, who will serve as Grand Commander of the Personal Guards. Ling, who knelt on one knee. Ling, who accepts the command. The Ling Family Personal Guards were divided into 3 branches. 3,000 Black Armor Guards, wearing black iron heavy armor and wielding black iron heavy spears. They would cultivate the black armor military formation and be commanded by Ling Ji. 4,000 Fire Feather Guards, among which 1,000 would wield black armor shields and black armor blades, while 3,000 would use army-breaking crossbows. They would cultivate the Fire Feather military formation and be commanded by Ling Dai. 3,000 Black Scale Guards, all equipped with black-scaled heavenly horses, black scale armor, and black scale blades. They would be responsible for raids, pursuit, and long-distance strikes, and would be commanded by Ling Bao. In addition, the Ling family would establish an intelligence department, the Ling Shadow Guards. The Ling Shadow Guards would be directly commanded by Father and would be responsible for gathering intelligence, monitoring enemies, and investigating traitors. After the army was finalized, I proposed the family contribution system. Every clan member would receive basic monthly benefits. If they wanted more resources, they would complete family missions. Contribution points could be exchanged for cultivation techniques, martial skills, pills, weapons, and various heavenly treasures. Once the system was announced, everyone became excited. In the past, if they wanted to learn a martial skill, they might not even be able to find a path. Now, as long as they were willing to work for the family, they had a chance to become stronger. The moment the Ling family was formally established, a cold voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing a family clan. Reward: Divine Grade Protective Grand Formation, Xian Yuan 2 Poles Formation. Ding! Family System unlocked. Ding! Gift Pack Lottery Function unlocked. My spirit shook. The reward was here. System: What use does the family system have? The host has established a family clan and has met the conditions to activate the subsystem. Through the family system, the host can view the information and status of all family members. After family members kill enemies, the host can obtain corresponding family points. Family points and personal points are not interchangeable. They can only be used for gift pack lottery draws. I immediately open the panel. Host: Ling Yuan. Aptitude: Creation Immortal Body. Lifespan: 200 years. Realm: 5th level of the innate realm. Identity: Supreme Elder of the Ling family. Equipment: Coiling Dragon Sword, War God Armor, both in sealed state. Cultivation Technique: Primordial Creation Scripture. Martial Skills: Tiger Rush Fist, Light Cloud Step, Heaven Approaching Sword Art. Personal Points: 11,600. Family: Ling family. Patriarch: Ling Qingshan. Family Members: 14,232. Combat Force: Ling Family Personal Guards. Territory: None. Nation: None. Family Points: 0. Each gift pack lottery draw required 100,000 family points. Finally, there was the Xian Yuan 2 Poles Formation, a Divine Grade Protective Grand Formation. Affected by my realm, it could currently block attacks from experts at the 5th level of the Grandmaster realm. Seeing this, I nearly laughed aloud. Wasn't Shen Ba at the 8th level of the innate realm? If he truly dared attack, he probably would not even be able to enter the Ling family's gate. I then opened Father's information. Ling Hongyang. Position: Warhol Elder of the Ling family. Realm: 2nd level of the innate realm. Status: Active. The information was clear and precise. In the future, if someone in the family was injured, missing, or even had an abnormal status, I would be able to discover it quickly. After Grandfather announced the end of the meeting, I handed the Xian Yuan 2 Poles Formation to him. Grandfather, set this up around the village. What is this? A protective grand formation. What realm can it block? I lowered my voice. 5th level of the Grandmaster realm. Grandfather's hand suddenly trembled, nearly throwing the formation disc away. What did you say? 5th level of the Grandmaster realm. I quickly supported his hand. Hold it steadily. If this thing really breaks, I can't afford to compensate for it. Grandfather stared at the formation disc, his breathing becoming heavy. After a long while, he finally glared at me. If your master gives you anything in the future, say it all at once. Stop always frightening people like this. The next day, The entire Ling family village began moving, expanding houses, building walls, training new recruits, taking inventory of supplies. The captives caught earlier finally came in handy too. Eldest uncle executed those guilty of the most heinous crimes, while the rest were all assigned to construction teams under the watch of the Black Armor Guards. The captives originally thought they were certainly doomed. After hearing eldest uncle's words, all of them froze. As long as you work properly, not only will you be fed, you will also be paid wages. Eldest uncle looked at them. Those who perform well may regain their freedom early. One captive could not believe it. Are you telling the truth? The Ling family has no need to deceive you. That group of people instantly became excited. We'll work. We'll do whatever you ask. As long as we get a mouthful of food, we definitely won't slack off. While the village bustled with activity, I went to eldest uncle's house. Cousin Ling Feng was packing his luggage. As soon as I entered, I asked, "Cousin, when are you returning to Qinglin City?" "In the next 2 days." He looked up at me. "What's wrong?" "I'll go with you." Ling Feng's movements paused. "You want to go to Qinglin City?" "Yes." I had been in this world for so long, yet I had never truly left Ling family village. Now that the village had the Xian Yuan 2 poles formation and 10,000 Ling family personal guards, it was time for me to go out and take a look. Ling Feng stared at me. Second uncle and second aunt agreed. I already told them. They didn't stop me. What about grandfather? I haven't told him yet. Ling Feng immediately put down what he was holding. Come on, let's go tell him now. We found grandfather and explained the matter. He did not stop me. He only asked one question. You've decided? I've decided. Then go. Grandfather looked at me. Ling family village truly cannot keep you. It's good to go out and see the world. But don't forget, this place will always be your home. 2 days later, cousin and I led our horses to the village entrance. Mother, Meng Yuro, held my hand and reminded me over and over. Don't show off once you're outside. I know. Don't casually trust strangers. I know. Eat on time and don't run to dangerous places at night. Mother, I'm already not a child anymore. In mother's eyes, you always will be. Father patted my shoulder. Go do whatever you want to do. But remember, staying alive is most important. Father, don't worry. On the other side, eldest aunt was also holding cousin and complaining nonstop. You only came back for a few days, and now you're leaving again. Cousin could only smile apologetically. Grandmother Tang Qin looked at me, then at cousin, her eyes full of reluctance. Grandfather finally waved his hand. Enough. It's not as if they aren't coming back. After saying that, he walked before us. Look after each other outside. If you get tired or suffer grievances, then come back. Everyone at home will be waiting for you. My nose stung, and I immediately mounted my horse. If I did not leave now, I was afraid I would truly be unable to bear it. Grandfather, father, mother, we're leaving. Cousin also waved to everyone. Wait for us to return. The horse's hooves kicked up dust. I did not look back. I was afraid that if I did, I would see mother's reddened eyes. Not long after we left, Blackstone City also received the news. These matters were things I later learned from the Ling Shadow Guard's intelligence reports. Inside the city lord's manor, Shunba smashed a teacup on the spot. Say that again. The scout kneeling on the ground trembled all over. 1,000 city guards were completely wiped out, and Elder Ma is also dead. Shinba overturned the table with one hand. Who did it? An elderly man beside him asked in a deep voice. Have you investigated clearly? It has been investigated. It was Ling family village. Impudent. Shinba shouted angrily. The strongest person in Ling family village, Ling Qingshan, was only at the 9th level of body tempering. What could he possibly use to kill Elder Ma? The scout hurriedly lowered his head. This subordinate didn't believe it at first either, so I personally went near Ling family village. Not only was it not destroyed, but they were also carrying out major construction. A large army is stationed outside the village. Their numbers are at least 10,000. The hall instantly fell silent. Shinba's expression completely changed. 10,000 people? Yes. Are you certain? This subordinate stakes his life on it. Shinba suppressed his anger. Go receive your reward, then call Shin Qian here. Many thanks, City Lord. After the scout left, Shinba looked toward the 2 guest elders. What do you 2 think? Elder Qi narrowed his eyes. Brother Ma was at the 6th level of the innate realm. For Ling family village to kill him means there is at least an expert above the 6th level of the innate realm hidden there. Another elder followed up. Combined with that army of 10,000, the cost of a forceful attack would be too great. The matter of the Yuan stone vein must be considered carefully. Shinba clenched his teeth. But I must obtain that vein. It is said that the old fellow from Tianxing City is attacking the Grandmaster realm. Several other cities are also expanding their militaries. If we cannot obtain the Yuan stone mine, we will sooner or later be swallowed by them. Very soon, the Grand Commander of the City Guards, Shun Qian, arrived. City Lord. Shinba directly gave the order. Starting today, recruit soldiers across the entire city. Shin Qian was stunned. How many? The more, the better. But the families in the city. If anyone dares obstruct it, let him personally come see me. Shinba's face was filled with killing intent. Since Ling family village wants to fight me, I'll first build an army. Meanwhile, cousin and I had already been away from Ling family village for half a day. Suddenly, the sound of weapons clashing came from the mountain road ahead. Immediately after, there was a scream. Cousin abruptly pulled on the reins. People are fighting. I looked toward the direction of the sound. Let's go take a look. We immediately urged our horses forward. After turning around the mountain path, several wagons appeared before us. A dozen corpses lay on the ground. A group of bandits had surrounded the convoy. Their leader was a fierce-looking, burly man. He held a blade and shouted sternly at the wagons. Leave the goods behind, and the rest of you can scram. From the front wagon, a middle-aged man walked out. I am Lu Yi of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. We have been ordered to escort goods for the Chun family of Qinglin City. I ask that everyone make things convenient. The bandit leader impatiently waved his blade. I don't care what mercenary corps you're from. He had only just cursed when he directly pounced at Lu Yi. Lu Yi punched out. Bang! The bandit leader flew backward on the spot. 8th level of body tempering. After landing, however, there was not the slightest panic on his face. Instead, a cold smile appeared. Lu Yi sensed that something was wrong and suddenly turned around. But it was already too late. Puchi! A long sword pierced out from his chest. A black-clothed man stood behind him and kicked him down. Captain Lu. The remaining guards roared and charged forward. But the black-clothed man was at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. Before long, more than a dozen guards had all fallen in pools of blood. The black-clothed man shook the blood off his sword and walked toward the second wagon. A clear female voice came from inside the wagon. You're not here to rob the goods. The black-clothed man stopped. Oh, the curtain was lifted. A young woman walked out, followed by a maidservant. The bandit leader's eyes went straight. The black-clothed man, meanwhile, stared at the young woman. The Chun family's eldest young lady, Chun Xian? You are indeed clever. Chun Xian gripped a short blade and directly pressed it against her own neck. You went through all this trouble for no other reason than to target me. But as long as you take one more step forward, I'll die here immediately. Her voice was very steady, but the hand holding the blade was trembling. The black-clothed man laughed. Do you dare? He stepped forward. Chun Xian's maidservant immediately blocked the front. Don't touch my young lady. She erupted with the strength of the 5th level of body tempering and pounced at the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man casually struck with his palm. Bang! The maidservant vomited blood and flew backward, fainting on the spot. Menger! Chun Xian's face turned pale. The black-clothed man continued pressing closer. Such deep master-servant affection. Unfortunately, no one can save you today. Chun Xian gritted her teeth, and the blade in her hand suddenly pressed harder. Stop! Cousin shouted angrily. Chun Xian's movements paused. Everyone turned their heads at the same time. Cousin and I rode our horses into the mountain road. I swept my gaze over the corpses on the ground, my voice icy. So many men surrounding and bullying one woman. You really do have some nerve. The bandit leader pointed his blade at me. Where did this little brat come from? Don't stick your nose into other people's business. But cousin ignored him. His gaze landed on one corpse, and his expression suddenly changed. Uncle Lu. Cousin jumped off his horse, rushed over, and lifted Lu Yi. But Lu Yi's chest had already been pierced through. He had long since lost all breath. Cousin slowly raised his head. Who killed him? The black-clothed man smiled and spoke. I killed him. Just an 8th level body tempering piece of trash. What? Do you want to avenge him? As soon as he finished speaking, Cousin disappeared from where he stood. Blade light flashed. The black-clothed man's smile instantly stiffened. A line of blood appeared across his neck. The next moment, his head fell to the ground. Cousin held the blood-stained blade and looked coldly at the corpse. A life for a life. A ninth-level body-tempering piece of trash dares act arrogantly before me? The bandit leader was so frightened that his legs went weak. Innate realm. Run! The remaining bandits turned and fled. How could Cousin give them a chance? He chased after them with his blade. One slash for each. Clean and decisive. In less than a moment, all the bandits were executed. I stood where I was and did not even draw my sword. This group of people was not worth my effort. Cousin returned to Lu Ye's side and tidied his clothes for him. I walked over. Cousin, are you all right? He shook his head. When I first arrived in Qinglin City, Uncle Lu was the one who brought me into the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. At that time, I didn't understand anything. He took good care of me. I never expected that after coming back this time, what I would see was his corpse. Chen Xian walked over. Young hero Ling, please accept my condolences. Only then did Cousin look at her. Miss, are you injured? I'm fine. Chen Xian lowered her head slightly. Many thanks, young hero, for saving my life. She secretly glanced at Cousin, and her cheeks quickly reddened. Cousin also stared at her for a long time without speaking. I saw everything clearly from the side. This was not just saving someone. Cousin's soul was nearly being hooked away. I coughed hard twice. Ahem. Cousin instantly came back to his senses. Miss, don't call me young hero. My name is Ling Feng, and I'm also a member of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. He then pointed at me. This is my cousin, Ling Yun. We are currently preparing to go to Qinglin City. Chen Xian said softly. My name is Chen Xian. I am from the Chun family of Qinglin City. This time, I was escorting goods under my father's orders. I didn't expect to be ambushed halfway. Fortunately, I met Brother Ling. Cousin was stunned. You are the Chun family's eldest young lady? Yes. Chen Xian looked at him and said softly. If Brother Ling doesn't mind, you can call me Xianer. As soon as the words left her mouth, she herself lowered her head in embarrassment. Cousin also became somewhat at a loss. Xian, Miss Xianer. I really could not watch anymore. Cousin, first check whether there are any survivors. Right. Chen Xian suddenly raised her head. Menger. She rushed to the maidservant's side and lifted her. Cousin stepped forward and checked her breathing. She's still alive. He took out a healing pill and used Yuan Qi to send it into Menger's mouth. She's only a little seriously injured. She'll wake up after resting for a while. Chen Xian finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, Brother Ling. After that, we checked all the guards. There were no other survivors. Cousin gathered Lu Yi and the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps members' corpses together and personally buried them on the hillside. He stood before the graves and said in a deep voice, Uncle Lu, rest assured, this matter won't just end like this. I will definitely dig out the person behind it. Chen Xian also looked toward the black-clothed man's corpse. He knew me and also knew my itinerary. Someone inside the Chen family must have leaked the information. I nodded. Then this corpse must be brought back. Someone wanted to kill you. We'll let him see with his own eyes how the person he sent out died. We reorganized the goods and threw the black-clothed man's corpse onto a wagon. I originally wanted to directly store everything in my storage ring, but Cousin pressed down on my hand. Little Yun, don't take it out. Why? A storage ring is too precious. He lowered his voice. Wealth should not be revealed. This isn't Ling family village. No one knows who might be hiding in the dark. I withdrew my hand. Understood. In the end, I drove one wagon full of goods, with the black-clothed man's corpse thrown at the rear. Cousin drove another wagon. Chen Xian held the unconscious Menger and sat behind him. The wagon set out again. I glanced back. Chen Xian was quietly talking to Cousin. Cousin looked calm on the surface, but his ears were already red. I could not help laughing. This trip to Qinglin City had only just begun, yet it already seemed to be getting interesting. 1.5 hours later, Qinglin City finally appeared before my eyes. This was the first time I had seen a true city since coming to the Yuanling continent. The closer we got, the more I could feel its enormity. The city walls were nearly 30 meters tall and built entirely from huge black stones. Armored soldiers filled the gate tower. Beneath the city gate, People flowed in and out continuously, while the guards on both sides gripped their weapons and stared at those entering the city one by one. "Young lady, we're finally home." Menger's excited voice came from inside the wagon. The girl had woken up on the road and was currently leaning against the window, looking outside. Chen Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, we're finally back." As she spoke, however, her gaze passed through the wagon window and quietly landed on Cousin ahead. Cousin seemed to sense it and suddenly turned back. "Miss Chen, we're about to enter the city." All right." Like a frightened rabbit, Chen Xian immediately shrank back into the wagon, her face reddening at once. Menger could not help laughing. "Young lady, why is your face so red?" "It's nothing. Maybe I'm tired." "I don't think you're tired. I think you're thinking about your sweetheart, right?" After Menger finished speaking, she even deliberately gestured toward Cousin's direction. "You little Menger, you dare make fun of me." "Young lady, I was wrong." The wagon soon became lively. When Cousin heard the commotion, the corners of his mouth could not stay down either. I glanced at him. "Cousin, where are we going after entering the city?" He put away his smile and said directly, "First, we'll send Miss Chen back to her residence. Then we'll return to the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. Lu Yi and the others all died, and there's also a problem with that black-clothed man's identity. We must report it to the commander immediately." "Fine." After entering the city, we first sent Chen Xian, Menger, and the goods to the Chun residence. At the time of parting, Chen Xian stood before the residence gates, clearly still wanting to say something. But after looking at Cousin for a long while, she only managed to say one sentence. "Brother Ling, be careful on the road." Cousin smiled and nodded. "Don't worry." After the wagon moved away, I could not help bumping his shoulder. "Not bad, Cousin. Stop talking nonsense." He denied it verbally, but he smiled more obviously than anyone. On the way to the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps, Cousin also briefly explained the forces of Qinglin City to me. The strongest here was the City Lord's Manor. The City Lord had cultivation at the 9th level of the innate realm. Below that were the Wang family and Chen family. The Wang family head, Wang Tong, was at the 6th level of the innate realm. The Chen family mainly did business, and its head, Chen Ping, was only at the 4th level of the innate realm. In direct combat strength, he could not compare to the Wang family. After that came the 3 great mercenary corps. The Lion Mercenary Corps ranked first. Its commander was at the 4th level of the innate realm, and under him were 4 innate realm elders. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps ranked second. Its commander was at the 3rd level of the innate realm, and it had 3 elders at the 1st level of the innate realm. The Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps ranked third. Its commander, Shui Chong, was likewise at the 3rd level of the innate realm, but he only had 2 elders at the 1st level of the innate realm. Qinglin City looks peaceful, but it's actually very chaotic. Cousin reminded me, especially between mercenary corps. A piece of territory or a batch of goods can both lead to deaths. I nodded. Understood. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. Cousin glanced at me. Then what if someone offends you? Beat them to death first. Cousin froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. When the sky had fully darkened, we arrived at the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps' headquarters. The place was brightly lit. Patrols moved one after another, and everyone held weapons. The atmosphere was clearly abnormal. "Stop!" A team of martial artists drew their blades and blocked us. Cousin immediately shouted, "Brother Lu, it's me, Ling Feng." The leader froze, then soon recognized him. "Put your blades away. They're our own people." He quickly walked over and patted Cousin's shoulder. "You brat, you're finally back. And this is my cousin, Ling Yun. I brought him out to broaden his horizons." After Cousin finished speaking, he immediately lowered his voice. "Brother Lu, why is the headquarters on such high alert?" The smile on the other party's face instantly disappeared. Something major happened. 2 days ago, the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps was wiped out overnight. Cousin's steps halted. The entire Heavenly Wolf Corps. Not a single one was left. Who did it? We don't know. Brother Lu shook his head, his eyes full of wariness. The commander is worried that we'll be next, so he tripled the patrols. Cousin and I exchanged a glance. We had just entered Qinglin City, and the 2nd-ranked mercenary corps was already gone. This place was even more chaotic than I had imagined. "Is the commander here?" Cousin asked. "He is." I have urgent matters to report. Follow me. We immediately headed to the council hall. As soon as cousin finished explaining what happened, Shui Chong slammed his palm onto the table. What? Lu Yi and the others are all dead. The table shook so hard that the teacups jumped. Who did it? What about the Chen family's eldest young lady? Cousin cupped his fists and answered, Miss Chen is fine. I have already safely escorted her back to the Chen residence. Only then did Shui Chong's expression ease slightly. Well done. Cousin continued. Commander, this attack does not seem like the work of ordinary bandits. There was also a black-clothed man hidden among the enemy. I brought the corpse back. Where is the corpse? I turned and went out, carried the black-clothed man's corpse into the hall, and directly threw it onto the ground. Shui Chong glanced at me. He is my cousin. Cousin answered naturally. He came back with me this time. Shui Chong did not ask further and bent down to examine the corpse. The mask had long since been torn off by me. He stared at that face for a while, then shook his head. I don't recognize him. Wait. An elder beside him suddenly stood up. He quickly walked to the corpse and carefully looked it over. It's Menghe. Everyone looked at him. Are you sure? Absolutely. That elder's tone was extremely certain. A few years ago, when I was still at the 9th level of body tempering, I fought him before. He was a member of the Lion Mercenary Corps. Lion. The atmosphere in the hall instantly changed. Shui Chong narrowed his eyes. They intercepted the Chun family's goods and killed our people. What exactly are they trying to do? I took a step forward. Commander Shui, perhaps the goods were never the main point. He looked at me. What are you trying to say? Lu Yi led the team to escort the Chun family's goods. If Chun Xian died, the Chen family would definitely think Crimson Blood had failed in its duty. At that time, once the relationship between your two sides broke down, who would benefit the most? Shui Chong's eyes instantly brightened. The Lion Mercenary Corps. I nodded. They might even leave behind false clues, making the Chen family put this debt on Crimson Blood. That elder's expression turned ugly. What a good move, killing with a borrowed knife. Just then, a subordinate rushed into the hall. Commander, the Chen family head is here. Shui Chong immediately rose. Quickly invite him in. Before long, a middle-aged man in brocade robes walked in with Chun Xian. The newcomer was precisely Qin Ping, the head of the Qin family. Qin Xian saw cousin at once. As soon as their eyes met, smiles appeared on both their faces at the same time. Standing off to the side, I saw it all clearly. These two were probably truly interested in each other. Brother Shui, sorry to disturb you so late at night. Brother Chen, what are you saying? Please sit. After Qin Ping sat down, he did not hurry to discuss serious matters. Instead, he directly asked, which one is young hero Ling Feng? Cousin stepped forward. Family head Chun, I am Ling Feng. Qin Ping sized him up from head to toe and suddenly smiled. Good, good. What a young, outstanding talent. To step into the innate realm at such a young age, your future is limitless. After saying that, he actually bowed solemnly to cousin. This old man thanks young hero Ling on behalf of my daughter for saving her life. Cousin hurriedly supported him. Family head Chun, there is no need for this. Miss Chun was under Crimson Blood's protection. It was only right that I acted. But Shui Chong suddenly stood up. Wait. He stared fixedly at cousin. Ling Feng, you broke through to the innate realm? Cousin looked somewhat embarrassed. By luck. What luck? Shui Chong laughed loudly and clapped his shoulder. A 20-something innate martial artist. Our Crimson Blood has gained another great fighter. The two elders were also full of joy. Good lad, you hid this deeply enough. Looks like Crimson Blood's third-place ranking should move up. Shui Chong soon had the others go rest first, leaving only Qin Ping behind to discuss the matter of the Lion Mercenary Corps. Cousin arranged a room for me and was just about to leave when Qin Xian came over. Brother Ling, I have a few things I want to say to you. All right. The two of them walked away side by side. I leaned against the doorframe and could not help shaking my head. This sour stench of romance. I closed the door, washed up, and prepared to sign in. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 cultivation advancement pill. I immediately checked its effect. Cultivation advancement pill, limited to my use only. After taking it, my cultivation would directly increase by 1 level. Now this is what I call a good thing. Without hesitation, I opened my mouth and swallowed it. The pill melted as soon as it entered my mouth. In the next instant, a surge of power exploded inside my body. Boom. 6th level of the innate realm. I moved my wrist and checked my remaining points again. 11,200 points. Earlier, I had spent 400 points exchanging for 4 storage rings, which I gave respectively to grandfather, father, eldest uncle, and cousin. Now Qinglin City's situation was strange, and the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps had just been wiped out. The strength in my hands was still not enough. System 10 pull. Light flashed continuously. Yellow rank martial skill. Yellow rank longsword. Essence condensing pills. Healing pills. All things I had no use for. My face darkened. Again, the second 10 pull ended, and it was still a pile of junk. 1,800 points were gone without even making a splash. I gritted my teeth. Continue. The third draw began. Pills, weapons, miscellaneous items, even a kitchen knife popped out. I stared at that kitchen knife and nearly cursed on the spot, but the system sounded at the final moment. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the reward. Cultivation increased by 2 levels. Boom. My aura surged again. 7th level of the innate realm. 8th level of the innate realm. I clenched my fist and finally smiled. Fine, at least you still have some conscience. 2,700 points in exchange for 2 levels of cultivation was not a loss. I did not continue drawing. If I kept going, who knew whether the system would throw out pots, bowls, ladles, and basins? The night passed uneventfully. Early the next morning, I was awakened by noise outside. When I pushed open the door, I saw more than a dozen people standing in the courtyard. Cousin was among them too. Little Yun, did we wake you? No. I swept my gaze over everyone. They are. Cousin immediately smiled and introduced them. They're all brothers from my squad. Our squad is called Whirlwind. How is it? The name's not bad, right? Sounds fast. What do you mean, sounds fast? Sounds like it runs fast. Everyone froze at first, then burst into laughter. A thin and small man came over. Brother Foam, this is the cousin you mentioned? He's really handsome. Much better looking than you. The fat man beside him immediately undermined him. You should manage yourself first. You're so skinny you look like a monkey. The thin man immediately glared. Fatty, you have the nerve to talk about me? When you walk 2 steps, the ground has to shake 3 times. At least that's better than you being blown away by a gust of wind. Want to fight? Come on, who's afraid? The 2 rolled up their sleeves and were about to fight. Cousin grabbed one in each hand and directly separated them. Enough. Will you 2 feel uncomfortable if you don't insult each other for one day? He pointed at the thin man. This is Skinny Monkey. He's in charge of scouting. Then he pointed at the fat man. This is Li Pang. He manages the squad's supplies and accounts. Skinny Monkey reached out and patted my shoulder. Little Yun, follow Brother Monkey from now on. Gathering information, tracking enemies, sneaking into camps, and scouting roads. Brother Monkey is this. He raised his thumb. Li Pang added from the side. Running away is also this. Skinny Monkey exploded instantly. Fatty, are you looking for a beating today? Everyone laughed again. After messing around for a while, Skinny Monkey suddenly leaned close to Cousin. Brother Foam, the commander has called all the squads outside back. Are we preparing for war? Cousin glared at him. Other than fighting, is there anything else in your head? Drinking. Scram. At this moment, a mercenary hurried over. Captain Ling, the commander summons you. Understood. Cousin told Skinny Monkey and Li Pang to show me around the headquarters, then left with that person. Skinny Monkey's eyes rolled. What's there to see in the headquarters? Little Yun, come. Brother Monkey will take you to the market. I happen to want to see Qinglin City too. Lead the way. The mercenary market was very lively. The entire street was filled with stalls, mostly selling demonic beast materials, medicinal herbs, and weapons. I looked along the way but did not find anything worth buying. Just as we were about to leave, curses suddenly came from ahead. Old thing, you have no money and still dare come here to set up a stall. Several large men with long blades at their waists surrounded an old man, punching and kicking him, and even overturned his stall. Medicinal herbs scattered all over the ground. The old man held his head and begged repeatedly. My lords, please stop hitting me. I'll leave right now. Leave. The scar-faced leader kicked over a bamboo basket. The goods are confiscated. The people beside him immediately loaded all the medicinal herbs into a basket. The old man became anxious and rushed over to hug that person's leg. "You can't take them. My granddaughter is so sick she's almost gone. She's waiting for me to sell these herbs to save her life." The other party raised his leg and kicked him away. Scram! Quite a few people had gathered around, but no one dared to act. Skinny Monkey clenched his fists. "It's Lion's people again." Li Pang pulled him back. "Don't be impulsive. They have more people." Seeing that group about to leave, I directly blocked the road. "Stop." Scarface swept his gaze over me. "Kid, move. Return the medicinal herbs to the old man." He laughed. "What the hell are you? Daring to meddle in Lion's affairs?" I did not retreat. I'll say it again. "Put the things down." The smile on Scarface's face instantly disappeared. He cursed angrily, his goal only one: to make me kneel and apologize in public. Immediately after, he kicked toward my chest. Seeking death, I dodged sideways, raised my hand to grab his ankle, and twisted hard. Crack! Ah! Scarface screamed and fell to the ground, his leg directly twisted out of shape. The others drew their blades and charged over. "Chop him to death." I stepped forward. Seize blade. Raise elbow. Sweep across. Bang! 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 After several muffled sounds, everyone fell to the ground. Some clutched their hands, some hugged their legs, and none could climb up again. I tossed the blade in front of Scarface. Scram! They scrambled away. After running more than a dozen steps, Scarface still did not forget to turn back and threaten me. "Kid, just you wait." I bent down and picked up a stone. His expression changed, and he turned and ran, no longer daring to look back. Cheers immediately sounded all around. Skinny Monkey and Li Pang hurried over, and the way they looked at me changed. "Little Yun, you hid your strength well enough." Skinny Monkey's face was full of excitement. "Scarface is at the 6th level of body tempering, and you crippled him in one move." "By luck." "You call this luck?" Li Pang pointed at the bloodstains on the ground. "Then what are we, alive purely because our lives are tough?" I did not continue joking with them and turned to help the old man up. "Old man, can you walk?" The old man's face was covered in blood, yet he struggled to kowtow to me. "Many thanks, young hero. Many thanks, young hero." I held him up. "Don't kneel." I gathered the scattered medicinal herbs and directly took out silver. "I'll buy all these herbs. Hurry and take your granddaughter to see a doctor." The old man held the money, his hands trembling. "This is too much. Saving a life is more important. Hurry." The old man's eyes reddened. After thanking me repeatedly, he finally staggered away. We wandered around the market for half a day. When we returned to the headquarters, Cousin had already come back. "Little Yun, how was Qinglin City?" "Quite lively. Lots of mercenaries too." Skinny Monkey could not hold back and immediately jumped in. "Brother Foam, Little Yin beat up a group of lion people just now." Cousin frowned. "What happened?" Skinny Monkey embellished the entire process and retold it, even imitating Scarface's scream when his leg broke at the end. After Cousin heard everything, he looked at me. "You weren't injured, right?" "No." "Then it's fine." Li Pang could not help complaining. "Brother Foam, you're too unfair. Little Yun is clearly at the 9th level of body tempering, yet you didn't tell us. You made us worry for nothing." 9th level of body tempering. Cousin's expression became somewhat strange. I winked at him. He instantly understood and directly helped me cover it up. "You didn't ask." Skinny Monkey and Li Pang were speechless for a moment. Li Pang simply changed the topic. "What did the commander call you for? Are we really preparing for war?" "Not war." Cousin paused. "But almost." He first told everyone that after he broke through to the innate realm, Xuechang had already appointed him as Crimson Blood's new elder, though he would still concurrently serve as captain of the Whirlwind Squad. Skinny Monkey and the others immediately cheered. Brother Foam became an innate elder. Who will dare look down on our Whirlwind Squad in the future? Cousin raised his hand to suppress the noise. "Don't be happy yet. There are serious matters." He told them everything about Lu Ye's squad being wiped out and Meng He's identity being exposed. Xuechang and Qinping had already determined that the attack was planned by the Lion Mercenary Corps. The two sides decided to jointly visit them and demand an explanation from Lion. We set out early tomorrow morning. Skinny Monkey instantly became excited. "So we really are fighting. Count me in." "You don't get to go." The smile on Skinny Monkey's face froze. "Why?" The commander is only bringing me, another elder, and 3 veteran squads. How is our whirlwind worse than them? The headquarters also needs people to guard it. Cousin stared at him. Don't forget how the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps was destroyed. As soon as those words came out, Skinny Monkey immediately fell silent. After they left, I asked Cousin, when are you leaving tomorrow? Early morning. I'll go with you. No. Cousin refused very decisively. Little Yun. This time, the commander and the Chun family head are leading the team. They're only going to apply pressure. It might not truly come to blows. You stay at the headquarters and wait for me to come back. I frowned. Things were probably not as simple as he said, but I did not insist. Instead, I took out an inner armor and handed it to him. Wear this. Cousin took it and looked at it, his expression changing slightly. This isn't ordinary inner armor, is it? It can block one attack from someone at the 4th level of the innate realm. Then I can't accept it even more. He immediately tried to push it back. It's too precious. Keep it for yourself. I don't need it. It can block an attack from the 4th level of the innate realm. How could you not need it? I did not explain further and directly released my aura. The pressure of the 8th level of the innate realm flashed and vanished. Cousin froze completely. He stared at me for a long time without saying anything. You broke through again? Yes. And broke through 3 realms at once. More or less. Cousin raised a hand and covered his forehead. Are you still human? I should be. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. With a monster like you in the Ling family, it would be difficult not to rise. This time, he did not refuse again and directly accepted the inner armor. Fine. Your big brother will remember this intention of yours. Early the next morning, the plaza of the Crimson Blood headquarters was filled with people. Dozens of fully armed mercenaries stood in formation. At the very front were Xuechong, Cousin, and another elder. After Xuechong finished explaining the defense arrangements, he abruptly waved his hand. Move out. The team immediately set off. Before leaving, Cousin looked back at me. Little Yun, wait for me to come back. I nodded. You must come back. He smiled, turned, and caught up with the team. After they left, Skinny Monkey immediately lost his energy. Boring. He pulled me back to the room and began endlessly talking about his glorious achievements. What about infiltrating a bandit nest alone? What about tracking enemies for 3 days and 3 nights? What about scaring off dozens of mountain bandits with a few stones? At first, I responded a couple of times. Later, I simply closed my eyes and rested. But the more he talked, the more excited he became. More than an hour later, the room door was suddenly knocked open. Bang! Li Peng rushed in, drenched in sweat. Hurry! Something terrible happened. I abruptly stood up. What happened? A brother who went out with the commander just came back. He's covered in blood. My heart immediately sank. Where is he? The plaza. When we rushed to the plaza, it was already packed with people. Chaotic discussions filled the surroundings. The commander is dead. The Wang family had already joined hands with Lion. We fell into an ambush. I grabbed someone beside me. Explain clearly. What about Ling Feng? That person's face was pale. Elder Ling was heavily injured by Wang Tung and is unconscious. His life or death is unknown. Boom. Killing intent instantly rushed into my head. From everyone's discussions, I quickly pieced together what had happened. Xuechong and Qin Ping had led people to the Lion headquarters, preparing to jointly apply pressure. But Lion had long since colluded with the Wang family. They had set up an ambush in advance. As soon as Crimson Blood and the Qin family arrived, they immediately surrounded and killed them. The Wang family head, Wang Tung, personally killed Xuechong. Crimson Blood's other elder died on the spot. Cousin was also heavily injured by Wang Tung. Now, Qin Ping was leading the remnants in retreat toward the Chun residence, while also sending someone back to deliver a message, telling everyone in Crimson Blood to immediately head over and support them. Wang Tung. I bit down on that name and turned to leave. I was going to the Qin family. If Cousin died, I would make everyone from the Wang family and Lion accompany him in burial. But just as I took a step, thunderous battle cries suddenly came from the direction of the headquarters gate. Kill! Don't let a single one escape. Immediately after, screams rang out. The Crimson Blood mercenaries guarding the gate fell one after another. The people from the Wang family and Lion had broken in. Meet the enemy. The innate first-level elder left behind drew his blade and roared, "Crimson Blood Brothers, kill with me." Everyone immediately charged out. Blade light instantly collided. The entire headquarters fell completely into chaos. I was preparing to kill a path out when I suddenly saw a familiar face. Scarface. He saw me too. When enemies met, the savage grin on his face could hardly be suppressed. "Kid, so you're from Crimson Blood. Weren't you very arrogant yesterday? Today, let's see how you die." He knew he was no match for me, so he did not dare step forward alone. Instead, he turned and called over several high-level body-tempering martial artists. "That's him. Attack together. Chop him up." Several people drew their blades at the same time and rushed over. I gripped the sword hilt and only used one strike. Swish. Sword light swept across. Their movements stopped at the same time. The next second, blood sprayed out. They collapsed one after another, completely silent. The savage grin on Scarface's face completely stiffened. "You? What cultivation are you?" I walked toward him with my sword. "Yesterday, I let you scram, but you insisted on coming back to die." "No." He turned and tried to flee. I swung my sword. Sword light swept past, and he fell straight to the ground. Before I could continue acting, the pressure of a third-level innate cultivator suddenly descended from above. "All of you, stop!" A lion expert leapt onto a rooftop. In his hand, he was carrying a bloody corpse. It was precisely the Crimson Blood elder left behind to guard the headquarters. Bang! He casually tossed it, and the corpse smashed heavily in front of everyone. "Your elder is already dead." That man looked down over the entire headquarters and shouted sternly, "Crimson Blood people, listen well. Immediately put down your weapons and surrender. Whoever dares resist will be killed without mercy." The battlefield briefly fell silent. Many people looked at the elder's corpse, their eyes filled with both grief and fear. Skinny Monkey, however, stepped forward with a blade in hand. "Surrender?" His eyes were crimson, and he began cursing furiously at the rooftop. Although he did not shout the vulgar words word for word, his stance clearly showed that he was greeting the other party's 18 generations of ancestors. Finally, he spat hard on the ground. "Even if I die, I won't lower my head to you bastards." The man on the rooftop's expression instantly darkened. Seeking death, he took one step forward, and the true chi of the third level of the innate realm erupted. Mountain-splitting palm. A violent palm force headed straight for Skinny Monkey's chest. Skinny Monkey wanted to dodge, but there was no time. "Skinny Monkey." Li Pang rushed forward like a madman, but his speed was even slower. Seeing that the palm force was about to land, I instantly drew my sword and stood in front of Skinny Monkey. "You want to kill him?" I raised my head and stared at that third-level innate martial artist. "Ask me first." I waited for a long time, but did not hear the blade fall. "No." I suddenly opened my eyes. The third-level innate martial artist who had been so arrogant just now was currently clutching his throat tightly. Blood poured madly from between his fingers, and no matter what, he could not stop it. His eyes widened as he looked past me to the side. "Innate. Innate." Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground with a thud. Dead. The surroundings instantly fell silent. I stiffly turned my head. Ling Yun was standing beside me. He held a sword in his hand, and blood still dripped from the tip. There was not the slightest expression on his face, as if what he had killed just now was not an innate martial artist, but a chicken. Even more terrifying was the aura on his body. 8th level of the innate realm. Everyone around sucked in a cold breath at the same time. This kid, no, this senior, had actually hidden himself this deeply. "Brothers, kill." No one knew who roared first. "We have an expert too. Slaughter those beasts from Lion." The Crimson Blood people instantly went red-eyed. "Kill." The battle cries erupted violently. The Crimson Blood members, who had just been suppressed, immediately pounced toward the enemy. The Lion side, however, completely panicked. Even a third-level innate cultivator had been killed with one sword to the throat. What were they supposed to use to fight? Someone turned and ran. Ling Yun caught up in one step and cut him down with one sword. "Don't let a single one escape." His voice was not loud, but it shook everyone's hearts. After that, the situation completely tilted in our favor. The Lion people were killed until they threw away their helmets and armor. In less than a short while, there was not a single enemy still standing on the ground. I threw down my weapon and hurried to Ling Yun. "Lit. Senior." I was so excited I nearly bit my tongue. "You're this strong?" Why didn't you say so earlier? If Senior did not say it, naturally Senior had his reasons. Li Peng walked over while clutching his injured arm and glared at me. Why are you shouting randomly here? Ling Yun glanced at his arm. Injured. Got cut by some bastard. I won't die. Li Peng said it lightly, but his face had already turned somewhat pale. Ling Yun directly took out a pill. Eat it. When Li Peng saw the pill, he hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it. Don't call me Senior. Ling Yun frowned. Still call me Little Yun. But, open your mouth. Li Peng subconsciously opened his mouth. Ling Yun raised his hand and stuffed the pill in. I immediately laughed aloud. Fatty, I didn't expect you to be so pretentious. Someone gives you a pill and you still don't want it. What? Afraid he poisoned it? Li Peng glared fiercely at me. With the pill still in his mouth, he could not speak clearly, so he could only gesture angrily. Ling Yun ignored us. He turned to look at the remaining 100+ Crimson Blood members and directly ordered. Those who can still walk, set out immediately. Where to? The Chen family. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and his eyes darkened. My cousin is there. I must know how he is now. No one objected. One incense stick later, we arrived at the Chun family residence. As soon as we reached the entrance, my heart sank. Corpses were everywhere. The Chun family's originally white courtyard walls were covered in dried and still wet blood. The main gates were tightly shut, and many broken weapons were scattered before them. Are we still too late? I gripped the coiling dragon sword and immediately stepped forward. Stop! A loud shout suddenly came from the courtyard wall. Who goes there? If you dare approach the Chun family another step, you will be killed without mercy. Hearing that voice, I instead breathed a sigh of relief. There were still people guarding the wall. The Chun family had not been breached. I raised my head and shouted, We are from the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. By order of the Chun family head, we have come to gather at the Chun family. The people on the wall did not relax. Where is your proof? I frowned. We really did not have proof. At this moment, I thought of someone. I am Ling Yun, cousin of Ling Feng, an elder of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps. I have met the Chun family's eldest young lady. Have Chen Xian come out. She can recognize me. The wall fell silent. A moment later, a familiar figure quickly climbed onto the wall. Little Yun. I immediately raised my head. Sister Xian, it's me. After Chen Xian clearly saw my face, she hurriedly said to the middle-aged man beside her, Uncle Yuan, they really are our people. Open the gate quickly. The Chen family gate soon opened. Chen Xian came out to greet us with that middle-aged man. Little Yun, come in quickly. I did not waste words and immediately led the people into the Chun family residence. As soon as we arrived at the hall, I asked, Sister Xian, what happened with the corpses outside? Did someone attack the Chen family? Yes. Chen Xian's face was pale, and she grabbed my arm with her other hand. Little Yun, what exactly happened outside? My father and Ling Feng still haven't returned. I quickly explained the situation in the city. When she heard that the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps had been ambushed, Chen Xian's body swayed. Ling Feng is there too. The middle-aged man beside her had a sudden change in expression and turned to rush outside. No, I'm going to support Big Brother. Wait. I looked at him. And this is my second uncle, Chen Yuan, third level of the innate realm. Chen Xian hurriedly explained. Fortunately, second uncle was home this morning. Otherwise, the Chen family would have already been breached. I nodded. I'll go with you. Cousin's life or death was uncertain. I could not wait another moment. But just as we walked out of the hall, Chen Yuan's shout suddenly came from the entrance. Big Brother. Immediately after, a group of people staggered into the Chun family residence. Every one of them was injured. Chen Ping, walking at the very front, was covered in blood and had a weak aura. Behind him, two people carried a stretcher. The person on the stretcher lay completely motionless. When I clearly saw that face, my mind roared. Cousin, I charged over directly. Ling Feng's eyes were tightly shut, his face deathly pale, and his chest movement was almost invisible. I immediately grabbed his wrist. There was still a pulse. Very weak. But he was still alive. Quick, carry him into a room. Everyone carried Ling Feng onto a bed. Chen Xian stayed by his side without taking a single step away. After I finished checking his injuries, my expression grew colder and colder. His heart meridians had suffered a heavy blow and were almost already severed. If not for the inner armor I had given him earlier blocking part of the force, plus the healing pill protecting his final breath, he would not have lasted until now at all. When he left in the morning, cousin had still smiled and waved at me. Now, he lay on the bed like a dead man. Who did this? I turned to look at Qinping. Qinping's wounds had just been bandaged. He was silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words. Wang Tong. Explain clearly. Qinping clenched his fists and quickly recounted what had happened. That morning, they had led people to the Lion Mercenary Corps headquarters. As soon as Qianshi saw them, he immediately smiled and apologized, saying that the previous matter was all a misunderstanding. He also said that wine and dishes had already been prepared inside, and that he would personally make amends. Qinping and Crimson Blood Commander Shui Hai thought Qianshi was afraid, so they led their people into the headquarters. But as soon as they entered, Qianshi immediately turned hostile. The Wang family head, Wang Tong, also led people out from hiding and attacked. It was a trap. Lion had long since submitted to the Wang family and had been waiting for the Chun family and Crimson Blood to deliver themselves to their door. Ling Feng held back Qianshi. Qinping's voice trembled. Commander Shui and I joined hands to block Wang Tong, but Wang Tong was already at the 6th level of the innate realm. We couldn't stop him at all. What about Commander Shui? Someone nearby lowered his head with red eyes. Qinping remained silent for a moment. He was killed by Wang Tong with 1 slash. The air in the room instantly solidified. The commander of Crimson Blood was dead. Qinping continued. Wang Tong then attacked me. At the critical moment, Ling Feng blocked a palm strike for me. That palm struck him right in the heart. I could only bring him and the remaining people in a desperate breakout. At this point, he lowered his head. Ling Yun, I'm the one who harmed him. No. I looked toward cousin on the bed. It was Wang Tong. Rage exploded from my chest. Boom. The aura of the 8th level of the innate realm surged out uncontrollably, causing the tables and chairs to shake violently. Qinping and Chun Yuan's expressions changed greatly. The two stared fixedly at me. 8th level of the innate realm? You? I did not explain. In my heart, I only remembered one name. Wang Tong. He had to die. Just then, an angry roar suddenly came from outside the Chun family residence. Qinping, I know you're inside. Get out here and die. Qinping abruptly stood up, his face ashen. Wang Tong has caught up. I gripped the coiling dragon sword. Perfect timing. Outside the Chun family residence, several hundred martial artists had already blocked the entire street. Blades and swords were drawn, killing intent surging. In the distance, onlookers crowded around, but not a single person dared come closer. The Chun family is finished this time. I heard the commander of the Crimson Blood Mercenary Corps is already dead. From now on, Qinglin City's mercenary world will probably be dominated by Lion alone. Is the City Lord's manor not going to intervene? As long as it doesn't threaten the City Lord's manor, they can't be bothered. Discussions continuously drifted over. Qinping led the Chun family members out of the main gate. I changed into black clothes, covered my face, and blended into the crowd. When Wang Tong saw Qinping, he immediately grinned and laughed. Family head Chun, you finally bear to come out? I thought you were going to hide inside like a turtle for the rest of your life. I raised my eyes and looked over. Wang Tong wore brocade robes and had a sharp mouth, monkey-cheeked appearance. When he opened his mouth and laughed, the gold tooth in his mouth was especially conspicuous. Beside him stood a burly man. That person should be Qianshi. Sure enough, Qianshi soon spoke. Family head Chun, when you came to my lion headquarters this morning, weren't you very imposing? Why do you look like a stray dog now? Qin Yuan was furious and was about to charge out on the spot. I'll slaughter you. Come back. Qinping reached out and stopped him. Then he stared at Qianshi and sneered. I truly didn't expect that the dignified commander of the Lion Mercenary Corps would willingly become a dog for the Wang family. Qianshi was not angry. Instead, he smiled even more proudly. Family head Chun, those words aren't right. I was originally a member of the Wang family. How can working for the family head be called being a dog? The surroundings immediately erupted into an uproar. Qinping's face darkened. So that's how it is. In that case, the destruction of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps was also the Wang family's doing? Correct. Wang Tong directly admitted it. Duan Tianlang failed to appreciate my kindness. I personally invited him to join the Wang family, yet he dared refuse. Since he could not be used by me, he could only die. After saying that, he raised his hand and pointed at Qinping. Now it's your turn. Lead the Qin family and the remaining Crimson Blood mercenaries to surrender to me, and I can still spare your lives. Otherwise, after today, there will be no Qin family in Qinglin City. Wang Teng threw his head back and laughed. He was waiting for Qinping to become afraid, waiting for Qinping to kneel and beg for mercy. But the next moment, Qinping laughed too. What are you laughing at? Wang Teng's face instantly darkened. Death is at hand, yet you can still laugh? It is still uncertain who will die. After Qinping finished speaking, he turned and walked before me, bowing. I respectfully ask Senior to take action and save my Qin family. As long as Senior resolves today's disaster, the favor owed to the Qin family in the past will be written off. From now on, the Qin family will never disturb Senior again. This was the explanation we had discussed in advance. If a teenage 8th level innate cultivator suddenly appeared in Qinglin City, the City Lord's manor would definitely investigate. Now was not the time for the Ling family to be exposed, so I could not act using my true identity. I lowered my voice, deliberately making my tone sound aged. Is that true? Qinping bowed once more. Not a single word is false. I nodded and slowly walked out of the crowd. Qianshi froze for a moment, then burst into laughter on the spot. Qinping, what kind of act is this? You found some random masked man and dare to pass him off as an expert. Wang Teng was also full of disdain. A coward who hides his head and shows his tail dares to put on airs before me? I did not stop walking. You two have made me very angry. The moment my words fell, I no longer concealed my cultivation. Boom. The pressure of the 8th level of the Xiantian realm erupted violently. Wang Teng's smile froze on his face. Qianshi's face turned deathly pale, and he subconsciously stepped back. 8th level of the Xiantian realm. How is that possible? Wang Teng reacted extremely quickly and immediately changed his expression. Senior, please show mercy. Whatever the Qin family is offering you, my Wang family is willing to pay 10 times more. I summoned the coiling dragon sword and continued forward. Senior, 100 times more is fine too. Wang Teng completely panicked. There is no grudge between us. There is no need to do this for the Qin family. There is a grudge. I interrupted him. Ling Feng is my elder cousin. Wang Teng's pupils suddenly contracted. He turned and ran. Too late. I caught up to him in a single step. The coiling dragon sword swept out horizontally. A flash of sword light. Wang Teng and Qianshi stopped at the same time. The next moment, two heads rolled to the ground. Blood sprayed into the air. Wang Teng, at the 6th level of the Xiantian realm, was dead. Qianshi, at the 4th level of the Xiantian realm, was dead. The entire place fell into deathly silence. Everyone from the Wang family and the Lion mercenary group was stunned. They never imagined that the two leaders who had been certain of victory moments ago could not even withstand one strike from me. Qinping was the first to react. He drew his weapon and roared sternly. Members of the Qin family, brothers of scarlet blood, follow me and kill. Leave no one alive. Battle cries erupted instantly. The people of the Qin family and scarlet blood had been holding in a bellyful of rage, and now they all charged out. The Wang family's people were already scared out of their wits. Some threw down their weapons and begged for mercy. Some turned and fled for their lives, while others cried out at the corpses in disbelief. It was useless. In less than 15 minutes, the battle ended. Everyone who had participated in the siege of the Qin family was wiped out. Qinping walked to Wang Teng's corpse, looked at his face with eyes wide open in death, and said coldly, "Blame yourself for offending someone you never should have offended." I put away the coiling dragon sword and gave an order directly. Do not stop. The main forces of the Wang family and the Lion mercenary group are already dead. Now is the perfect time to counterattack. Qin Yuan, take the Scarlet Blood members to the Lion mercenary group's base. Patriarch Qin, take your people and follow me to the Wang family. Today, I want them to disappear completely. A cold glint flashed in Qinping's eyes. Good. We split into two groups. Almost all the experts of the Wang family and the Lion mercenary group had died outside the Qin family's gate. The remaining people could not stop us at all. I split open the Wang family's gate with a single strike. Who dare stop me? No one answered. A few Wang family martial artists who tried to resist had just rushed out when Qin Ping and the others killed them on the spot. On the other side, Qin Yuan also led the Scarlet Blood members into the Lion Mercenary Group's base. Before the sky had even darkened, all the fighting was over. From this moment onward, the Wang family and the Lion Mercenary Group were completely erased from Qinglin City. At dusk, I returned to the Qin family and immediately went to my elder cousin's room. Ling Feng had still not awakened. Qin Xian was guarding his bedside, holding his hand the entire time. Judging by her reddened eyes, she had clearly cried more than once. I walked to the bedside and checked my elder cousin's pulse again. It was still very weak. How could this be? He had already taken the healing pill, and his life had been saved. Why had he still not woken up? I immediately called out in my heart. System, are you there? Yes, host. Why hasn't my elder cousin woken up yet? The system quickly replied. The healing pill can only preserve Ling Feng's life. It cannot repair his damaged heart meridians. To awaken him, you need a meridian-restoring pill. My heart eased slightly. Is it available in the shop? Yes. I immediately opened the system shop. But when the price of the meridian-restoring pill appeared before my eyes, my entire body froze. 50,000 points. I only had 9,500 points right now. I was still short by over 40,000. Qin Xian noticed my expression and hurriedly stood up. Xiao Yun, what's wrong? I found a way to save my elder cousin. Her eyes lit up. Really? Really? I looked at the unconscious Ling Feng and clenched my fists. No matter what price I have to pay, I will bring him back. The problem was, where could I get more than 40,000 points? I quickly thought of the Black Forest Mountains. There were countless demonic beasts there. Killing demonic beasts could earn points. At that moment, Qin Ping walked in from outside. Xiao Yun, the Wang family's and the Lion Mercenary Group's assets have been counted. All those things belong to you. I shook my head. I don't want them. But if not for you, the Qin family would already be gone. Keep them to rebuild the Qin family and properly settle the remaining members of Scarlet Blood. Qin Ping still wanted to say something, but I directly interrupted him. I will be leaving for a period of time soon. I'll leave Ling Feng in your care. Qin Ping's expression turned solemn. Rest assured, as long as I, Qin Ping, am still alive, I will never allow anyone to harm Ling Feng. I looked at Qin Xian. Sister Xian, I will take good care of him. Qin Xian did not hesitate. Go do what you need to do without worry. When you return, I guarantee he will still be lying here safe and sound. I nodded. With her promise, I felt reassured. Early the next morning, I bid farewell to everyone in the Qin family and left Qinglin City alone. Thin Monkey and Li Pang chased after me all the way to the city gate, insisting on coming with me. Xiao Yun, take us with you. That's right. One more person means one more bit of strength. No, I refused very directly. I am going deep into the Black Forest Mountains. With your body-tempering realm cultivation, following me would only be sending yourselves to death. Thin Monkey still wanted to speak, but I glared at him. Stay. Protect the remaining members of Scarlet Blood. That is an order. The two exchanged a glance and could only nod. An incense stick's time later, I arrived at the entrance of the Black Forest Mountains. This place was much livelier than the area near Ling Family Village. Mercenary squads entered and exited constantly. Beside the entrance, quite a few people had set up stalls, selling demonic beast materials and medicinal herbs. Someone waved at me. Young brother, want to buy a map of the mountains? Freshly stocked healing medicine, cheap prices. Want to join our squad? I ignored them all. I had not come here to stroll through a market. I had come to kill demonic beasts. Not long after entering the mountains, a sharp hiss suddenly came from beside me. I looked up. A green snake as thick as a bucket was coiled around a tree trunk, flicking its tongue at me. Its aura was not weak. It had already reached the late stage of the first rank. It suddenly pounced at me. I drew my sword. One slash. The green snake was cut into 2 pieces on the spot. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a late-stage first-rank demonic beast. You have obtained 20 points. 20? I frowned. Too little. At this rate, even if I killed 2,000 first-rank demonic beasts, I might still not gather 50,000 points. It seemed I had to keep going deeper. I put the green snake's corpse into my storage ring. The points were low, but the corpse could still be sold for money. I could not waste it. Next, I continued pushing deeper. Whenever I encountered a demonic beast, I killed it. Early stage first rank, 1 strike. Middle stage first rank, 1 strike. Late stage first rank, still 1 strike. Before long, another demonic beast collapsed beneath my feet. Just as I put its corpse into my storage ring, I stopped walking. You people behind me. You've followed me for so long. Haven't you seen enough? The bushes fell silent for a moment. Then several burly mercenaries walked out. The large man in the lead carried a big saber on his shoulder and sneered. Little brat, your vigilance isn't bad. You discovered us this early. I turned and looked at them. Do I know you? No. Then why are you following me? The large man stared at the storage ring on my hand, his eyes filled with greed. Little brat, you're still too inexperienced. There's something in this world called killing people for their treasures. I raised my hand slightly. You want my storage ring? Not just that. The large man's eyes then fell on my coiling dragon sword. Your sword isn't bad either. Hand over your things, and I may consider letting you die quickly. I almost laughed from anger. You think you've got me for sure? Stop putting on airs. The large man's expression turned vicious as he swung his saber and roared. Brothers, attack together. Kill him. Several people charged at the same time. I used cloudlight steps and instantly vanished from where I stood. They lunged at empty air and were all stunned. Where is he? I'm here. My voice sounded from behind them. Their expressions changed drastically. Unfortunately, it was already too late. I sheathed my sword. The next moment, their bodies fell at the same time. Several heads rolled to the side. Killing people for their treasures? I removed the storage pouches from their bodies. That idea is indeed not bad. After dealing with them, I continued deeper. I had not walked far when a sound of something tearing through the air suddenly came from the right. Whoosh! My feet moved, and I leaped directly into the air. Boom! The place where I had been standing instantly exploded, forming a large crater. The attack was not over. Another crimson energy sphere shot toward me. I turned sideways and dodged. The energy sphere brushed past the corner of my clothes and struck a large tree. Crack! The thick trunk exploded and snapped on the spot. I looked in the direction from which the attack had come. A gigantic golden bear walked out from the forest. 2 sharp horns grew from its forehead. It opened its huge mouth, and crimson energy rapidly gathered once more. Early stage, 2nd rank. My eyes lit up. Finally, something worth points had appeared. The golden-horned giant bear roared, and the energy sphere in its mouth shot out violently. I used cloudlight steps to avoid the attack and rushed straight before it. It raised its huge claw and viciously slapped toward my head. Too slow. I turned sideways to dodge, then drew my sword in one smooth motion. The sword light swept across the giant bear's neck. Its massive body suddenly stiffened. The next moment, blood sprayed out. Boom! The golden-horned giant bear crashed heavily to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing an early-stage 2nd-rank demonic beast. You have obtained 200 points. 200. Now that was more like it. I stored the giant bear's corpse in my storage ring and raised my head toward the deeper part of the mountains. Elder cousin, wait for me. It is only 50,000 points. I will definitely bring the meridian-restoring pill back. I held my sword and continued deeper. What I did not know was that not long after I left Qinglin City, City Lord Huolin personally visited the Qin family. As soon as he sat down, he congratulated Qin Ping. Congratulations, Patriarch Qin, on defeating the Wang family. From today onward, the Qin family is the #1 family in Qinglin City. Qin Ping did not show pride. Instead, he behaved very cautiously. City Lord, you are too kind. The Qin family merely survived by luck. Huolin took a sip of tea and soon revealed his true purpose. I heard that an expert at the 8th level of the Xiantian realm appeared in the Qin family. Patriarch Qin, could you introduce him to me? Qin Ping had already prepared his explanation. City Lord, you came too late. That senior has already left. Huolin narrowed his eyes. What relationship does he have with the Qin family? When my father was still alive, he once helped that senior. This time, that senior happened to pass through Qinglin City and came to the Qin family to repay that favor. Now that the Wang family's trouble has been resolved, he naturally would not stay long. Do you know where he came from? I do not. His name? The senior did not say, and I did not dare ask. Huolin stared at Qin Ping for a while, but did not notice any flaws. That is indeed a pity. He sat for a while longer, then rose and left. Only after seeing Huolin out of the Chun residence did Qin Ping finally let out a full breath of relief. After leaving the Qin family, Huolin immediately looked at Elder Shi beside him. Do you think Qin Ping was telling the truth? Elder Shi pondered for a moment. He should be. He has no reason to deceive the city lord's mansion for an expert of unknown origin. Huolin sighed. Forget it. It seems this 8th-level Xiantian expert has no fate with Qinglin City. Elder Shi, however, smiled. City Lord, there is no need to be disappointed. I also received a piece of news today. What news? It has to do with Blackstone City. Huolin stopped walking. Speak. Elder Shi lowered his voice. Blackstone City sent an elder and 1,000 city guards to a nearby, small mountain village. In the end, the entire force was wiped out. Huolin abruptly turned his head. An elder and 1,000 city guards. All died in a small mountain village. That's right. Elder Shi's gaze darkened slightly. That village is called Ling Family Village. On the 10th day after entering the Black Forest Mountains, I ran into a late-stage second-rank armored rhinoceros. It lowered its long horn, sprayed 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils, and charged straight toward me. Boom. The ground shook violently. I stepped with cloud-light steps, brushing past its long horn and flashing to its side. Then I struck its ribs with my palm. Wind-breaking palm. Bang. The armored rhinoceros was sent sliding several meters sideways and crashed into a large tree, breaking it. It rolled over, climbed back up, and charged at me again. Again. I flashed repeatedly, avoiding its charges while striking it with one palm after another. When the 7th palm landed, the force pierced through its armor. The armored rhinoceros let out a mournful cry and collapsed with a crash. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a late-stage second-rank demonic beast. You have been rewarded with 450 points. I shook out my hand, looked at the corpse on the ground, and smiled. An upper earth-grade martial skill really is fierce. This wind-breaking palm was something I had obtained from today's sign-in. As soon as I got it, I found this armored rhinoceros to test it on. The result did not disappoint me. I stored the corpse in my storage ring and opened the system panel. Points: 25,860. I was still nearly halfway from 50,000. As for the demonic beast corpses inside my storage ring, they had already piled up into a small mountain. Continue. I closed the panel and walked straight toward the deeper part of the mountains. The nearby demonic beasts had practically been killed clean by me. If I wanted to earn points quickly, I could only continue deeper. However, the deeper I went, the greater the danger became. 3rd-rank demonic beasts were already equivalent to human Grandmaster realm cultivators. If I truly ran into a powerful one, I might not necessarily be able to withstand it. Just as I climbed over a slope, the sound of flowing water suddenly came from ahead. Perfect. I'm almost out of water. Following the sound, I quickly discovered a valley. But before I could approach, a wolf howl suddenly exploded from within the valley. A woo. Immediately after, hundreds of howls sounded at the same time. One after another. I immediately lowered my body, crept to the valley entrance, and hid behind a massive boulder to look inside. The next moment, my scalp tingled. Wolves. Wolves were everywhere. A pack of silver-white wolves filled the entire valley, at least 500 of them. Among them were both 1st-rank and 2nd-rank demonic beasts. They were surging toward the center of the valley from all directions. There, one man and one wolf were locked in a desperate battle. That wolf was much larger than the others, with a tuft of golden fur growing on its chest. Every time it swung its claws, it tore out sharp wind blades. Early stage 3rd rank. Silver Wolf King. Its opponent was an old man in a green robe. The old man held a long saber, and his aura was powerful. He was clearly a 2nd-level Grandmaster realm martial artist. The saber edge and wolf claws kept colliding. Bang, bang, bang. Both the man and the wolf were wounded, and neither could suppress the other in a short time. I frowned. Since when had a Grandmaster appeared in the southeastern Barren Lands? As far as I knew, even the city lord of Tianqing City was only at the perfected 9th level of the Xiantian realm. Before I could figure it out, the surrounding silver wolves had already pounced toward the old man. Damn it! The old man swung his saber, and forced back the Wolf King, only to be surrounded from the side by more than a dozen silver wolves. The Wolf King seized the opportunity and slapped a claw toward his chest. The old man blocked with his saber, but his entire body was blasted back several steps. Human, I gripped the coiling dragon's sword and hesitated no longer. Then I can't just watch you get eaten by beasts. I rushed out from the valley entrance and swept my sword horizontally. Sword light erupted. Puff, puff, puff. 5 or 6 first-rank silver wolves were cut apart on the spot. The wolf pack instantly turned their heads. Dozens of scarlet eyes locked onto me at the same time. A whoa! Several dozen silver wolves pounced over. I advanced instead of retreating. Heaven approaching sword art. The sword edge flashed repeatedly. The silver wolves at the very front fell in swathes, and blood quickly dyed the ground red. When the old man saw me, he was immediately overjoyed. Young brother, be careful. There are late-stage, second-ranked demonic beasts in the pack. As soon as his words fell, 2 huge silver wolves leaped out from the pack, one on the left and one on the right, pouncing toward me. I see them. I stepped with cloud-light steps and passed between the 2 silver wolves. At the same time, the coiling dragon's sword lifted upward. The silver wolf on the left had its belly directly sliced open. The other one had just landed when I had already turned around and pierced its throat with one strike. 2 late-stage second-rank silver wolves, dead. Not only did the remaining wolves fail to retreat, they instead went completely berserk. One after another, they pounced at me. I swung my sword as I advanced toward the old man. 10, 50, 100. Soon, the area around me was already covered with silver wolf corpses. Just then, a wind blade suddenly attacked from the side. Too fast. I could not completely dodge in time, and the wind blade struck my chest fiercely. Bang! I was knocked back several steps. But the next moment, the war god armor flashed with light and directly blocked the wind blade. I lowered my head and glanced down, completely unharmed. That's it. I raised my head and happened to meet the Wolf King's enraged eyes. Seeing its pack being slaughtered by me, it had completely lost control. It actually abandoned the green-robed old man and charged straight at me. Young brother, retreat quickly. The old man reminded me urgently. Retreat for what? I tightened my grip on the coiling dragon's sword and stared at the charging Wolf King. It is already injured. The Wolf King leaped into the air and slapped a claw toward my head. I shifted my feet, and my body instantly moved sideways. Boom! The wolf claw struck empty air, cracking the ground on the spot. I flashed to its side and thrust my sword toward the wound on its abdomen. The Wolf King twisted its body suddenly, and its tail lashed over like an iron whip. I raised my sword to block. Bang! A tremendous force came through, and my arm shook. But I used the momentum to retreat and shed most of the force. The Wolf King pounced again. I continuously used cloud-light steps, flashing rapidly around it. Its wounds grew more and more numerous, and its speed became slower and slower. You have no chance left. The Wolf King opened its bloody mouth and condensed a wind blade. But I rushed before it one step earlier. Heaven approaching strike. The sword light passed through the wind blade and instantly pierced into its throat. Puff! The coiling dragon's sword stabbed through and emerged from the back of the Wolf King's neck. Its body stiffened violently. I pulled out the sword and kicked it over. The Wolf King collapsed in a pool of blood. Even until death, its eyes remained fixed on me. It probably could not understand no matter what. How could a dignified third-ranked demonic beast die at the hands of a Xiantian realm martial artist? Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing an early-stage, third-rank demonic beast. You have obtained 2,000 points. As soon as the Wolf King died, the remaining silver wolves fell into complete chaos. Whoa! They turned and fled, scattering into the forest in the blink of an eye. I did not pursue them. There were over 500 demonic beasts. If I truly killed them all, I would be exhausted half to death. I stored the Wolf King's corpse and looked again at the system panel. Points: 35,621. Almost there. Young brother, are you all right? The green-robed old man walked over with his saber in hand. He had several wounds on his body, but none were fatal. I'm fine. I sheathed my sword and asked, How are you, senior? Just some minor injuries. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. The old man glanced at the silver wolf corpses all over the ground, then looked at me. his eyes full of astonishment. This old man originally thought there was only the Silver Wolf King here. I never expected such a massive wolf pack to be hidden in the valley. If not for your intervention, I'm afraid this old man truly would have died here today. We are both humans. I could not just watch you be torn apart by a wolf pack. Well said. The old man patted my shoulder. At such a young age, you already possess cultivation at the 8th level of the Xiantian realm, and your combat strength is enough to slay a 3rd-rank demonic beast. You are probably not from these barren lands, are you? Senior, you guessed wrong. I smiled. This junior is Ling Yun from Qinglin City. Qinglin City. The old man was clearly stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good, good. I never expected such a genius to emerge from the southeastern lands. He put away his long saber and took the initiative to say, "Don't call me senior. This old man is Han Song, from the War God Pavilion of Tianqing City. If you do not mind, you may call me Old Han." War God Pavilion? I truly had never heard of it. Han Song stared at me. You don't know the War God Pavilion? I don't. I shook my head. I rarely went out before. I have only heard of the War God Hall of the Southern region. I see. Han Song nodded. No wonder you have such cultivation at such a young age. Being able to endure solitude and cultivate bitterly is also a kind of ability. He then explained it to me. The War God Pavilion was actually a branch of the War God Hall established in various regions. Every country in the southern region had a War God Pavilion responsible for connecting local forces with the War God Hall, while also conducting trade, intelligence, and other businesses. The southeastern region had no unified nation, so the War God Hall had established its War God Pavilion in the strongest city there, Tianqing City. After hearing this, I nodded. So that's how it is. Keep this token. Han Song took out a token and directly placed it in my hand. In the future, if you go to Tianqing City, bring it to the War God Pavilion and find me. I accepted the token. Thank you, old Han. I should be the one thanking you. Han Song smiled and said, You saved my life today. This old man will remember this favor. After resting briefly, he rose to take his leave. Ling Yun, this old man still has important matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. Remember to come find me in Tianqing City. I don't like owing favors. Very well. I cupped my fists toward him. Take care, old Han. Han Song nodded, then rose into the air and quickly disappeared above the forest. I watched his back and put away the token. The Grandmaster realm allows one to fly through the air. Looks like I need to break through quickly too. In the following days, I continued venturing deeper into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days passed. Wind-breaking palm. I shattered the skull of a late-stage, 2nd-rank demonic beast with one palm. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a late-stage, 2nd-rank demonic beast. You have obtained 500 points. I stored the corpse, sat down on a rock, and tilted my head back to drink a mouthful of water. It had already been nearly a month since I entered the Black Forest Mountains. I immediately opened the panel. Points, 50,212. Finally enough. What I had been waiting for was precisely these 50,000 points. Elder Cousin Ling Feng was still unconscious, and only the meridian-restoring pill in the system shop could save him. Now that I could exchange for the pill, there was no need for me to remain here any longer. Besides, the depths of the mountains were truly dangerous. The demonic beasts here were not only fewer in number, but even the weakest were at the late stage of the 2nd rank. A few days ago, I even accidentally trespassed into the territory of a late-stage 3rd-rank demonic beast. That beast chased and attacked me for more than 10 li. I pushed Cloudlight's steps to the limit before I barely shook it off. Next time I come, I will definitely slaughter you. I remembered that demonic beast's location, then turned and headed down the mountain. But after walking for half a day, I had no choice but to stop. There was no road ahead. The path behind me also did not look like the way I had come. I fell silent for a moment and raised a hand to press my forehead. I'm lost. A dignified 8th-level Xiantian cultivator could escape being chased by a 3rd-rank demonic beast, yet in the end nearly got trapped in the mountains. If word got out, it would be somewhat embarrassing. Fortunately, not long after, I encountered a mercenary squad. Brother, which way to Qinglin City? The leading mercenary froze for a moment, then pointed southeast. Go in that direction. When you see a river, follow it downstream, and you'll be able to leave the mountains. Many thanks. Following the direction they pointed out, I left the Black Forest Mountains in only the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The market outside the mountains was still bustling. Second-rank demonic beast hide, selling cheap. Healing pills, lifesavers for entering the mountains. Shouts of vendors rose and fell. I did not stop and went straight toward Qinglin City. But as soon as I reached the area near the city gate, I discovered that all pedestrians had been driven to both sides of the road by the city guards. I was also blocked among the crowd. Move aside. Everyone stand to the side. Orderly footsteps came from within the city. Armor clashed, and killing intent was oppressive. A general wearing dark red iron armor rode out of the city gate, first on a tall horse. Immediately after, squads of Qinglin soldiers streamed out one after another. Fully armed, warblades drawn. There were even 3 ballistae among the troops. I narrowed my eyes. Even Xiantian realm martial artists would not dare to withstand that kind of ballista head-on. What kind of enemy would make Qinglin City deploy such killing weapons? People nearby had already begun discussing it. Isn't that the Grand Commander of the Qinglin army? At least 6,000 people. Half of Qinglin City's army has been mobilized. Who are they going to fight? A man immediately lifted his chin. You don't know? They're going to exterminate a bandit village. What kind of bandits require Qinglin City to send out 6,000 men? I heard that village has more than 10,000 people. This time, it isn't just Qinglin City. Blackstone City and Tuashan City will also send troops. The 3 cities are joining forces to encircle and suppress them. The 3 cities are joining forces? Everyone cried out in shock. Someone immediately asked, "Is this news real?" The man looked proud. My second uncle is the chief steward of the city lord's mansion. Would I lie to you? Everyone immediately gathered around him with compliments. But I stared at the departing army and did not speak. More than 10,000 people. A village. Blackstone City, Qinglin City, and Tuashan City joining forces. Put together, all this information made me think of Ling family village. It shouldn't be that much of a coincidence, right? But the unease in my heart would not settle no matter what. All right, hurry into the city. The gate guard captain shouted loudly, interrupting my thoughts. I immediately rushed toward the Chen family. Right now, the most important thing was to wake my elder cousin first. As soon as I arrived at the Chun family's gate, a guard went inside to report. Before long, Chen Ping personally came out to welcome me. Young hero Ling Yun, you are finally back. Patriarch Chun, I asked directly, has anything happened during this period? No. Chen Ping walked as he spoke. Young hero Ling Feng's condition has remained stable, and the members of the Scarlet Blood Mercenary Group are all staying with the Chen family. Did the Qinglin City Lord come? He did. Chen Ping lowered his voice. Not long after you left, he personally came to probe us, but I already brushed him off. The Chun family members and the members of the Scarlet Blood Mercenary Group have also all been ordered to keep silent. That's good. I asked again, what was with the Qinglin army leaving the city just now? I heard it was to suppress bandits. The exact location? I'm not sure. The city lord's mansion has sealed the news very tightly. I did not ask further and went directly to Ling Feng's room. As soon as I pushed open the door, I saw Chun Xian guarding the bedside. When she saw me, she immediately stood up. Xiaoyan, you're back. Sister Xian, you've worked hard during this time. It wasn't hard. Chen Xian glanced at the unconscious Ling Feng and asked urgently, did you find the pill? I found it. I took out the meridian-restoring pill I had just exchanged for. This is something I requested from my master. After elder cousin takes it, he should wake up soon. Chun Xian carefully accepted the pill, her hands trembling. It really can save him. It can. I answered without the slightest hesitation. Chen Xian immediately placed the pill into Ling Feng's mouth. The pill melted as soon as it entered. Before long, Ling Feng's fingers moved lightly. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Brother Ling. Chen Xian's eyes instantly reddened. You're awake. This is the Chen family. Xiaoyan has also returned. I immediately walked to the bedside. Elder cousin, how do you feel? My chest hurts. Ling Feng frowned, trying hard to recall. I remember Wang Tung struck me with a palm. After that, I knew nothing. Where's the commander? What happened to the Wang family? Chen Xian immediately told him everything that had happened after he fell unconscious. The Wang family had been destroyed. Wang Tung had been slain by me. The Scarlet Blood Mercenary Group had been saved. After Ling Feng heard everything, he let out a long breath. Luckily, Xiao Yun arrived. He reached out and grabbed my arm. Otherwise, everyone would have died. It's all over. Just as I finished speaking, Qin Ping quickly walked in. Seeing that Ling Feng had awakened, he was immediately overjoyed. Young hero Ling Feng, you're finally awake. Ling Feng propped himself up and said, Thank you, Patriarch Chun, for taking me in. You have it backward. Qin Ping hurriedly waved his hand. If not for you blocking Wang Teng's palm strike for me, I would have died long ago. I am the one who should thank you. At this point, he suddenly looked at me. By the way, someone came just now. He claims to be from the Ling family and says he wants to see you. Someone from the Ling family? Ling Feng and I exchanged a glance. Let him in. A moment later, Qin Ping led a middle-aged man into the room. I recognized him at a glance. Uncle Ming. The person who came was Ling Zhongming from the western end of the village. Before I left Ling family village, he had been selected into the Ling Shadow Guard. When Ling Zhongming saw me, he immediately dropped to one knee. Ling Shadow Guard member Ling Zhongming greets the Supreme Elder. Uncle Ming, get up quickly. I grabbed him and helped him up. There are no outsiders here. Just call me Xiao Yun. Ling Zhongming chuckled. Family rules cannot be abandoned. Ling Feng asked directly. Uncle Ming, did you come all the way to Qinglin City because something happened in the village? The smile on Ling Zhongming's face instantly disappeared. That's right. A Ling Shadow Guard spy in Blackstone City sent back news. Some time ago, the city lords of Qinglin City and Tuashan City secretly went to Blackstone City. 2 days ago, 6,000 Tuashan troops entered Blackstone City. The Patriarch suspects that the 3 cities have already joined forces and are preparing to deal with our Ling family. My eyes turned cold. The words I had heard at the city gate echoed again in my mind. A bandit village of more than 10,000 people. The 3 cities joining forces to encircle and suppress them. 6,000 Qinglin troops and 3 ballistae. How could there be such a coincidence? The bandit village they mentioned is Ling Family Village. Ling Zhongming nodded heavily. The Patriarch judged the same. Ling Feng's expression changed, and he tried to get out of bed. No, I have to go back immediately. As soon as he moved, his wound was pulled open, and he began coughing violently. Qin Xian hurriedly held him down. Brother Ling, you can't move around right now. The Ling family is in danger. How can I possibly lie here? Ling Feng still wanted to struggle, but I directly pressed down on his shoulder. Elder cousin, stay here. Xiao Yun, if you return now, you won't be providing support. You'll be causing trouble. I stared into his eyes and said word by word, recover from your injuries. Only when you have recovered can you truly help. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. I continued. Besides, before I left, I already left grandfather a protective formation. Even a Grandmaster Realm expert would not be able to break it easily. Really, when have I ever lied to you? Ling Feng remained silent for a moment and finally lay back down. Then you must be careful. Don't worry. Qin Ping immediately said, Young hero Ling Yun, I will gather the Chun family's martial artists and go with you. Warmth rose in my heart, but I still shook my head. Patriarch Chun, I will remember your kindness. But the Chun family cannot interfere in this matter. But the 3-city allied army. They cannot do anything to the Ling family. I spoke calmly, but Qin Ping was stunned when he heard it. 3 cities, nearly 20,000 soldiers. There were also 3 city lords and a group of Xiantian realm martial artists. Yet I said they could not do anything to the Ling family. Qin Ping clearly could not understand, and I had no time to explain. Ling Zhongming and I quickly left the Qin family and rode toward Ling family village. On the road, I asked directly, Uncle Ming, how has the family developed during the time I was away? Fast enough to scare people. Ling Zhongming grinned. The Patriarch and your father have already broken through to the 3rd level of the Xiantian realm. Your eldest uncle, Uncle Hu, and the others have also broken through to the 2nd level of the Xiantian realm. All clan members have begun switching to the mystic origin art. With the pills you left behind as well, everyone's cultivation changes day by day. He patted his own chest. Take me, for example. I used to be only at the 4th level of the body tempering realm. Now, I am already at the perfected 9th level of body tempering. When I return this time, I'll be able to exchange my contributions for a Xiantian breakthrough pill. Not bad. I nodded. What about the Ling Shadow Guard? It has already spread out. Not a single movement in Blackstone City can escape our eyes. What about the Ling family personal guards? At this, Ling Zhoming grew even more excited. The current Ling family personal guards have all stepped into the Xiantian realm. The Blackscale Heavenly Horses of the Blackscale Guard have also all advanced into second-rank demonic beasts. I raised my brows. Their progress was even faster than I had expected. Ling Zhoming continued. Uncle who takes people into the Black Forest Mountains for training every day. Now, the demonic beasts near Ling Family Village run as soon as they see our people. But once, they ran into a late-stage, second-rank demonic beast in the depths. What happened? It was slaughtered by the Fire Feather Guard using a military formation. Ling Zhoming laughed. It's just that several brothers were injured. After that, Uncle who no longer dared to go too deep carelessly. I nodded. That was more like it. Military formations were strong, but that did not mean they were invincible. An hour later, we arrived at One Line Gorge. After passing through here, we would reach Ling Family Village. Ling Zhoming suddenly gave a mysterious smile. Xiao Yun, when you see the village later, don't be too surprised. How surprising could it be? When I rushed out of the gorge and saw the scene ahead clearly, I directly pulled on the reins. This is Ling Family Village. The original village was gone. In its place stood a newly built small city. A city wall more than 10 meters high stretched across the front. Although it could not compare to Qinglin City, it already had the appearance of a true city. Ling Zhoming laughed loudly. How is it? Shocked, aren't you? A little, indeed. Right now, only the city wall has been completed. The inside has not been fully finished yet. We arrived at the East City Gate. Several Ling family disciples standing guard recognized me and immediately surrounded me. Xiao Yun is back. Hurry and notify the Patriarch. The Supreme Elder has returned. I dismounted and greeted them one by one. After entering the city, I discovered that the entire Ling family village had expanded by at least 5 times. Houses were under construction everywhere. The original ancestral hall had also disappeared, replaced by a large residence still under construction. I immediately asked, Uncle Ming, where's the ancestral hall? It wasn't demolished. Ling Zhoming explained. A Ling residence was expanded around the ancestral hall. Once it is finished, the Patriarch will move in. Grandfather agreed. At first, he refused. Later, everyone persuaded him together. Ling Zhoming smiled and said, the Patriarch represents the entire Ling family. He can't keep living in the old courtyard from before, can he? I nodded. That was indeed the reasoning. Now, the city was divided into 3 areas. The southwest was the residential area, which was the original Ling family village. The northwest was the functional area. The Martial Transmission Pavilion, Scripture Pavilion, Warehouse, and Large Square were all built there. The eastern side was entirely a military district. The War Department, Ling Family Personal Guards, and Ling Shadow Guard were all stationed there. After Ling Zhoming finished introducing everything, he cupped his fists and said, Xiao Yun, I need to report back to the Patriarch first. Go. I parted from him and quickly returned home. As soon as I reached the entrance, I smelled the aroma of food. I pushed open the door and shouted directly, Mother, I'm back. The kitchen instantly went quiet. The next moment, my mother, Ming Yuro, quickly walked out. When she saw me, her eyes immediately reddened. Xiao Yun, it's me. Mother grabbed my arm and looked me up and down. Are you injured? Why have you gotten so much thinner? I'm not injured, and I haven't gotten thinner. Nonsense. You clearly have. She pulled me into the house. Sit down. Mother will make you something delicious. My father, Ling Honyang, happened to return from outside. When he saw me, he first froze, then laughed loudly. You brat, you finally remembered to come home. Father, it's good that you're back. He patted my shoulder and shouted toward the kitchen. Yuro, make a few more dishes. Cook everything Xiao Yun likes. Just after the meal ended, Grandfather Ling Qingshan and eldest Uncle Ling Hongping hurried over. They asked about my experiences in Qinglin City. I did not hide anything and told them about the Wang family and the Scarlet Blood mercenary group. When he heard that Ling Feng had been severely injured by Wang Tong, eldest uncle abruptly stood up. What did you say? Xiao Feng was nearly beaten to death. Wang Tung has already been killed by me. I immediately added. Elder cousin also took a pill I requested from my master. He woke up this morning. Only then did eldest uncle's tense body relax. It's good that he woke up. Good that he woke up. He grabbed my hand. Xiaoyan, thanks to you. Your eldest uncle truly doesn't know how to thank you. Eldest uncle, we are family. I looked at him. If something happened to elder cousin, who would I save if not him? Well said. Grandfather nodded heavily. Among family, there is no need to speak as two separate households. I then asked about the three-city allied army. The smile on grandfather's face disappeared. Blackstone City has been continuously expanding its army lately. The city guard army has already exceeded 8,000. Father continued. The Ling Shadow Guard also found out that the city lords of Qinglin City and Tuashan City entered Blackstone City one after another. 2 days ago, 6,000 Tuashan troops also arrived. Today, 6,000 Qinglin troops likewise left the city. I said coldly. They also brought 3 ballistae. Father's eyes narrowed. 3. That's right. I told them the news I had heard at the city gate. Grandfather sneered. Exterminating a bandit village of 10,000 people. They really know how to find excuses for themselves. Eldest uncle slapped the table with his palm. If they want to seize our primeval stone mine, they should just say so. Why pretend to be some righteous army? I looked at father. Does the War Department have a response plan? It has already been arranged. Father said in a deep voice. All Ling Shadow Guards have been dispatched to closely monitor Blackstone City. As soon as the 3-city allied army leaves, we will receive the news immediately. The Ling family personal guards are also ready. The Black Armor Formation and Fire Feather Formation have already been fully coordinated. Even against late-stage Xiantian realm martial artists, they have the strength to fight. I nodded. The current Ling family was no longer a small village that others could need at will. If the 3-city allied army dared come, they had to be prepared to leave their lives behind. Grandfather suddenly looked at eldest uncle. How is the primeval stone mine? We have almost finished exploring it. Eldest uncle answered. The reserves of the entire vein are large. Once the city construction project reaches a temporary conclusion, I will arrange for people to begin official mining. I froze for a moment. The primeval stone mine was found. It was found. Grandfather smiled and said, it is near the village. We followed the information provided by Lin Qi and found that mine cave. The mine cave has already been enclosed within the city wall. Its location is in the functional area. Eldest uncle waved his hand. Clatter. More than 300 primeval stones appeared on the tabletop. Dense primeval energy instantly filled the entire room. This is the first batch of primeval stones dug out by the exploration team. Eldest uncle pushed the primeval stones in front of me. Xiaoyun, take them. I don't want them. I immediately shook my head. Grandfather, eldest uncle, father, you need these primeval stones more than I do. If I tell you to take them, then take them. Grandfather spoke directly. In the past, it was always you giving things to the family. We elders cannot only take without giving. The mine vein already belongs to the Ling family. There will only be more primeval stones in the future. Stop hesitating. Father also smiled and said, your eldest uncle is giving them to you. Just accept them. I could only put the more than 300 primeval stones into my storage ring. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Why be polite with your own family? After chatting a while longer, grandfather and eldest uncle rose and left. I washed away the dust covering my body, returned to my room, and took out a primeval stone. The primeval stone was the size of an apple, entirely snow white. As soon as I held it in my hand, I could feel the surging primeval energy within it. Let's try. I circulated my cultivation technique and directly absorbed it. Large amounts of primeval energy poured into my meridians and swiftly transformed into my own true qi. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Bang! The primeval stone in my hand turned into a pile of powder. I opened my eyes, looked at the dust in my palm, and felt somewhat stunned. It gets used up that quickly? The system quickly gave an explanation. My cultivation technique's grade was too high, so the speed at which I absorbed primeval energy far exceeded that of ordinary martial artists. Therefore, a primeval stone that others could use for a long time would be drained very quickly in my hands. Absorbing it quickly is still better than not being able to absorb it at all. I once again took out a primeval stone and gripped it tightly. The three-city allied army would arrive soon. I did not have time to cultivate slowly. Ninth level of the Xiantian realm. Tonight, you will break for me.